Chapter 769. Inside the room, after listening to Yang Kai's explanation, and Ling finally understood what Yang Kai was planning. If his guess was correct, after leaving this mysterious small world, they would arrive at the Demon Land. The Demon Land was the territory of the demon race. Since ancient times, humans and demons had never coexisted. In Tongxian Realm, except for the neutral zones, once creatures of different races met, they would inevitably fight. If Yang Kai, a human, suddenly appeared in the Demon Land, he would definitely be hunted down by the demon race. At that time, even if he had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to escape. But with Go Che, things were different. This guy's father was the demon general Go Cheong, a powerful master, so as long as he could shelter Yang Kai and Enling, they wouldn't have to worry about such matters. That was why Yang Kai had decided to help him in order to gain his gratitude. Hearing this, Enling stared at Yang Kai with a contemptuous look. So you're trying to extort me for my kindness? Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Yang Kai snorted. I'm just thinking further ahead than you. Of course. All of this is based on the premise that we can leave this place. If we can't leave, even if we become sworn brothers with that rascal Go Che, it won't help us. Can we leave? And Ling pursed her red lips, her brow furrowed uneasily. I don't know. Everything depends on effort. Yang Kai also shook his head, helplessly. Right now, he didn't dare make any guarantees and could only say he would do his best to create a way out. I wonder how the Holy Land is doing. And Ling sighed faintly. Saintess Nen had suddenly become like this, and the old Holy Master had likely fallen. It was likely that the entire Holy Land was in chaos right now. I don't know what's happening to your Holy Land, but I think your 3 Saintess sisters are most likely dead. And Ling beautiful face went pale as she exclaimed. Thinking about it carefully, she suddenly felt that what Yang Kai said was indeed possible. Because they cultivated the same cultivation method, Saintess Ning could easily find the location of the other saintesses, and Enling had managed to escape the calamity on the archipelago. However, her 3 sisters might not have such good luck. There was no Saint Realm Master in the Saintess Patrol team, nor was there anyone capable of resisting the previous generation's Saintess, who was only a second-order saint. It was very likely that before Saintess Nan pursued Enling, she had already killed 1 or more of those 3. Yang Kai's words made Enling joy from escaping from the jaws of death instantly sink to the bottom of the valley. Her pretty face faintly paled. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The situation may not be so bad. Yang Kai secretly regretted his words. He had already thought of these things. He had just casually mentioned it. But who would have thought that it would make Enling so sad? It's all your fault. I was in a good mood. And Ling glared at Yang Kai with reddened eyes. She covered her face and ran out. Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly, feeling that trouble often came from careless talk. The Sun Clan people were relatively trustworthy. Not long after Yang Kai and the others settled down, they sent him a large number of pills. Thus, he sent over a large number of spirit pills and medicines, all of which were of the Yang attribute. This place was rich in Yang attribute energy, so naturally it was very suitable for growing herbs of this attribute. The Sun Clan probably had someone skilled in alchemy, so these herbs were all refined into pills. There were a total of 10 bottles, each containing 10 pills, all of them spirit, grade low rank. Not high grade, but not too bad either. 10 bottles of spirit, grade low rank pills. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to swallow all of them. The yang liquid he had consumed was basically replenished. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied and was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to properly extort the Sun Clan. After all, he would need to replenish the divine tree's yang liquid many times in the future. So how could a trivial 10 bottles of pills satisfy him? After 3 days of peace, Yang Kai once again requested pills from the Sun Clan, causing the eyes of the Sun Clan person in charge to almost pop out of their sockets. 10 bottles contained a total of 100 pills, enough for any one of their clansmen to consume for several months. But Yang Kai had consumed all of them in just 3 days. However, under their surveillance, they also knew that Yang Kai had been meditating in his room and had not taken even half a step out. He also didn't have a universe bag's storage artifact on him, so naturally it was impossible for him to hide these pills. After a series of dissatisfied scoldings, the Sun Clan person finally brought another 10 bottles of pills for Yang Kai and advised him to use them sparingly. Even for their Sun Clan, refining these pills was not easy. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but secretly snorted disdainfully, still swallowing these pills like they were beans. Spirit-grade low-rank pills. If he wanted to refine them now, he could easily refine 10 bottles in less than 2 days. It could only be said that the standard of the Sun Clan's alchemists was simply too low. Time passed day by day, and everyone in the Sun Clan thought that after this time's appeasement, the divine tree would remain stable for a while. But after 5 days, the divine tree once again began to emit unstable energy fluctuations. When he noticed this, Yang Kai had already made preparations. Sure enough, a moment later, someone came and led him to the divine tree. This time, Enling, and the others didn't follow and instead remained in the palace. Under the divine tree, the Sun Clan's masters, led by their leader, were all waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them locked their divine senses onto him, seemingly wanting to take this opportunity to figure out what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Even if they probed his methods, there wouldn't be any problems because in this world, besides him, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat as such. He wasn't worried at all. Arriving here, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and directly jumped onto the divine tree's trunk, still searching for the crack he had previously opened, condensing a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips and dripping it down. Each drop of yang liquid contained Yang Kai's yuan qi, and with his current cultivation and meridian's toughness, the amount of energy contained in this yang liquid was already enormous. Even so, when the drop of yang liquid seeped into the divine tree, it disappeared and was completely absorbed by the divine tree. A burst of rapid fluctuations began to spread from the divine tree, more unstable than before, obviously in desperate need of more energy. Yang Kai didn't become anxious and continued to drip yang liquid into the divine tree 1 drop at a time to appease its unconscious fluctuations. The Sun Clan's masters were watching closely from below, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on and couldn't help frowning. Although they could feel a huge amount of energy leaking out, it would quickly disappear, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. One after another, all of them frowned. They wanted to go up and take a closer look, but were afraid that Yang Kai would turn hostile, so they hesitated. About half an hour later, the divine tree's aura stabilized. Yang Kai's soul avatar flew into the divine tree and inspected it, quickly discovering that this time the mysterious energy was somewhat different from the last time. It seemed to have become more solid. Nodding to himself, Yang Kai felt that it wouldn't be long before this energy mass gained its own consciousness. When Yang Kai jumped down again, the Sun Clan's masters found that he was the same as last time, his face pale and the yuan qi in his body completely consumed. Looking at each other, all of them were very satisfied. Regardless of what method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree, from his performance, it was clear he had done his best, which was what the Sun Clan wanted to see. After waiting for him to recover for a moment, everyone came forward. The Sun Clan's leader said, "Little brat, I heard you consume pills very quickly. Do you take my Sun Clan for fools?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, pursed his dry lips, and said weakly, "I consumed so many pills, and although I had some gains in the end, the one who benefited was still your divine tree. Let me tell you this, of the energy I absorbed from those pills, 90% was fed back to the divine tree. I think you can also see this. All I obtained was a small benefit. Do you really want to bicker with me over such a small amount?" The Sun Clan's leader frowned. Although he felt that Yang Kai's words were somewhat untrustworthy, he couldn't refute them. "Since you've brought this up, I have to make a serious declaration to you. Provide me with a large number of pills, a large number, do you understand? Otherwise, the next time something happens to your divine tree, I can't guarantee I'll have enough yuan qi to deal with it." Everyone's face sank. Yang Kai's attitude being so arrogant made them feel a little uncomfortable. "If it's really for the divine tree, I can provide it to you. But your consumption is too fast. If this continues for too long, I'm afraid we won't be able to supply it." The Sun Clan's leader said calmly, "If you don't have pills, I'll refine them myself." Yang Kai took a step back. "You also understand alchemy?" The Sun Clan's leader looked at him with slight surprise. "That's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted. "Good, I'll have someone prepare it." The Sun Clan's leader nodded. "Right. Why did the Divine Tree's rebellion come so quickly this time? Shouldn't you explain it to us?" "What do I need to explain? You don't think that after my pacification, the Divine Tree will stop rioting, do you?" "I don't think so. I just think the cycle should be longer." "Idiot." Yang Kai sneered. "The faster its frequency, the better. Once it reaches a certain level, it won't riot anymore. If possible, I hope to come here once a day to appease it. There's no need to wait for it to show any signs of trouble." "Once a day?" Everyone showed a surprised expression, their faces full of confusion. This request can be satisfied. Rest assured, as long as you wholeheartedly devote yourself to the Divine Tree and my Sun Clan, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Perhaps we will even give you many benefits. Since you cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, my Sun Clan has some martial skills that are very suitable for you." Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's sincerity, the Sun Clan's leader's expression became much more amiable, immediately promising him a great deal of benefits. Yang Kai was overjoyed on the surface, but in his heart he was disdainful. From the way they treated him, it was obvious they only regarded him as a laborer. Even if they opened martial skills to him, they would only offer him some low-end stuff. Yang Kai really didn't care about these things. Chapter 770. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai's days were quite dull. Go Che and another from the demon race had nothing to do all day while Yuan Chi's divine sense had been sealed, making it impossible for him to cultivate. So he was bored to death. Although Enling was the same in the end, she was still a woman, so her temperament was much calmer, and she spent most of her time in a daze, no one knowing what she was thinking. Compared to them, Yang Kai was extremely busy. The Sun Clan sent him a large number of spirit grasses and herbs. Yang Kai refined these herbs into pills while swallowing them into his abdomen to absorb their medicinal efficacies. Every day he would go to the Divine Tree to provide it with a few drops of Yang liquid, making his days extremely fulfilling. The grade of the Sun Clan's herbs was very good, and using them to perform alchemy, Yang Kai was able to put all his previous insights into practice, allowing his alchemy skills to soar rapidly. The Sun Clan members were also constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, but they were still unable to completely figure out what kind of bizarre method Yang Kai had used to appease the Divine Tree. On top of that, from the time he insisted on visiting the Divine Tree every day, the Divine Tree no longer emitted unstable energy fluctuations like before. All the Sun Clan members were overjoyed, feeling that this human really had some use, and secretly rejoiced that they hadn't directly killed him. The only thing that made them dissatisfied was that Yang Kai was consuming too many herbs, like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter how hard they tried. If it weren't for them constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, they would have already asked him what was going on. Time flew by, and soon 3 or 4 months had passed. On this day, after Yang Kai finished providing the Divine Tree with Yang liquid, his soul avatar dove into the trunk as usual to examine it. Looking up, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. The primal chaos soul energy inside the trunk was pulsing vigorously at this moment, like a butterfly about to break out of its cocoon, full of vitality. Under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, it was also transmitting some subtle messages. It seemed like it wanted to communicate with Yang Kai, but didn't know how to express itself. Yang Kai's expression shook, knowing that the divine tree's evolution had reached the most critical juncture. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 2 months before its consciousness was completely born. At that time, it would be a completely new life form. After quietly comforting it for a while, Yang Kai's soul avatar came out and weakly jumped down from the trunk. After resting for a while, he went straight to the Sun Clan master who was waiting. Yang Kai, from tomorrow onwards, I will live here. Here. The sun frown on His Highness's face was, yes, there are some things that I'm very concerned about. I need to observe them for a while, so I won't be running around. If you live here, I'll be able to find out if anything happens to your divine tree. But why do I? I God heaven's gods? Yang Tree Spirit as the Sun Clan Master stared at Yang Kai distrustfully. I'm very self-aware. As a prisoner, I won't ask for trouble. You think too much, Yang Kai chuckled. Boy, you're smart, but I'll have to report this matter to the leader first and see what he has to say, the Sun Clan Master nodded. As soon as possible, I'll wait for news from you, Yang Kai said before walking straight towards the palace. Returning to the palace, Yang Kai explained his plan to Enling, causing her to suddenly look a little uneasy. If you leave, what will I do? Go Che and the others are still living here. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he fell into deep thought. Although Go Che didn't look bad, no one could guarantee that without Yang Kai's protection, he wouldn't act lustfully towards Enling. Even if Go Che had some self-awareness, there was still another member of the demon race. The members of the demon race were a group of violent and cruel people who acted based on their own preferences. Trying to reason with them was pointless. Then you can come with me. I'll tell them I need someone to take care of me. I don't think they'll embarrass me in this regard. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, En and Ling. I nodded quickly, her expression relaxing. The next day, the Sun Clan master came to the palace and informed Yang Kai that the leader had agreed to his request. Yang Kai took this opportunity to bring up the matter of Enling. The Sun Clan master pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, no longer needing to report to the leader. After saying goodbye to Go Che and the others, Yang Kai took Enling, and left the palace. Under the divine tree, Enling, temporarily settled down. The Sun Clan didn't allow her to fly to the top of the tree like Yang Kai, only allowing her to stay under the divine tree. However, as long as she wasn't too far away from Yang Kai, Enling felt relieved. She also knew that the reason she was safe and sound right now was entirely because of Yang Kai's protection. If not for Yang Kai, she would have either become a blood sacrifice or become a plaything for the Sun Clan, neither of which was the outcome she wanted to see. Atop the divine tree, Yang Kai began to observe the reaction of the chaotic soul energy after injecting it with a few drops of Yang liquid. Just like yesterday, the divine tree still wanted to communicate with him, but was unable to express itself clearly. Yang Kai's soul avatar sent out waves of soothing energy, calming the divine tree's impatience and guiding it bit by bit. Miraculously, after such a long supply of Yang liquid, the divine tree had developed a very strong sense of dependence on Yang Kai, so after being comforted by him, not only did it immediately calm down, it even showed a sense of comfort. As time passed, everything returned to normal. Every day, Yang Kai, in addition to communicating with the divine tree through his soul, spent most of his time accompanying Enling. In order to ensure that the divine tree could evolve as quickly as possible, Yang Kai didn't even dare to circulate his true Yang secret art, lest he absorb energy from it and delay its evolution process. No one noticed the divine tree's little by little changes, except for Yang Kai, who tried to communicate with it all day long. However, the chaotic soul energy seemed to have reached a limit and was about to undergo some unimaginable changes. More than a month after Yang Kai and Enling lived next to the divine tree, one day, when Yang Kai once again sent his soul avatar into the trunk, the divine tree soul energy suddenly burst out with a joyful fluctuation, as if it had been waiting for Yang Kai's arrival for a long time. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that the divine tree soul energy in front of him had given birth to a small consciousness. A look of shock appeared on his face as Yang Kai carefully released his spiritual energy and slowly approached the divine tree heart. The moment his spiritual energy came into contact with the divine tree soul energy, the divine tree suddenly burst out with a scorching aura. In an instant, Yang Kai's soul avatar was wrapped up in this aura. There seemed to be some unusual sounds in the depths of his soul, like a baby who had just learned to speak and was acting coquettishly in its parents' arms, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, his soul avatar contained the conflagrated spiritual energy. Otherwise, being wrapped up in the divine tree's soul would have been enough to shatter anyone's soul. He hurriedly transmitted his thoughts, and the aura that wrapped around him hesitated for a moment before reluctantly retreating. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, feeling that this divine tree soul was no different from an ignorant baby, instinctively trying to get close to the person it thought it was close to. On top of that, at this moment, it shouldn't have completed its evolution and was still at the final juncture, only one step away. Perceiving its disappointment, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the divine tree soul, instantly causing it to become lively again. 2 hours later, the divine tree's soul gradually calmed down and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, no longer emitting any spiritual energy fluctuations. Yang Kai gently exhaled and released his soul avatar, an unimaginable wave of fatigue washing over him. Dealing with such an unevolved life form was even more difficult than fighting a Saint Realm Master. It didn't understand anything at all, and Yang Kai's emotions could completely affect its mood swings. In order to avoid any accidents that would alert the Sun Clan's people, Yang Kai had been coaxing it from beginning to end like he was coaxing a child. However, the current situation was somewhat beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The reason he had poured Yang liquid into the divine tree was to stall for time so that he and Ling, and the others wouldn't be sacrificed by the Sun Clan, and also to see what the divine tree's new form would look like. However, after pouring Yang liquid and comforting it with his divine sense for so long, the divine tree had developed a sense of dependence and trust towards him. Perhaps it had mistaken him for its own family. Just like some creatures, they would feel a sense of closeness to the first living being they saw when they were born. The divine tree's current situation was similar. Yang Kai couldn't explain it clearly, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. After resting for a while, Yang Kai gradually recovered. After this round of fun, the divine tree seemed to be very tired because Yang Kai had sent his soul avatar into its trunk for the next few days. But the divine tree didn't respond at all, remaining completely silent. After a full 5 days, the divine tree finally woke up. This time, though, its consciousness was much clearer than last time. Not only was it able to play with Yang Kai's soul avatar, but it was also able to transmit some vague information to him. The information it transmitted was quite confusing, and Yang Kai couldn't figure out what it was trying to say. It was like it was talking to itself, full of curiosity and exploration about everything around it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and could only grit his teeth and continue to accompany it. After such a long time, Yang Kai was both physically and mentally exhausted. Time passed by, and every day the Sun Clan's people would come to observe the situation to confirm that Yang Kai wasn't playing any tricks. They would also observe the divine tree's changes, but to no avail. The divine tree would also wake up every few days, and each time it would show a different change. After playing with Yang Kai for a while, it would go back to sleep, appearing somewhat carefree. As time passed, the divine tree's need to sleep became shorter and shorter. At first, it slept for 5 days, but gradually it became 4 days, 3 days, 2 days from its consciousness. The information it conveyed gradually became clearer. Yang Kai knew that the divine tree's consciousness was about to be completely born, and suddenly his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 771. In the heart of the divine tree, Yang Kai repeatedly transmitted his divine sense, guiding the divine tree's consciousness to perfect itself. After a long time, he began to treat the divine tree as a real life form. It had its own emotions, its own thoughts, and its own judgment, not just a simple, towering tree. Under this premise, the divine tree became more and more friendly to him, opening its heart to him without the slightest bit of precaution. Its weak consciousness was like that of an ignorant and naughty baby. Every time Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, it would show great joy, wrapping him up, pulling him along, shuttling through the trunk of the divine tree, as if it wanted to show him its own body. At this moment, its consciousness was very pure. It was completely like a piece of white paper that had not been stained. All of its emotions could be completely expressed. When Yang Kai came, it would be happy, but when Yang Kai left, it would feel sad and reluctant. Many times, even when it fell into a deep sleep, its spiritual energy would tightly wrap around Yang Kai's soul avatar, unwilling to let him leave. This made Yang Kai very happy, and he began to like this pure and subtle life formed from the bottom of his heart. Its purity and simplicity made Yang Kai feel ashamed. While it was playing and communicating with Yang Kai, the divine tree's consciousness also grew rapidly. One day later, when Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, an incomparably clear divine sense suddenly appeared in front of him, welcoming his arrival. Soon, the divine tree's consciousness rushed over, suspended in front of Yang Kai, and wrapped him up affectionately. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and after a long time, he tried to send a message to the divine tree. He hadn't expected it to respond so quickly. Although its expression wasn't very clear, at least Kai Yang was able to understand what it wanted to say to him. Yang Kai grinned as the divine tree's consciousness was finally born. After such a long supply of yang liquid, the divine tree had successfully evolved into a new life form. The emergence of this new life form was largely due to Yang Kai. Although the divine tree could still evolve without him, it was undoubtedly much earlier. A strong sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. It was like watching the child that he had nurtured finally stand up and grow from babbling to learning how to walk. However, it still had a lot to learn. Yang Kai immediately began to teach it. He taught it how to express its emotions and how to communicate with itself normally. However, the little girl was too naughty. Compared to these, she seemed to be more willing to play with Yang Kai. God knows how much she learned. After a long while, Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from the heart of the tree and rubbed his aching forehead. Just as he was feeling helpless, suddenly, many tree branches extended from the side. At the same time, a strand of divine sense surged into his mind, transmitting a message. Yang Kai was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the branches that extended over, only to see golden fruits growing on them. For me, Yang Kai quickly responded. The branches trembled slightly. It seemed to be nodding. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't take these fruits. There were still many Sun Clan masters watching from below, so if Yang Kai really took these fruits, he would inevitably be in trouble. Although he had always been envious of these fruits, filled with rich yang attribute energy from the beginning until now, Yang Kai hadn't tried to pick them, but the divine tree refused to back down. It seemed that if Yang Kai didn't accept it, it wouldn't give up. It stubbornly stretched out its branches in front of him. No matter how Yang Kai tried to persuade it, it was useless. In the end, the fruits actually fell from the branches and into his arms on their own. Yang Kai's face went black, feeling like he couldn't explain himself no matter how he tried. The divine tree, on the other hand, seemed to have done something extraordinary and took back its branches, letting them flutter in the wind. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, looking at the 6 or 7 fruits in his arms. He didn't know whether to put them away or not. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai jumped down from the tree trunk and shouted. Immediately, a few Sun Clan masters who had been watching nearby came over and were about to ask what was going on when they suddenly saw the fruits in Yang Kai's arms and became angry. Boy, you dare steal the divine tree's fruits? You're courting death. One of them was furious, his yuan qi surging as he spoke, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and frowned. I didn't steal them, they fell on their own. Nonsense. Even if the divine tree's fruits have been here for hundreds of years, as long as they aren't picked, they won't fall. Boy, your ability to lie through your teeth isn't small. I said I didn't steal them. I didn't steal them. If I did, I would have eaten them long ago. Yang Kai was too lazy to waste words with them and directly threw the fruits in his arms at them. The Sun Clan masters hurriedly caught them and glared at Yang Kai. The Sun Clan master who had just spoken coldly snorted, Don't think you can escape punishment like this. We'll report this matter to leader and see how he punishes you. Yang Kai curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. At that moment, a terrifying burst of energy suddenly erupted, filling the air with a frenzied aura as a series of golden whips shot towards the Sun Clan masters from the front, enveloping them in an attempt to envelop them. Perceiving the impending crisis, these Sun Clan masters' expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly leapt up in an attempt to avoid these attacks. But these attacks were incredibly fast, and not only were there many of them, the range of their attacks was also quite large. Before these Sun Clan masters could escape, these attacks had already struck their bodies. A series of light bangs rang out, interspersed with bursts of muffled groans, and all of the Sun Clan cultivators were sent flying while coughing up blood, unable to resist these attacks. One of the weaker Sun Clan clansmen was directly reduced to a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Yang Kai was stunned, and even Enling, who was hiding behind him, couldn't help trembling as she stared blankly at the scene in front of her. The Sun Clan masters who had been sent flying and coughing up blood didn't even understand what had happened before the overwhelming golden light once again descended upon them. Even if they were prepared, they still couldn't resist such a violent and indiscriminate attack. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk light bangs rang out incessantly as each Sun Clan cultivator was struck at least 100 times, and in the blink of an eye, for 5 of them died on the spot, none of them surviving. Yang Kai turned around and stared at the giant divine tree behind him with trembling eyes. At this moment, there was no wind around them, but the divine tree was still rustling noisily as its lush branches and leaves writhed madly. From the crown of the divine tree, visible golden energy drooped down. These energies were like thick and long whips, incomparably sharp. The dead Sun Clan cultivator were all struck by these light whips. The ground was littered with blood and dismembered corpses, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai clearly felt that the divine tree was emitting a violent and hysterical mood, seemingly angered by the attitude of these people towards Yang Kai just now. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded, never having expected such a sudden turn of events. He had only returned those fruits because he didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, he wasn't sure if he could escape from this place, let alone find a way to escape. Although he knew better than anyone that the divine tree had developed its own consciousness and was very different from before, he hadn't expected that it would act on his behalf and attack him in such a violent and direct manner. There was no need for any kind of strategy in its attacks. The massive amount of energy that was born from its body was the sharpest attack in the world. Yang Kai. Enling Er's tender body trembled as she tightly clutched onto Yang Kai's clothes, her beautiful eyes widening as a look of confusion appeared on her face. Yang Kai regained his composure and quickly transmitted his divine sense to the divine tree, its furious mood gradually calming down. The energy whips dropped down and picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground before delivering them to Yonkai. Why does it seem to have a consciousness? And Ling, Er's mind was in chaos as she stared blankly at the divine tree behind her. How should I explain this? Yonkai smiled bitterly. While they were talking, the energy whips of the divine tree retracted and picked up all the fruits on its branches, handing them to Yonkai in a fit of pique. There were a total of 60 to 70 fruits, each one filled with an unimaginable amount of energy. Yonkai took a deep breath, feeling that this time he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. The divine tree was only showing him good intentions. In its opinion, killing those people wasn't a big deal at all. It was simply helping Yonkai. However, its violent attacks also caused Yonkai's eyes to light up. Each of the nearby Sun Clan cultivator was a transcendent, but they still couldn't resist the divine tree's indiscriminate bombardment and were instantly killed. A sharp light flashed across Yonkai's eyes as a cold light flashed across his eyes, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. This time, perhaps there was an opportunity. I'll lift the seal on your body. You take care of yourself. Yonkai quickly said to Enling, sending his yuan qi and divine sense into her body at the same time. Yonkai hadn't placed the seal on Enling, Er's body in his eyes. It was only because he didn't want to attract too much attention that he didn't lift it. But now that things had developed to a point where it was difficult to resolve, he had no choice but to take a gamble. In the blink of an eye, Enling felt her yuan qi begin to flow again, and the seal on her knowledge shattered, allowing her to regain her freedom. In the next moment, countless figures rushed over from all directions. The divine tree's riot had obviously alarmed the Sun Clan, so the cultivator who had rushed over all had powerful auras and was clearly not weak. At first glance, seeing the blood and broken corpses all over the ground, these cultivators were immediately enraged. None of them had any intention to greet Yonkai and instead rushed over, their murderous intent filling the air as their yuan qi surged. Yonkai chuckled and calmly stored the divine tree's fruits into the black book space before sending out a burst of spiritual energy. Amidst this burst of spiritual energy, the soul-devouring insects had already hidden themselves. Chapter 772. The last time he had wreaked havoc in Ice Sect, Yonkai had already tested the power of his soul-devouring insects and determined that no one below the Saint Realm could resist them. Although the first batch of Sun Clan members who had arrived wasn't weak, and there were quite a few of them, none of them had reached this level of strength. A tidal wave of spiritual energy bombarded these people, and although none of them were injured, the soul-devouring insects had silently infiltrated their knowledge seas, waiting for Yonkai's divine sense to attack and destroy their knowledge seas within 3 to 5 breaths. At the same time as Yonkai made his move, the divine tree once again launched a violent attack, sending out streams of energy that were as heavy as 1,000 caddies, each of them sweeping across the ground, creating a series of giant gullies. A series of rumbling sounds rang out as the Sun Clan cultivators suffered greatly, but none of them were able to get close to Yonkai, all of them swept away by the divine tree's barrage of attacks, those who were unlucky enough to die on the spot. Taking the initiative, Yonkai's expression became dignified. A tyrannical pressure suddenly spread out from the distance, and as this pressure approached, the Sun Clan's leader and several of the elders Yonkai had met before finally arrived. "Leader, there's something wrong with the divine tree." The cultivator who had luckily escaped the divine tree's attack before quickly shouted. The leader's expression became gloomy as he stared at the divine tree in a daze, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yonkai coldly, his expression filled with shock. The other masters were even more shocked as they screamed, "How is this possible?" All of them were Saint Realm masters, so with their divine senses, they could naturally perceive that there was a consciousness inside the divine tree at this moment. This consciousness seemed to be quite disgusted with their spying and was repelling them with a strong hostility. The divine tree, does it have its own consciousness? The leader stared at Yang Kai with a pair of deep eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai chuckled, kind of. Did you do it? I just helped it. It can't be considered my contribution. Yang Kai shook his head. So that's why it's so kind to you while rejecting my clan. The leader was a shrewd man, and although he had never been clear about the inside story, after seeing the scene in front of him, he was certain. He quickly deduced the truth of the matter, a divine tree's consciousness. It would only ever be kind to those it felt familiar with. The divine tree is my clan's, you little thief. The Sun Clan leader's anger in his heart. I didn't want to steal it. It was close to me. What could I do? I really should have killed you then. As Yang Kai's expression, Yang sex Yang Kai, S Yang Kai's Yang. If you didn't act at that time, you won't have the chance now. Yang Kai raised his brow, his face brimming with confidence. If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. The Sun Clan leader smiled grimly. A trivial first order, transcendent, dares act presumptuously in front of this old master. You really don't know how high the heavens are. As he spoke, suddenly a subtle spiritual energy burst out from the leader's mind. Before Yang Kai had time to react, he felt a sharp pain in his knowledge sea, and his whole body felt like it was being torn apart, his face distorting as his body trembled. Large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yang Kai didn't know what this leader's true cultivation was, but facing him, Yang Kai felt even greater pressure than when he faced Saintess Nan. This leader's strength was at least a second-order saint. This was a divine sense attack released by such a master. Even Yang Kai couldn't afford to underestimate it. Yang Kai's knowledge, sea tumbled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dizzy, and even had a feeling of nausea, the moment the leader released his divine sense attack. The several masters around him rushed up and used their killing moves on Yang Kai. A willow-like branch fell from the sky and wrapped around the leader before these attacks could reach him. Even Ling who was standing beside Yang Kai and supporting him, was swept up into the air, and Ling cried out in alarm, and by the time she reacted, she had already landed on one of the divine tree's branches. She and Yang Kai were completely wrapped up in the dense foliage around them. At the same time, the energy fluctuations hanging down from the divine tree's crown turned into thousands of attacks and met the Sun Clan masters head-on. These people's expressions changed greatly, as if they hadn't expected such a turn of events. Just as they were about to chase after Yang Kai, they were hindered by the divine tree and worried that their attacks would damage the Sun Clan's foundation, causing them to feel extremely uncomfortable. After resisting for a while, they quickly withdrew. Leader, the divine tree seems to be protecting him. One of the masters said with an extremely ugly expression. I saw it. The leader's face was also like a storm, his expression extremely complicated. Not only was the divine tree protecting this little thief, but it was also attacking his own clansmen. These attacks were not inferior to the methods of a Saint Realm Master, so it was obviously difficult to break through the divine tree's defenses. The Sun Clan leader felt an inexplicable sense of shame and unwillingness in his heart, as if the treasure he had spent his entire life guarding and raising had been taken away by a shameless bastard. But it doesn't matter after taking one of my attacks. He shouldn't be able to live much longer. The Sun Clan leader coldly snorted, letting out a deep breath. With his cultivation, dealing with a young man like Yang Kai was as easy as pinching a snail, so he was certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. As soon as these words came out, a burst of deep and tragic laughter rang out from the divine tree's trunk. Everyone's faces went pale as they looked up, just in time to see Kai Yang staring at them with a pair of scarlet eyes through the countless branches. Not dead. The Sun Clan leader's brow furrowed as he cried out, Impossible! Even if this young man had an extremely high-grade soul-type artifact, he shouldn't have been able to resist his divine sense attack, and from the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, it was clear that this young man's soul had indeed been damaged, but he was still alive and well. Asterisk dong dong, dong dong, asterisk a rhythmic and dull sound suddenly rang out from inside the divine tree, causing everyone to feel that something was wrong. The consciousness contained within the divine tree seemed to have suddenly lost all reason because of Yang Kai's attack. A violent aura began to spread outwards. The strength of this newly born life was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Yang Kai, who was immersed in the pain in his soul, was stunned for a moment, discovering that he had greatly underestimated this divine tree. With the roots of the divine tree as the center, the earth cracked open and a dense yang attribute energy swept out in all directions. Everything that was enveloped by this energy was incinerated into ashes. Even the masters from the Sun clan had to circulate their yuan qi to resist this burning sensation, causing everyone's skin to turn red and their veins to bulge. The branches of the divine tree danced wildly, and the energy that hung down from its crown also lashed out randomly, creating a series of explosions in the air. Asterisk kacha, asterisk the huge divine tree swayed to the left, then to the right. Gradually, the frequency of the swaying became faster and faster. After a dozen breaths of time, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the divine tree that had been rooted in this place actually broke free from the soil, its yang attribute energy visible to the naked eye transforming into a pillar that acted like a human's legs, supporting its huge body as it walked on the ground. Its roots were well developed, each of them sparkling like crystal, exuding a dazzling golden light. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai covered his forehead with his hand and laughed wildly towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder, filling everyone's ears. This time, too many things had happened outside of his expectations. Even he hadn't expected the divine tree to have such an ability. Yang Kai didn't even care about the damage to his soul. With the nourishment and assistance of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't take long for him to recover from this injury. As long as it wasn't an attack that could shatter Yang Kai's knowledge, see, and destroy his soul in a single blow, he wasn't afraid. The Sun clan's leader obviously didn't have this ability. In contrast to his arrogance, all the Sun clan members who had been stunned by this sudden attack, all of their expressions changed greatly. Seeing the divine tree rush straight towards them and unleash an unbridled attack, all of them hurriedly retreated. Letting the divine tree vent its emotions, Yang Kai patted its trunk and said, all right, just teach them a lesson." Yang Kai also saw that the divine tree's actions were very clumsy, and although its ability was good, it was still somewhat unrealistic for it to kill the Sun clan's top masters. As long as these people stayed far away, they would be able to rest easy. Moreover, because the divine tree was the foundation of the Sun clan, none of the Sun clan's masters attacked Yang Kai, as if they were afraid of harming it. Now that he had the divine tree's protection, Yang Kai's first thought was to quickly leave this place. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. After listening to Yang Kai's words, the divine tree calmed down a lot, but the energy whips still lingered around it, warning any Sun clan members who tried to approach. "Little thief, if you get down here now and beg for mercy, I may spare your life, but if you wait until my clansmen capture you, you won't have the chance to do so," the Sun clan leader shouted from below, his old face twisting in anger. "I'm so scared." Yang Kai stood on the trunk of the divine tree with a frightened look on his face, infuriating the Sun clan members below. "Do you think you can escape?" Wishful thinking, daring to bewitch the divine tree into opposing my clan. "Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces. Whatever you say, I'll treat it as a fart." Yang Kai curled his lips. Behind him and Ling was still a little nervous, as if she was in a dream, her thoughts in chaos. But when she heard Yang Kai's words, she couldn't help laughing. Yang Kai glanced over at her, his mood greatly improving as he shouted down, "Old dog, how about I discuss something with you?" "Do you think you're qualified to discuss anything with this old master?" The Sun clan's leader glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive, wanting nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces and drink his blood. Chapter 773. Although the Sun Clan's masters were somewhat hesitant to act, they really didn't put a cultivator like Yong-kai in their eyes. In their minds, as long as they could find the right opportunity and take advantage of the divine tree's moment of weakness, they could take Yong-kai's life in one fell swoop. So after hearing Yong-kai's words, the Sun Clan's leader refused without hesitation. A great humiliation. In his own home, the divine tree, which was regarded as the foundation of the Sun Clan, had actually been bewitched by an outsider brat. This was simply a disgrace to the entire Sun Clan. So if he didn't kill Yong-kai, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Yong-kai simply sneered. Under the protection of the divine tree's branches, he was extremely safe, looking down at the Sun Clan's leader and lightly saying, "I think I have the qualifications." As he spoke, a mysterious divine sense burst out from his knowledge sea. This divine sense didn't carry any murderous intent, nor did it have the slightest offensive power. But when this divine sense swept over the several Sun Clan members, they all screamed miserably, all of them clutching their heads and tumbling to the ground. After 3 breaths, these people's movements stiffened, their vitality drained away, and they all died, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The remaining Sun Clan members all paled while the leader stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Even he hadn't been able to detect what kind of trick Yong-kai had used. But these few Sun Clan members who weren't weak had directly died. A chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart as the eyes of those who were still alive towards Yong-kai became somewhat different, filled with panic. "Little brat! You're trying to provoke me," the Sun Clan's leader said in a low voice, his murderous intent so thick it was tangible. Yong-kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head and smiled. "I just want to prove to you that I have the capital to negotiate with you." Saying so, his voice suddenly became cold. "I don't have enough patience. Old dog, give me a reply as soon as possible. Otherwise everyone here, except for the Saint Realm, will die." Hearing this, 80% of the remaining Sun Clan members retreated a few steps in horror. They seemed to think that this would make them safer. Little did they know that the soul-devouring worms had already invaded their spiritual sea and were dormant. The Sun Clan leader took a deep breath. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Yong-kai. Only after a long silence did he finally ask, "What do you want?" "Let us go. That's my only request," Yong-kai shouted. "Leader, we can't let him go. Our clan has suffered such heavy losses. How can we let him leave? Isn't this letting him off too easily?" Immediately, someone raised an objection. "That's right. If I don't kill this kid, I won't be able to calm my anger. Kill him, we must kill him, even if it means harming the divine tree." The several Saint Realm masters began to discuss amongst themselves. He looked like he had to kill Yong-kai. It seemed like there was no room for negotiation. Yong-kai chuckled and shouted towards the crowd below. "Your losses are indeed not small, but have you thought about the great gains you've made? Your divine tree has already developed its own consciousness and is completely different from before. As long as I leave, you can try to get closer to it, gain its approval. In the future, you can obtain unimaginable benefits." As soon as these words were spoken, the huge divine tree trembled. A dissatisfied divine sense was transmitted from the divine tree's heart, as if it had been wronged by Yong-kai's decision to abandon it. Yong-kai's heart clenched as he quickly released his divine sense to comfort it. But if I were to stay, the situation would be different. Because I was the one who gave the divine tree this form of life, it is now very close to me. As long as I have enough time, I can make it belong to me forever. When that time comes, even if you want to take it away, you won't be able to. This won't take too long, perhaps a few days or so. So if I were you, I would send this person who threatens the interests of our clan away as soon as possible. The Sun Clan's people all frowned. Yang Kai's words were spoken from their standpoint, and although there was some suspicion of fraud, it was undeniable that what he said was reasonable. The divine tree, having undergone such a huge change, was a pleasant surprise. If the previous losses were ignored, such a change was undoubtedly a great thing for the entire Sun Clan. A divine tree with wisdom and soul. This was something the Sun Clan had never even dreamed of. We can still kill you and pull up the roots. The Sun Clan's leader seemed a little tempted, but thinking of the losses his clan had suffered, he still wasn't willing to let Yang Kai live, gnashing his teeth and saying, "As long as you die, the divine tree will still belong to my clan." Yes, Yang Kai chuckled. You people indeed have the ability to kill me, and I don't think I can escape from so many of you, but I can at least drag a few of you down with me. You'll have to be able to afford this price. Besides, if you want to kill me, you'll have to damage the divine tree. If you hurt it, do you think it will accept you? This little guy's mind is very simple right now. If you hurt it, it will remember it for the rest of its life. Old dog, don't try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. If that happens, you'll suffer a double loss. Where will you put your old face then? Yang Kai's arrogant speech caused the Sun Clan's leader's face to darken, his expression filled with both anger and helplessness. The people who had just been clamoring to kill Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that the situation had become a bit tricky. If the divine tree didn't have wisdom and soul, even if it had to suffer some damage, they would still have to kill Yang Kai. However, the divine tree had its own thoughts, so none of them dared to act rashly. They were all worried that the divine tree would hold a grudge against them in the future and not allow them to absorb any Yang attribute energy, which would be the end of the entire Sun Clan. Turning their eyes to the leader, they waited for him to make the final decision. At this time, none of them were willing to easily voice their opinions. The Sun Clan's leader pondered for a while before glaring at Yang Kai coldly and shouting, "Can you guarantee that after you leave, the divine tree will accept us?" "Why would I promise you anything? You'll have to work hard. It's best if you treat me more kindly now. The way you treat me so fiercely will make it very unhappy." As if in response to Yang Kai's words, the divine tree's branches and lush leaves shook violently like an angry giant. Many of the Sun Clan's masters couldn't help frowning, feeling a burst of bitterness in their hearts. One or two of them quickly restrained their hostility, but their expressions were still extremely ugly. Good, let's just smile a little more. Meeting is fate, we're all good friends, right? Boy, don't push your luck. The Sun Clan's leader's old face pulled a long face, extremely unhappy. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Good, I'll let you go, but I hope you don't let me see you again in the future, the Sun Clan's leader shouted. Tactful. Yang Kai looked at him approvingly before adding, Not only do you have to let me go, but also my female companion. Oh, right, also those two from the demon race. The Sun Clan's leader frowned. You want to take those two from the demon race away? They have nothing to do with you. I'm a kind-hearted person who enjoys helping others. I can't bear to see others suffer. And Ling, who had been hiding behind Yang Kai, heard this and quickly rolled her eyes. In any case, your divine tree has already completed its evolution and has gained sentience and sentience. There's no need to use the demon race as a blood sacrifice. Yang Kai continued to persuade. The Sun Clan's leader nodded lightly and shouted, Go and bring those two from the demon race here. Immediately, a few people hurriedly left in the direction of the palace. Yang Kai stood on the tree trunk and waited for a while before the Sun Clan's leader escorted Go Che and the other from the demon race over. Go Che's face was gloomy as he continued to resist, but this resistance was counterproductive. By the time he arrived here, his face was bruised and swollen. It seemed he had suffered quite a few beatings. Brother Go Che! Yang Kai shouted from the tree trunk. Go Che frowned, his expression becoming somewhat strange, as he nodded slightly, but didn't say anything, instead glancing around suspiciously. He could feel that the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat tense, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. At this time, it was best to remain silent, otherwise it would be easy to say something wrong. "Pull them up!" Yang Kai patted the divine tree and ordered. The next moment, 2 long whips of energy flew towards Goche and the other from the demon race, and before they could react, they were lifted into the air and gently placed on the tree trunk. After landing, Goche quickly asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's the situation now?" "I'll take you out of here." Yang Kai chuckled. "Out of here?" Goche's expression changed slightly. "Where?" "Out of here." Goche was dumbfounded, quietly glancing down and whispering, "Did they agree?" "They had no choice but to agree. Don't worry, I've already negotiated with them." "How come it doesn't look like they want to kill you? How could they possibly let you go?" Goche was completely confused. Yang Kai nodded, not explaining too much, instead shouting down, "Where's the exit?" The Sun Clan's leader wore a cold expression as he took a deep breath and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked over and patted the divine tree. In the next moment, the huge divine tree slowly began moving, accompanied by a series of muffled thumps that caused the earth to tremble as it carried Yang Kai's group of 4 towards the exit. Behind them, a group of Sun Clan masters followed closely. Goche couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared blankly at the giant tree, calling out in shock, "Brother, what kind of method is this? Why is this tree walking on its own?" "Haha, the divine tree has developed its own consciousness and wisdom. It can understand what I'm saying." "Unheard of." Goche wore a look of disbelief as he stared at the divine tree in amazement, discovering that it really was walking on its own, the energy it exuded forming pillars that supported its huge body like human legs. In an instant, Goche felt like his horizons had been broadened. The other from the demon race also felt the same way, remaining silent for a long time, somewhat absent-minded. The divine tree's movements were relatively clumsy, neither too fast nor too slow. After walking for half a day, Yang Kai finally felt a trace of void force fluctuations in front of him. Chapter 774. The power of the void was very special. It would only be emitted from the void corridor. The presence of void force meant that there was a void corridor in front of them. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance. After a while, a dark hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes, about a few dozen kilometers away from where the Sun Clan people lived. "No wonder I didn't notice the existence of void force until now," Yang Kai thought to himself. A moment later, the divine tree stopped in front of the void corridor. This void corridor was about 10 meters in diameter and could accommodate several people at the same time, but with the divine tree's massive body, it was impossible for them to enter. If they tried to force their way in, there was a high chance they would destroy the void corridor and be torn to pieces by the chaotic void force. "Brother Goche, do you have any impression of this place?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. Goche looked around for a while before nodding lightly. "And after we were captured, we were brought here from here." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Although he had negotiated with the Sun Clan people, no one knew if they would take him to another void corridor. If the world on the other side wasn't the demon land, but instead a dangerous zone or even unknown place, all his efforts would be in vain. "Little brat, you're quite cautious." The Sun Clan leader sneered. "Since this old master agreed to let you leave, he won't go back on his word, and there is only one entrance here. There are no other void corridors. It's better to be safe than sorry." Yang Kai didn't mind, his expression becoming serious again as he turned to Goche and the other demon race man and said, "You take and Ling, and leave first. I'll catch up later." Goche and the demon race man's Yuan Qi divine sense had been sealed, so apart from having a slightly stronger physique, they were no different from ordinary mortals, so there was no point in staying behind. Hearing this, both of them nodded. The demon race man didn't say a word, directly jumping into the void corridor and disappearing. Goche quickly exhorting Yang Kai, "Brother, you must be careful. I'll wait for you over there." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Goat Che left with Ling, their figures disappearing into the void corridor, and Ling glanced back worriedly towards Yang Kai, seemingly worried that he would not be able to escape. After the three of them left, Yang Kai took a deep breath. Not only did he not leave, he even sat down cross-legged on the tree trunk. The Sun Clan's brow furrowed as they stared at him vigilantly, fearing he was up to no good again. "Kid, why haven't you left yet? I've already fulfilled all your requests." The Sun Clan leader stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of plague, wishing he could send him far, far away. This time they had suffered a big loss, but as long as they could obtain this sentient divine tree, the price they had to pay was worth it. "What's the rush? Let me rest for a while." Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing that he was really circulating his yuan qi, he began to regulate his breathing. His mind was already silently immersed in the tree trunk. His soul avatar manifested in the heart of the tree. With the divine tree's protection, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the Sun Clan masters secretly attacking him. Feeling Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree immediately began to rejoice. The divine tree immediately rejoiced, the energy flowing through its trunk becoming much more rapid. "Don't be so happy." Yang Kai quickly transmitted his divine sense. "I want to ask you, I want to leave this place now. Are you willing to come with me?" The divine tree soul energy immediately wrapped around Yang Kai, expressing its eagerness to leave. "That means you're willing." Yang Kai grinned. "Very good. Although I've never tried it before, this method should work. I hope it does. Remember, if it doesn't work, you'll probably have to stay here for a while. I promise you, it won't be long before I come back and take you away." Yang Kai's message was a bit complex, and the divine tree didn't seem to understand it for a while. But from Yang Kai's mood, it was still able to sense some information. It was a little unhappy for a moment, but it soon cheered up again, seemingly having recovered from Yang Kai's promise. "Then it's settled. I'll brand you first," Yang Kai said, not hesitating to consume a huge amount of spiritual energy to leave his brand on the divine tree soul. This way, even if he couldn't take the divine tree away today, he would be able to sense its existence through this subtle brand. This method was different from subduing and Ling, Er's soul brand. One was to receive while the other was to give. In other words, if the divine tree soul was damaged, Yang Kai's soul would also be injured, but if Ling was injured, Yang Kai would be fine. After communicating with the divine tree, Yang Kai's consciousness flew out of the divine tree soul and returned to his body. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai slowly stood up and stared down at the Sun Clan masters below indifferently, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he stood tall and straight, like a javelin, his expression firm and cold. The Sun Clan leader's heart clenched as he coldly shouted, "Not good! This little brat didn't keep his word. He's probably trying to play some kind of trick." Yang Kai laughed loudly and shouted, "I'm not trying to play any tricks. I'm just giving you a little surprise before we part." Saying so, Yang Kai's spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge, and directly wrapped up the divine tree. Inside his body, where the wordless black book was hidden, a huge suction force suddenly appeared. Dong, Kai Yang's heart suddenly contracted, and a muffled sound like the beating of a drum rang out. His face instantly became white as paper, and his body began to sway. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the aura of death wash over him. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge divine tree actually transformed into a stream of light and strangely disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded, and for a moment they were all dumbfounded. Yang Kai forced himself to remain conscious, not allowing himself to pass out on the spot, turning around and leaping into the void corridor, the several killing moves he had prepared for this moment suddenly bombarding the surrounding area. Yuan Qi fluctuated wildly as the energy fluctuations around it became chaotic. Hong long long, a loud explosion rang out and the void corridor began to distort and distort. Chaotic void force burst out from the black hole, and the void corridor rapidly shrank, disappearing from the Sun Clan's line of sight. At the same time, screams rang out one after another from all directions. The moment Yong-kai left, the dormant soul-devouring insects were no longer restrained and suddenly attacked, killing all the cultivators below the Saint Realm. The Sun Clan leader and the other Saint Realm masters all grimaced, none of them able to speak. Their minds went blank. The divine tree had mysteriously disappeared. The void corridor had been destroyed, and countless of their clansmen had been killed or injured. All of this was simply unacceptable to them. The destruction of the void corridor was within their expectations. The Sun Clan masters had long seen through Yong-kai's intentions, but none of them had tried to stop him. In any case, they had all lived in this mysterious small world for their entire lives. Outside was the demon land, so it wasn't safe for them to enter and exit. The destruction of the void corridor was one thing. The deaths of their clansmen were also understandable. This little brat's methods were mysterious. He had silently killed several of their clansmen before, right under their noses. Now he was probably using the same trick again. However, what they couldn't understand was how the divine tree had disappeared. The void corridor wasn't big enough to support the divine tree's escape. Its shape was simply too large, making it impossible to squeeze through. But in front of everyone's eyes, the divine tree had indeed mysteriously disappeared. "Little bastard, I'll tear you to 10,000 pieces." The Sun Clan leader suddenly roared hysterically, his red hair fluttering wildly, making him look like a mad demon. The other Sun Clan masters also swore vows of vengeance, but there was no one left to vent their anger on. In a sea of sand, Yong-kai's body fell heavily onto the hot sand. Go-che and the others, who had arrived here ahead of time, quickly rushed over. After seeing Yong-kai's current state, and Ling are immediately panicked. Yong-kai's face was pale and his lips were blue. His yuan-chi was in chaos and his spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. From the outside, although he didn't show any signs of injury, his body was extremely cold, as if he was nearing the end of his life. A slow but powerful heartbeat could be heard coming from his chest. Even when he was chased down by Saintess Nen last time, Yong-kai had not fallen into such a miserable state. And Ling didn't know what happened inside that mysterious small world after she left, but Yong-kai's current state made her feel extremely anxious. Brother. Go-che also hurried over and shook Yong-kai's arm, but didn't get any response. After carefully examining Yong-kai, Go-che found that his pupils were dilated and his soul was scattered. It seemed that his knowledge had suffered a great deal of damage. "It's hopeless." The other demon race master slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat sad. Although he didn't have much friendship with Yong-kai, this time it was all thanks to Yong-kai that he was able to survive. Seeing Yong-kai like this, he couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Go-che pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but seeing in Ling his sad appearance, he couldn't bear to say anything. They still had a lot of pills on them, but inside that mysterious small world, even their universe bags had been taken away by the Sun Clan, so even if they wanted to rescue Yong-kai, they were powerless. Yuan-chi and his soul had been sealed, so there was no way they could help. "No, he won't die," and Ling shook her head. And Ling kept shaking her head as she hugged Yong-kai's upper body and placed his head on her lap. Her trembling hands gently wiped the dust off Yong-kai's face, carefully lest her movements hurt him. Last time he suffered such a serious injury, but didn't die, so this time he won't die. Asterisk dong, asterisk another strange heartbeat sounded from Yong-kai's heart, and after this heartbeat, Yong-kai's life aura seemed to weaken significantly. And Ling burst into tears, her heart filled with pain. "Sister, don't cry," Go-che called out. Go-che muttered, "Isn't your true chi not sealed? Quickly try and see if you can save him." Hearing this, and Ling awoke from her stupor and quickly used all of Nine Heavens' Holy Land's mysterious divine skills in an attempt to restore Yang Kai's vitality. But no matter how hard she tried, Yang Kai showed no signs of improvement, causing her to be at a loss for what to do. Go Che sighed heavily, feeling sorry for Yang Kai. Originally, Go Che had wanted to find an opportunity to repay him for saving his life. But now, of the four of them, 3 had successfully escaped from that mysterious small world, while Yang Kai had become like this. Chapter 7, 75. During the day, the desert was unbearably hot, but at night it was bitterly cold. Under the full moon, a burst of cold air visible to the naked eye seemed to emerge from the sand like a ghost, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. As far as the eye could see, the entire sea of sand seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. It was sparkling and translucent, and when the moonlight shone down, it was reflected, making everything look so beautiful and magnificent. Somewhere in the desert, Ling was hugging Yang Kai, her yuan qi surging as she used her own body temperature to warm Yang Kai's gradually cooling body. Yang Kai seemed to be really dead. Since escaping from the mysterious, small world during the day, he hadn't moved even once. At first, there was still some warmth and heartbeat, but as time passed, his body became colder and colder, and his vitality became more and more subtle, like a candle in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. And Ling carefully guarded him, never leaving his side. This was the future master of the Holy Land. Even if Ling was dead, she didn't dare harm him, her beautiful face filled with unwavering determination. Asterisk sha sha sha. Asterisk not far away. A rustling sound rang out, causing Ling to raise her head and see Go Che, who had left to explore the way, return. Even with his strong physique, in this desert at night, he couldn't resist the cold, shivering as he ran, his hair covered in ice. And Ling's beautiful eyes flashed a look of vigilance. When Yang Kai was still alive, she had some contact with Go Che and knew that this demon race youth was a bit of a pervert. Now that Yang Kai's fate was unknown, she felt she had to be on guard against Go Che. However, thinking that the other party's yuan qi and divine sense had all been sealed, and Ling relaxed a lot. How is he? Go Che came up to Ling and hurriedly asked, and Ling slowly shook her head. It seems he really can't be saved. I won't allow you to say that. He's still alive. And Ling immediately became annoyed, her almond eyes widening. Good. I won't say it, but the world is unpredictable. You should be mentally prepared. Why is Brother Yang's life so hard? Go Che sighed, seeing that Yang Kai had suffered such misfortune in order to help them escape. Go Che's tone towards him became much warmer. If he can come back to life, that would be for the best. Father was thinking of taking him to Qing Liao City and entertaining him. As he spoke, he sat down on the sand with a pained expression on his face. Suddenly he chuckled meaningfully. I've found that you humans are quite interesting. I've caught many humans before, but none of them are as amazing as little Brother Yang. Those guys, as soon as they encounter danger, they immediately flee. So he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. His face was so ugly. Brother Yang, you have a backbone. You have the same courage as the people of the demon race. You would rather die than submit. That's a real man. Go Che's bragging attracted Ling's attention, and she quietly glanced over at him. He said softly, the humans you captured. Where did they go? Go Che calmly gestured with his hand, causing Ling's pretty face to go black. She immediately turned her head away and refused to talk to him. The desert was extremely quiet at night, with only a few scorpion-like creatures shuttling through the sand. Go Che casually grabbed a few of them and ate them with relish. As he ate, he commented as if it was the most delicious food in the world. Later in the night, the desert became colder and colder. Yang Kai's last remaining vitality was also rapidly fading away. Noticing this, whether it was in Ling or Go Che, Both of them couldn't help secretly observing him nervously. Half an hour later, that last bit of vitality was suddenly extinguished, and Ling Er's beautiful eyes suddenly lost focus, and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Go Che also sighed heavily, lamenting that the heavens were jealous of such a talented individual. While the two of them were immersed in their grief, Kai Yang's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of vitality. This vitality was like a raging flame, rapidly increasing in intensity. His originally cold body suddenly became scorching hot, his true qi rapidly flowing through his meridians, emitting a gurgling sound. With a soft sound. Yang Kai's entire body burst into flames, the yuan qi that had seeped out of his body quickly melting the nearby sand into magma, and Ling Er was startled and hurriedly dodged. But even so, she was nearly scalded. Go Che also stared dumbfounded at this moment Yang Kai, a scorpion tail quietly falling from the corner of his mouth. With a loud cry, Yang Kai coughed up a dark blood mist, quickly withdrawing the yuan qi that had burst out of his body. Quickly standing up, Yang Kai glanced around blankly. After seeing in Ling Er and Go Che's shocked expressions, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and gradually withdrew his vigilant divine sense. Slowly sitting down on the ground, Yang Kai adjusted his heartbeat and breathing, the scenes before he fell unconscious flashing through his mind, quickly understanding his current situation. His body didn't show any abnormalities, but his knowledge, Si, was in extreme pain. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan as he clutched his head, his body twitching uncontrollably. After a while, Yang Kai gradually stabilized, but the pain in his head didn't diminish in the slightest. "Where are we?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked in a low voice. His face was distorted by the unbearable pain, making him look extremely terrifying. The Demon Land's desert. Go Che was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, immediately asking with concern, "Brother Yang, are you dead or alive?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at him weakly. "What do you think?" "Haha," Go Che laughed. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Who just said he couldn't be saved, and Ling Er shot him a cold look. Go Che's expression suddenly became awkward, and he didn't say anything. "How do you feel now?" And Ling Er turned her eyes to Yang Kai and asked nervously. "Not good." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Even now his soul was still in turmoil and extremely unstable. "Then you should quickly rest." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking, sitting down cross-legged on the ground and calming his mind before sending his soul avatar into his knowledge, Si, to carefully examine it. His entire knowledge, Si, was desolate, and the burning seawater that was originally stored here had almost dried up. This was a sign that his spiritual energy had been overdrawn. Inside his knowledge, Si, the world was also very chaotic. From time to time, the wind would blow and lightning would flash, as if it had reached its limit and was on the verge of collapse. The reason for this, Yang Kai knew that it was because he had placed the divine tree into the black book space. He had never thought that doing so would cause him to walk through the gates of hell and almost lose his life. In the past, the things he had stored in the black book space were all very small, the largest only 1% the size of the divine tree. So even if he consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, it wouldn't consume much. But this time Yang Kai's spiritual energy had been completely exhausted. So after placing the divine tree into the black book space, his entire body had collapsed. After all, the divine tree was different from the things he had stored in the past. Not only was it massive, but it also contained an unimaginable amount of energy, so it was understandable that he had to pay such a price. But it was worth it, being able to take away the divine tree. Yang Kai felt that even if he had to pay an even greater price, it was worth it. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about not fulfilling his promise to the divine tree. Yang Kai was a man of his word. His spiritual energy could be replenished by cultivation, and with the assistance of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, It wouldn't be long before his spiritual energy was restored to its peak. Moreover, in this incident, the 6-colored soul-warming lotus had played an indelible role. If it hadn't protected Yang Kai's soul from destruction, Yang Kai would likely have already died. Considering all this, Yang Kai rejoiced. His soul avatar slowly withdrew from his knowledge sea and entered the black book space. As soon as he entered, Yang Kai was dazzled by the golden light that filled his eyes. The divine tree now stood here, its roots, branches, and leaves all exuding a brilliant golden light, illuminating the black book space. On top of that, the scorching aura exuding from its body greatly alleviated Yang Kai's pain, causing him to feel warm and comfortable. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree's branches and leaves danced as it sent out a call from its divine sense. Yang Kai smiled lightly as his soul avatar rushed into the divine tree's heart. The divine tree's soul immediately wrapped around him. It should also know that Yang Kai was very weak at the moment, so it didn't recklessly drag his soul around like before, instead carefully wrapping around Yang Kai. The next moment, a powerful burst of energy poured into Yang Kai's soul, quickly replenishing his spiritual energy. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, but didn't try to stop it, instead just standing there leisurely, allowing the divine tree to display its means. After an hour or so, Yang Kai's previous weak appearance was replaced by one of high spirits, his dried-up knowledge sea once again restored to its previous full state. All of his internal injuries had been healed. After communicating with the divine tree for a while, Yang Kai informed it that he might need to stay in this space for a while. After receiving a response, Yang Kai left, but he also promised that as long as he had time, he would come back to accompany it. The divine tree was reluctant to part with him, but it didn't try to stop him. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, the darkness had receded and daylight had once again descended. After frowning and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He estimated that before he reached the Saint Realm, it would be very dangerous to take the divine tree out of the black book space. Only after reaching the Saint Realm would he be able to do so unscathed. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry, now that he was in the demon land. Even if he released the divine tree, there was no place to put it. Yang Kai needed to find a good place for it. Soaring Heaven-Sek's serene, resplendent peak was a good place for it. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, Go Che and Enling, who had been paying close attention to him all night, also relaxed. "Brother, why do I feel like you've recovered so quickly?" Go Che asked curiously. More than an hour ago, Yang Kai looked like he was on the brink of death. Even if his ability to recover was fast, it shouldn't be this bad, and Go Che hadn't even seen him take any kind of pill. It was really strange. Chapter 776. "I've only recovered a little," Yang Kai smiled. Although he had rescued Go Che and another member of the demon race from the Sun Clan, Yang Kai didn't intend to make friends with someone like Go Che. Rescuing him this time was simply out of necessity. Yang Kai wanted to borrow his strength to traverse the demon land unimpeded. Therefore, he didn't tell Go Che the truth. Subconsciously, he was still somewhat wary of the people from the demon race, and he also felt that if Go Che didn't take him seriously, even if he had saved him, he wouldn't care. "Brother Go Che, you said before that this is the demon land's yellow sand sea? Are you familiar with this place?" Yang Kai asked again. Go Che frowned and shook his head. "The yellow sand sea is very dangerous. Even my demon race members don't easily set foot in this place. Here, even if you have extraordinary means, you won't necessarily be able to use them. I only know that this is the yellow sand sea, but I don't know which direction we should go. We can only pray that we find the right direction and that we don't encounter too much danger along the way, or that we don't get lost. If we do, I'm afraid we'll never be able to leave this place." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai and Enling, hearts tightened again, both of them quickly realizing that their luck had been quite bad recently, being chased by Saintess Nand on the outer islands and forced to flee into the void corridor, falling into the hands of the Sun Clan. Only after narrowly escaping death did they end up in the demon land's yellow sand sea. The ups and downs of life really made one feel helpless. Just as he was speaking, though, Yang Kai's brow suddenly furrowed as he stared in a certain direction and shouted, "Someone's coming!" Probing the source of this sound, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a light sigh, turning a strange look towards Go Che. "It's that clansman of yours." "Oh." Go Che raised his brow. "So that guy didn't die. He didn't return last night, so I thought he must have died outside. His life is quite tenacious." His tone was light and indifferent, as if he didn't care about his companion's life at all. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with him. Yang Kai secretly frowned. A moment later, the man from the demon race, who was rescued by Yang Kai from the sealed world bead, really returned with a look of joy on his face. "I found a way out!" Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Go Che hurriedly asking, "Really?" The man smiled and nodded. "I can't be wrong. I came to the Yellow Sea once before and saw an oasis. I even chopped down a tree, and there are still traces of it. Moreover, our luck is not bad. This is the periphery of the desert sea, not too deep. We only need to walk in that direction for a few days, and we will be able to leave the desert sea." While that person was speaking, his face was filled with excitement and joy, and he seemed to be extremely happy. Yang Kai and Enling are also let out a sigh of relief, a feeling of joy after extreme misfortune. These days, his luck was already bad enough. If it continued, Yang Kai would have to consider whether he should find a place to go into seclusion for the time being. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Father here's dying of thirst. Go Che waved his hand and rushed off in that direction. The man from the demon race didn't speak any nonsense. He immediately led the way. "Let's go too," Yang Kai said to Enlinger. The latter nodded slightly and kept up with Yang Kai's pace. The two of them walked side by side. As the two men from the demon race rushed forward in high spirits, Enling glanced over at them and suddenly whispered, "Yang Kai, you have to be careful of this Go Che. Don't treat him with sincerity. Otherwise, you'll suffer a loss." "Do I need you to remind me?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I didn't intend to form any kind of friendship with him. However, we are now in the demon land, so if we want to leave safely, we really need to rely on his strength." And Ling nodded lightly and sighed. Fortunately, he didn't see much of your true strength in that mysterious small world. Otherwise, this trip might have been really dangerous. If he knew your identity, we would also be in danger. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he secretly warned, "Don't reveal your identity, and don't use your 9 heavens, holy lands, divine skills again. I'm not a little girl. How could I be so careless?" And Ling smiled. "Hurry up. Brother Yang, what are you waiting for?" Go Che suddenly turned his head and shouted to Yang Kai. "Coming." Yang Kai responded, turning to Enling, and saying, "Let's move faster." The demon race man's ability to identify directions was quite amazing. Walking through this endless sea of sand without any reference point, he was still able to accurately find the right direction. This was especially true now that his Yuan Qi and divine sense were both sealed, so he could only rely on his own instincts to lead the way, making him even more valuable. After walking for about 3 hours in the distance, in the middle of the endless sea of sand, a bright green color appeared in everyone's eyes. An oasis. It was the only magical place in the desert that had water and plants. Almost every desert had such a place. No one knew how an oasis was born, let alone how it existed in this vast expanse of sand. Large oases could even be preserved for hundreds or thousands of years without change, providing a place for travelers to rest. In the eyes of desert travelers, oases were often life-saving places. Seeing the oasis in front of them, the 2 demon race men ran even faster and soon rushed in. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Enling also arrived. Unlike the heat outside, this place was quite cool, with huge cacti and poplar trees growing all over the oasis, and a gentle breeze blowing through them, making them feel very comfortable. At the center of this oasis, there was also a sparkling lake. This lake's water was clear, like a bottomless spring, and there were many strange plants growing around it. When Yang Kai and Enling arrived, they found that Go Che and the demon race man hadn't entered the water, but were instead hiding behind a rock on the shore, both of them holding their breaths as they stared out towards the lake. Both of them appeared to be very cautious, both of them wearing lustful expressions on their faces. Feeling Yang Kai's arrival, Go Che quickly turned around and gestured towards him, a strange expression appearing on his face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what Go Che was up to, so he quietly led Enling over to the rock but couldn't see anything. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked softly. "Look over there." Go Che quietly pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai and Enling looked in the direction Go Che was pointing and suddenly narrowed their eyes. On the shore, some neatly folded clothes were placed there, and from the style and color of these clothes, it was obvious they belonged to a woman. The clothes were here, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she was swimming at the bottom of the lake. Go Che and the demon race man hiding here obviously wanted to peep at the moment this beautiful woman came out of her bath. Yang Kai suddenly understood. "Scoundrel!" And Ling Er's cheeks flushed red as she ground her teeth and cursed under her breath. Her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she tugged at Yang Kai and angrily said, "Don't associate yourself with them!" Yang Kai curled his lips. "I've always kept myself clean. I wouldn't do such a dirty thing." Saying so, he glanced towards the lake's surface a few times. Go Che saw Yang Kai's small movements and grinned. Little brother Yang really is a kindred spirit. At this moment, Go Che felt like he had found a kindred spirit and found Yang Kai much more pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai said seriously, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be like this? If you're discovered, so what if she discovers me? Can she eat me?" Go Che snorted, not showing the slightest worry. Although he couldn't use his strength right now, in the end, his identity was still there. The average demon race man really wouldn't dare attack him. So even if he was caught peeping, he wouldn't care. "Brother Go Che, you don't lack women. Why do you need to do such a thing?" Although Yang Kai also knew that this man's mentality was very subtle, he still faintly felt something was wrong and quickly tried to persuade Go Che to leave. Go Che grinned wickedly. "Naturally, I don't lack women, but this is more exciting." The demon race man next to him also nodded, agreeing with Go Che's point of view, his two pairs of eyes staring towards the lake's surface, secretly looking forward to the moment the woman at the bottom of the lake would appear. Yang Kai was helpless and didn't waste any more words. At that moment, though, a layer of bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, causing the two demon race men's breathing to stagnate as their eyes bulged. Asterisk shio, shio, shio. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out as a series of water arrows shot out from the bottom of the lake. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Yang Kai and Enling reacted quickly and hurriedly dodged, but Go Che and the demon race man weren't so lucky. In order to see more clearly, the two of them had to stick close to the rock, so when the water arrows struck, they simply couldn't avoid them. With a loud bang, the rock shattered, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. These stone fragments contained a ferocious force, causing Go Che and the demon race man to howl miserably, unable to open their eyes. In just a flash, the two men were covered in wounds, their flesh lacerated. Yang Kai saw a wisp of white light shoot out from the bottom of the lake, faintly discernible and graceful. But before he could see clearly, he lost sight of his target, causing his expression to go cold as his pores opened wide. After everything stabilized, Go Che suddenly cursed. "Fuck, that bitch actually dared to attack father!" As soon as these words left his mouth, A loud bang rang out as Go Che was sent tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground. When he stood up again, his cheeks were swollen and his brow furrowed in anger, as if he was about to go all out and fight for his life. Not far in front of him, a beautiful woman who had just come out of the bath stood midair, staring coldly at Yang Kai's group of four. Her figure was full and mature, her legs were long and slender, and she wore a light blue palace dress that accentuated her ample bosom and half of her shoulders. Perhaps because she had just come out of the bath, her clothes were tightly clung to her body, accentuating her graceful figure. Just standing there, she was extremely beautiful. Chapter 777. However, at this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her yuan qi was like a poisonous snake, exuding a dangerous aura, causing anyone who saw her to shudder. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he silently cursed Go Che for being such a fool, for no reason at all. He had actually provoked such a woman. When he arrived here, he didn't dare to release his divine sense to investigate carefully, but it wasn't until this woman took action just now that he realized Go Che seemed to have provoked a powerful master. The other party had clearly noticed that someone was spying on her, so the moment they left the lake, she had taken action. Go Che, on the other hand, had a reckless look on his face as he shouted, "Smelly woman, you dare hit me?" "So what if I hate you?" The woman glanced over at Go Che coldly. "If you dare speak rudely again, I'll kill you." "Do you have such courage?" Go Che grinned wickedly. "I dare you to lay a finger on me." As soon as these words were spoken, a sharp energy beam suddenly shot towards Go Che, piercing through his shoulder while he was completely unprepared. Blood spurted out like a fountain as Go Che's face went pale as he stared blankly at the woman in the sky. He hadn't expected that the other party would really attack him without saying a word, and the sharp pain in his shoulder caused him to panic a little. Although he was a rogue, lecherous, and somewhat reckless, he wasn't stupid. Judging from the methods this woman had used over and over again, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to resist. With a bloody hole in his shoulder, Go Che became much more obedient. Although his expression was still angry, he didn't dare to speak casually, instead just staring at the woman with hatred. "Humans?" The woman curiously glanced over at Yang Kai and Ling. Her brow furrowing slightly. When did the demon race and the human race start colluding together? Interesting. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he silently shielded Ling. Behind him, his yuan qi surging as he prepared to act at any moment. "Humph." A disdainful sneer burst from the woman's delicate nose as she walked down from the sky, flicking her wet hair as she glanced over at Go Che and the demon race man. "Your yuan qi and divine sense have been sealed. Was it this human boy's doing?" Go Che didn't say anything, but the other demon race man slowly shook his head and explained, "It wasn't him. We were just trapped in a certain place and had our strength sealed. It was thanks to this human that we were able to escape." "Useless." The woman's expression became cold. "You think my demon race men need to rely on a human's means to survive? What qualifications do you have to live with you?" With that said, he flicked his slender fingers and several bursts of energy shot out. Asterisk shio, shio. Asterisk several bloody holes immediately appeared on the demon race man's body as he let out a muffled groan. The man half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with panic and horror. The woman didn't kill him, seemingly just dissatisfied that he had borrowed Yang Kai's power and punished him slightly. "So you have some skill?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with interest as she sent a cold wave of spiritual energy over Yang Kai's body, examining him from head to toe. "You're not that strong." The woman disdainfully withdrew her attention from Yang Kai. After pondering for a while, the woman sneered and said, "Daring to be rude to me, your courage isn't small. You should be taught a lesson, but I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you for the time being. Come back with me." Saying so, with a wave of her jade hand, a chariot-like artifact appeared out of thin air. In the middle of this chariot was a huge bed wrapped in a pink curtain that gave off a delicate fragrance. The woman lightly stepped onto the chariot and sent out 2 bursts of energy through the curtain towards Go-Che and the demon race man. The next moment, the 2 of them felt the seal on their bodies being lifted and couldn't help smiling happily. "Little human girl, come on up." The woman lay on the bed, her graceful curves exposed, a lazy look on her face as she beckoned to Enling-Er. And Ling-Er was extremely vigilant, glancing over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, allowing Enling-Er to step onto the chariot and stand there cautiously. "You 3 carry it. Do you need me to teach you how to do it?" The woman said lazily, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Go-Che angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? You actually want father to be your bearer? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die obediently, I don't mind sending you on your way." A cold light flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes, her true chi pulsing from her slender fingers, as if Go-Che dared to refuse again, she would directly kill him. Go-Che's eyes went bloodshot, but in the face of absolute power he had no choice but to submit, silently walking forward and placing the chariot on his shoulder. Yang Kai and the other demon race man glanced at each other before helplessly walking up. Following the direction the woman pointed out, the 3 coolies flew forward at an extremely fast speed. On the bed in the carriage, Enling-Er sat upright, her back as straight as a thorn. While observing the surroundings, she followed the woman's instructions and massaged her shoulders. The woman didn't seem to have any intention of communicating with her, simply lying there with her eyes closed in a relaxed manner. A delicate fragrance scattered along the road, causing Yang Kai to feel annoyed. Originally, he had wanted to use Go-Che's strength to safely leave the demon land, but now it seemed that wasn't going to happen. This guy couldn't even protect himself right now, so Yang Kai had no choice but to think of a way out. Half a day later, a huge city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This city was located near the Sea of Sand. The tall city walls were completely molded by sand, and the entire city showed a kind of earthy yellow color. Inside the city, countless people from the demon race came and went. When the chariot arrived here, Go-Che's eyes suddenly bulged as he called out, "Sand City? So you're—" "Shut up!" The woman's eyes didn't open as she shouted softly. Go-Che's head shrank back as he hurriedly shut up, seemingly extremely afraid, no longer displaying his previous arrogance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Soon, the chariot arrived above Sand City, and following the woman's instructions, the group quickly arrived at a huge palace located in the center of the city. The construction of this palace was extremely special, as if it was sitting atop a mountain several thousand meters above sea level. Flying up to this palace, standing at its highest point and overlooking everything below, the entire city was clearly visible, giving off a wonderful feeling. The style of this palace was also somewhat incongruous with the rest of the city. The floor of the palace was made of white jade, and the buildings were decorated with dragons and phoenixes. Precious crystals could be seen everywhere. When the chariot arrived, a powerful man from the demon race immediately walked over and respectfully said, "Master, you've returned." The woman nodded lightly and stepped down from the chariot. "These people are—" The man looked at Yang Kai and the others suspiciously, but when he saw Go-Che, a trace of suspicion flashed across his brow as he stared at him, a trace of familiarity flashing across his eyes. "Send someone to deliver a message to Go-Cheong. Tell him that if he wants to see his son safe and sound, he should prepare enough ransom for his release." The woman glanced over at Go-Che and lightly ordered, "And report the other 3 to him as well. Whether he redeems them or not is up to him." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, only now understanding that this woman had long since seen through Go-Che's identity. Even if she did, she still dared to treat Go-Che in such a manner. Inferring from the way she addressed Go-Cheong, this woman's identity was obvious. Go Cheong was one of the 4 demon generals. The only one who dared not put him in her eyes was a fellow demon general's master. Among the 4 demon territories, there was only one woman, Xue Li. Her name was delicate and beautiful. Her appearance was beautiful, and her figure was voluptuous, but her personality was also quite ruthless, cruel, and violent. The woman he had inadvertently encountered was actually a demon general. Go Che even didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and provoked her, even attempting to spy on her naked body. Yang Kai couldn't wait to cut Go Che into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Subordinate thinks that Go Cheong won't care about the life or death of these 3. Xue Li's subordinate smiled gloatingly as he glanced over at Yang Kai's group, clearly taking pleasure in their misfortune. Just report it to him. Right? Tell Go Cheong that this human brat is his son's savior, Xue Li ordered. I'd like to see how Go Cheong will treat this matter. Oh, that's quite surprising. The son of a dignified demon general was actually saved by a human brat. Interesting. Subordinate will report to him immediately. Go! Xue Li waved her hand. Master Xue, Master Xue. Go Che quickly called out, What's the matter? Xue Li glanced over at him. Can we discuss this matter again? The ransom you want, I'll find a way to get it for you myself. There's no need to trouble my father. Go Che wore an embarrassed expression as he pleaded, apparently afraid that Go Cheong would blame him and make him suffer. That's not up to you to decide. Xue Li coldly snorted, no longer paying attention to him, turning around and walking into the palace. Immediately, another member of the demon race walked over and led Yang Kai's group of 4 inside. Each of them was assigned a room. Only Enling was placed next to Xue Li. Unlike in the Sun Clan, Xue Li seemed to be quite confident in herself. Not only did she not restrict the freedom of Yang Kai and the others, she even delivered them 3 meals a day on time. The food was also quite good, clearly not mistreating them in this regard. Although there was no one guarding him, Yang Kai still behaved himself and didn't show any signs of wanting to escape. In front of Xue Li, he felt that he couldn't escape at all. What's more, Enling was still bound to her side, so Yang Kai couldn't just abandon Enling and focus on escaping. Go Che also seemed to realize his mistake this time and spent all day listlessly, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. Xue Li had already sent someone to deliver a letter to Go Cheong and didn't give any face to the demon general, directly demanding a large ransom. Yang Kai estimated that Go Cheong wouldn't care whether he or Enling lived or died. At most, he would just ransom Go Che and the other member of the demon race. Chapter 778. Yang Kai had heard some rumors about the 4 demon general before. These 4 were the top masters of the demon race, each of them possessing unfathomable abilities and tyrannical strength. The 4 of them were stationed in the north, south, east, west, and north of the demon land, guarding its foundation and ensuring the peace of this part of the world. They generally didn't interact with one another, but for some reason, as the only woman among the 4, Xue Li didn't seem to have a very good relationship with the other 3 demon general. There were even rumors that the demon commander didn't like her very much. As such, the place she was stationed in was a relatively desolate location. Whether it was the richness of the world energy or the richness of the Earth's resources, it couldn't compare to the other 3. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had heard this rumor, but now it seemed that it wasn't baseless. Xue Li's city was Sand City, located near the Yellow Sea, so it was indeed quite desolate. On top of that, her relationship with Go Cheong was as bad as the rumors said. However, since she was able to sit firmly in the position of demon general, she had her own unique skills and means. Such a woman couldn't be taken lightly, so Yang Kai didn't dare to take her lightly in the slightest. Staying in the palace all day long, Yang Kai didn't show any ill intentions. Go Che recklessly tried to escape, but before he could leave the palace, he was caught red-handed and beaten by the masters around Xue Li until he was on the verge of death. After more than a month of recuperation, Go Che finally showed some signs of improvement. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai became more and more cautious. More than a month later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside, his expression becoming slightly cold as he slowly opened his eyes and stared towards the door. A moment later, the door opened and the master from the demon race who had delivered the letter to Go Cheong pushed open the door and called out to Yang Kai, "Get out here! Master wants to see you!" Yang Kai stood up and followed him out. As the man walked, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Seeing this, he couldn't help chuckling. He seemed to have encountered something very interesting, and there was a different meaning in his eyes. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. But he didn't ask because he knew that, as a prisoner, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if he asked. He might as well not go looking for trouble. Not long after, the man brought Yang Kai to a large hall. At the front of the hall, there was a spacious chair covered with a thick velvet blanket. The dark red color of the blanket made it look elegant and luxurious. Xue Li was reclining on the chair, her delicate and soft curves on full display. She rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes to rest. In the center of the hall, high-grade spices were burning, causing the entire hall to be filled with a fragrant aroma. And Ling, dressed as a maid, stood beside Xue Li with a restrained expression. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, and Ling, his beautiful eyes lit up, she hurriedly cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He signaled that he was safe. Since being captured and brought here, the two of them had not seen each other again. Yang Kai had been in his room all this time while Ling had been with Xue Li. In this palace in Sand City, she was the only human, so Ling had naturally placed all her hopes on Yang Kai, fearing he would encounter some kind of accident. Now that she saw him safe and sound, and Ling couldn't help quietly breathing a sigh of relief, secretly smiling towards Yang Kai, not daring to make the slightest sound. Yang Kai looked around and found that Go Che and the other man from the demon race were also standing here, both of their expressions filled with fear and dread, like mice seeing a cat, trembling in fear. "Master, everyone is here," Xue Li's subordinate reported softly. Xue Li nodded lightly, slowly opening her beautiful dreamy eyes and glancing around, slowly straightening her body and stretching her waist. With this action of hers, the short shirt on her upper body was pulled open, revealing her flat and fair belly and delicate navel. Spring filled the air. Besides Yang Kai, who had been staring at her, no one dared to look at her. Xue Li's sharp eyes immediately turned towards Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had been burned. Yang Kai instantly felt some pain on his face, but his expression didn't change, remaining calm. Xue Li didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing such a trivial matter, simply opening her mouth and saying, "Go Cheong has replied." Go Che's body trembled as he pursed his dry lips, looking up at Xue Li, his face twitching as he asked softly, "What was his attitude?" "Haha, you're his son. Now that you've fallen into my hands, what attitude do you think he would have? Your old man paid enough ransom to redeem you." Hearing this, Go Che's expression changed, a mix of relief and panic. Relief was that he could finally leave Xue Li's place, but panic was that when he returned home, he would inevitably be beaten again. This kind of contradictory mood was intuitively displayed on his face, making his expression look particularly interesting. "What about me?" the other demon race man asked in a low voice. "You were also redeemed." Xue Li nodded lightly, smiling as she stared towards Yang Kai meaningfully. "You were also redeemed, as well as this little human girl. Go Cheong redeemed all of you." And Ling froze for a moment before a happy expression appeared on her face. On the other hand, Go Che and the other demon race man both showed a surprised look upon hearing this, glancing towards Yang Kai before lowering their heads, their expressions complicated. Yang Kai frowned, not only not showing the slightest joy, his expression instead becoming gloomy as he muttered, "Are all you demon race people so generous?" "HM?" Xue Li's brow rose as she stared at Yang Kai, suddenly smiling. "Go Cheong isn't generous, just this once." "The ransom you asked for isn't small, right?" Yang Kai stared at her deeply. Even facing one of the 4 demon generals, he didn't show the slightest fear, instead maintaining a calm expression. "It's not much, but it's not a small amount, enough for Go Cheong to be annoyed for a while." Xue Li smiled and nodded, staring at Yang Kai with interest. In front of her, few people could be as calm and natural as Yang Kai. Even Go Cheong's son was somewhat timid. Comparing the two, Xue Li suddenly felt that this human was quite interesting. At the very least, his courage was great, even better than many of the demon races. Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly turning to Go Che and asking, "Brother Go Che, this time senior Go Cheong has gone to great lengths. What do you say?" "Ah." Go Che froze for a moment, not daring to look straight at Yang Kai, his eyes flashing as he muttered, "I have nothing to say." As he spoke, his expression became a little guilty. "Does brother Go Che really have nothing to say?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer as he asked aggressively. Go Che slowly shook his head. The demon race man next to him also lowered his head, not saying a word. Inside the hall, Ling stared at him suspiciously, not understanding why Yang Kai's attitude towards Go Che had suddenly changed, seemingly becoming somewhat cold. Xue Li and her subordinate, on the other hand, were all smiling as they watched the show, not showing any intention of interrupting. "Good." Yang Kai grinned. "Then brother Go Che, let's part ways here." "Haha, our friendship was truly short-lived." This sentence caused Go Che to feel even more ashamed, his face turning red. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead turned to look at Xue Li, asking seriously, "Senior, if I said that I refused the ransom Go Cheong paid for me, would you kill me?" "Oh." Hearing this, Xue Li's beautiful eyes couldn't help flashing a look of approval and surprise as she muttered, "You refused? You actually refused?" "Yes, I refused." "Haha." Xue Li giggled, her chest shaking as she giggled. Her subordinate also smiled as he stared at Yang Kai with a meaningful look on his face, as if his vision had been broadened. A moment later, Xue Li's smile gradually faded as she softly said, "It stands to reason that you refusing Go Cheong is equivalent to depriving me of some benefits. So naturally I will kill you. After raising you for so long, wouldn't I have suffered a loss? However, once the ransom is here, there is no reason for anyone to take it back, and since you've slapped Go Cheong in the face for me, I'll spare your life." Yang Kai's face went black as his expression became gloomy. Xue Li's words were insidious, directly pushing him to the opposite side of Go Cheong. Although this was only a trivial matter, for a master like Go Cheong, it was likely a loss of face. He had kindly offered to pay a ransom for Yang Kai, but he had been decisively refused. If word of this spread, it would only cause the world to laugh at Yang Kai for looking down on him. As a demon general, being looked down upon by a mere human, Go Cheong would definitely be furious, even if the truth wasn't so. "I'll agree to your request." Xue Li's expression became solemn as she quickly waved her hand towards Go Che and the man from the demon race. "Scram, if you don't get out of the range of my divine sense within half a stick of incense, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, Go Che and the demon race man turned into streams of light and disappeared from the palace without looking back. In the blink of an eye, they were already a few thousand meters away and were using their full strength to flee. Xue Li wasn't joking. Her divine sense had indeed been locked onto Go Che and the man from the demon race. If she could still sense them when the time was up, she really would kill them. This was a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. "You humans really are quite shrewd," Xue Li said sarcastically. "But since you refused the ransom Go Cheong paid for you, you need to prove that you have value in living. My Sand City doesn't raise trash. You really won't let me go. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Let you go? Xueli sneered. Humans who enter my sand city only have one path to walk, and that is death. It's just that you seem a bit different from the rest, so I don't want to kill you right now. But don't disappoint me, otherwise I'll make you experience something worse than death. Saying so, Xueli stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. Senior, and Ling are hurriedly called out, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes. Can you give us some time to talk? Xueli frowned, but didn't object, simply leaving, seemingly acquiescing. Chapter 779. After Xueli left, her subordinate chuckled a few times and said, If you have something to say it quickly. Don't make me wait too long. My temper isn't good either. Saying so, he also walked out of the palace. Only Yang Kai and Enling were left in the hall. The saintess of 9 heavens' holy land hurriedly came over and asked Yang Kai about his well-being, her concern evident in her words. Yang Kai repeatedly assured her that he was fine and then asked about her current situation. And Ling smiled bitterly and said, That senior didn't embarrass me. She just placed me by her side to take care of her. So you don't need to worry about me. But you, why did you refuse the ransom Go Cheong paid for us? Do you think I shouldn't have refused? I don't know, but that Xueli isn't a good person. I was afraid that if I stayed here too long, something bad would happen. She isn't a good person, and Go Cheong is even worse. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The reason I refused was because I wanted to find a way to survive. Ah, what do you mean? And Ling was confused. Yang Kai explained carefully, if I accepted his ransom, it would be tantamount to owing him my life. So if he had any excessive demands, I wouldn't have been able to refuse. But you also saved Go Che's life, so in that case, 1 for 1, shouldn't that cancel each other out? Are you stupid? Yang Kai knocked her forehead lightly. That's the biggest problem. And Ling rubbed her forehead and said aggrievedly, Explain it clearly, I don't understand. Huh. Yang Kai shook his head and looked at her, sighing, It really wasn't easy for you to grow up. It's all thanks to your 9 heavens, holy land that you were raised in the sect. If you had come out alone, who knows how many times you would have died already. And Ling pouted. I saved Go Che, and this life-saving grace should have been the basis for us to leave the demon land. But now it has become a fatal problem. Think about Go Che's identity. His father is Go Cheong, the demon general. Didn't Shirley say this before we came here? The son of the demon general was saved by a human. What he means is that he shouldn't have been saved by me. At the very least, he shouldn't be a human. If I had really followed Go Cheong's wishes and let him redeem me, I would have died on the road in just a few days. And Ling cried out in alarm and covered her mouth. Go Cheong won't allow news that would harm his reputation and dignity to spread. The best way to do this is to silence everyone. That way, no one will know that his son was once saved by a human, Yang Kai said with a cold smile, a shrewd light flashing in his eyes. That's just your guess, isn't it? And Ling still didn't quite believe him. It's not a guess, it's a fact. Yang Kai concluded. Go Cheong is an ambitious and ruthless character. How could he be so kind as to redeem his son while also bringing you and me along? You should know that the ransom he paid wasn't small at all. He clearly has some kind of ulterior motive. If I'm not mistaken, on the way home, Go Che already had masters waiting in ambush for us. Once we showed up, what awaited us was a ruthless slaughter. And Ling, tender body, trembled slightly as she couldn't help feeling a sense of relief that she had just escaped death. This point Shirley is also well aware, but she didn't show any signs of wanting to wake me up. That woman really is insidious. Yang Kai ground his teeth. No wonder when you refused just now. She smiled so strangely, so that's how it was. And Ling suddenly realized and couldn't help feeling a deep sense of admiration towards Yang Kai. If it had been up to her, she would have happily left together with Go Che, perhaps even fantasizing about how Go Cheong would thank her for saving his son. But never would she have imagined that the murderous intent would be hidden on the other side. A trace of fear welled up in Ling, Er's heart, as she angrily shouted, "That Go Che is an ungrateful dog. He should have understood his father's temperament, right?" "Humph, he couldn't be any more clear," Yong Kai sneered. "Then we shouldn't have brought him out of that mysterious, small world before." And Ling angrily said, "It was my miscalculation. At that time, I only wanted to borrow his identity and status. But unfortunately, my own cleverness backfired on me. However, he did play a role. At the very least, he brought us out of that desert. If it weren't for him, we might have been lost in there for the rest of our lives. Even if we managed to escape from that desert, we would have been chased down and captured by other members of the demon race, not having the opportunity to come to Sand City. Everything had its pros and cons. It all depended on one's perspective. Go Che was indeed ruthless, but Yong Kai had no intention of truly forming a friendship with him, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. Yong Kai slowly shook his head. "Enough of that. What we need to consider now is how to survive from Shui Li's hands. You stay close to her and pay attention to her surroundings. See if there is anything we can use to our advantage. Perhaps an inadvertent discovery will allow us to find a way out of this mess." En and Ling nodded heavily, inexplicably feeling as if she and Yong Kai were depending on one another. After talking for a while longer, Shui Li's subordinate called out from outside the hall, prompting Yong Kai to bid farewell to Ling, before being led back to his room. Time passed by, and everything was peaceful. Since the day Yong Kai refused Go Cheong's ransom, he seemed to have been forgotten by Shui Li, and for a full 2 months, no one paid him any attention. Yong Kai was also happy to be idle, spending all day meditating and cultivating while communicating with the divine tree. After 2 months, the divine tree's sentience had grown rapidly, and it was now able to use its divine sense to carry out simple conversations with Yong Kai. From Yong Kai, the divine tree had learned a lot, and its wisdom had also grown rapidly. Now, it had the IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and besides being a little naughty, everything else about it was fine. The divine tree had now taken root in the black book space, so Yong Kai could replenish his yang attribute energy from it at any time, and even his spiritual energy could be replenished. It could be said that he was carrying a huge energy warehouse with him, convenient and fast to the extreme. After 2 months of cultivation, Yong Kai's strength had also greatly improved. On this day, when Yong Kai's soul avatar entered the black book space, he suddenly found something wrong. The precious ores he had stored in his black book space seemed to have disappeared 1 or 2 times at a time. These ores were collected by Yong Kai when he entered Star Field last time. After the Star Field storm swept through the Star Field, a lot of these ores had been left behind, each of which was quite rare and precious. Yong Kai had wanted to use these ores to create some artifacts, but he hadn't had the time, nor could he find a suitable artifact refiner to do so. Yong Kai wasn't too clear about the quantity of these ores, but he was keenly aware that they had indeed disappeared. In their original places, there were some scattered stones left behind. These stones were completely useless impurities. In other words, the original essence of the ores had all disappeared. Yong Kai was puzzled, so he sent his soul avatar into the divine tree's heart and asked the divine tree. He originally thought that the divine tree had secretly absorbed the essence of these ores, but unexpectedly, the divine tree shook its head, indicating that it had nothing to do with it. Yong Kai couldn't help laughing and didn't ask any more questions. The divine tree's intelligence was only equivalent to that of a child, so lying at this age was normal. Yong Kai naturally didn't blame it, and if the divine tree needed these ores, Yong Kai was willing to give them all to it. "Good. If these stones are useful to you, just use them. If they're gone, I'll look for more. Right, there's also that drop of spirit liquid over there. You can absorb a drop every day. It may be helpful to your growth." The divine tree suddenly rejoiced immediately stretching out a branch and carefully absorbing a drop of the myriad drug liquid, a moment later letting out a satisfied sigh. Yang Kai looked at it with a smile, but at that moment he suddenly noticed that someone was approaching him. Quickly notifying the divine tree, he released his soul avatar. Just as he opened his eyes, the door to his room was pushed open, and Shui, Li's subordinate, beckoned to Yang Kai, indifferently saying, "Come out. Master wants to see you." Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed behind the man as he was told. Yang Kai didn't know what this person's cultivation was, but from the degree of importance Shui, Li placed on him and the pressure this man put on him, it was very likely he was a Saint Realm Master. However, the demon race generally lived longer than the human race, so from his appearance, this man didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old. He was quite handsome, and from time to time he would reveal a frivolous look. Only when facing Shui, Li would this man show a serious expression, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Friend, how should I address you?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The man turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai, chuckling. "Master said you have courage, boy, and now it seems that is indeed the case. You don't seem to have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Although I am under house arrest here, you haven't done anything to me for so long, which means I still have some value to you. What kind of awareness do I need to have?" "Boy, you're smart enough, I like it." The man grinned, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Call me UMO. You demon race people all have strange names." Yang Kai shook his head. "I think you humans have strange names." UMO smiled lightly. "Why does your master want to see me this time?" Yang Kai asked again. "I don't know, maybe he thinks you have no value and wants to kill you." UMO said with a gloating look, whistling frivolously, "So you'd best be mentally prepared, or else you may not be able to die in peace." Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but his expression didn't change. UMO observed Yang Kai's expression and nodded, thinking that this little brat was really different from the rest. If it had been an ordinary person hearing this news, they would have been scared witless, but this boy didn't seem worried at all. Chapter 780. Inside the same hall as before, Shui Li was waiting quietly while Ling was nowhere to be seen. UMO brought Yang Kai here and respectfully reported his arrival before standing aside and watching with cold eyes. Shui Li nodded lightly before glancing over at Yang Kai and saying lightly, "I've raised you for so long. Have you prepared yourself to create some value for me?" Yang Kai frowned. "What are you talking about?" Shui Li chuckled lightly before standing up and softly saying, "I told you, my Sand City doesn't raise trash. Since I allowed you to live, naturally I won't raise you for nothing. And a first-order transcendent among the human race, reaching such a cultivation at your age is not an easy feat. You should be a core disciple of some great force, right?" Yang Kai didn't comment and didn't answer. "But that has nothing to do with me. I don't care what force you come from. Since you've fallen into my hands, you need to be obedient and do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare disobey in the slightest, you know the consequences." Saying so, a cold light flashed across Shui Li's beautiful eyes. "Then what do you want me to do now?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Kill, or be killed." Shui Li chuckled, waving her hand. "UMO, tell him in detail. It's time for him to make an appearance." Shui Li sat back down in her chair and lazily reclined as she stared at Yang Kai. UMO stood in place and declared, "The land around my Sand City is barren, and Master Shui Li's other territories aren't very rich. Even the world energy here isn't. On top of that, this place is adjacent to the Yellow Sand Sea, and there are no merchants passing through here. It stands to reason that Master Shui Li's territory should be very poor. Is that not the case?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. UMO smiled faintly. "Not only is that not the case, it is the exact opposite. My Sand City's riches are incomparable to any other city in the demon land. The amount of wealth that flows in and out of here every year is unimaginable. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Uemo looked at Yang Kai smugly. He originally thought that this kid would ask why. But even after waiting for a long time, he still didn't say anything. Feeling bored, he pursed his lips and explained, "Because my Sand City has a place that can attract all kinds of people from the Demon Land. And this place is Sand City's biggest source of income. Even the other 3 demon general will send people to this place." Oh, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. What kind of place can attract so many people? Death Arena. Uemo grinned. To put it simply, a cultivator with a similar cultivation level would enter the place and fight to the death. Those master beings would bet a large amount of crystal stones or resources on one person based on their own judgment and preferences. If that person wins, they would be able to reap a certain amount of benefits. Since the odds are different, the profits obtained will also be different. If one's luck is good, it is extremely possible to obtain a profit that is several times or more than 10 times. Isn't this a gamble? It's a gamble. The dealer is your Sand City, right? If that's the case, you'll always be the winner, Yang Kai smiled. We also need to cultivate and to do, so we need resources. Our territory is poor, so we can only find a way to take them from the pockets of those master beings. You need me to fight to the death, right? And originally, there were a few people here, but recently they were all killed, causing us to lose a lot of crystal stones. You're a first-order transcendent, although there's nothing interesting about fighting. As long as we operate properly, we can still recover a lot of our losses. Uemo nodded slightly. Then what benefits do I get? Yang Kai asked. You want benefits? Uemo heard this and was startled. Of course, I'm gambling with my life. Do you think I don't get any benefits? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, Interesting, Master. What do we do if he wants benefits? Uemo looked up and asked Shueli, Just give him a little bit of benefit. Uemo lowered his head and nodded, turning to Yang Kai and saying, Since Master says so, as long as you can help us win, we'll give you 5% of the profits. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Good. Turning to Shueli, he asked, If I can collect enough ransom in this way, will you let me go? Shueli opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai coldly before closing them again and saying lightly, That depends on my mood. If you're honest and obedient, there's still room for discussion. But if you dare to nitpick again, I'll immediately kill you. Uemo, test his ability. Don't let him be a piece of trash who only knows how to talk. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst from Uemo's body and enveloped Yang Kai in an attempt to suppress him. Yang Kai's body shrank and he almost fell to his knees. Perceiving the tyrannical power contained in this pressure, his expression also changed greatly. Yuan Qi circulated madly through his meridians to resist the pressure coming from Uemo. Uemo was suddenly surprised. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to teach him a lesson. So he hadn't shown any mercy. He had intended to force this boy to his knees with a single blow to grind down his sharp edges. But he hadn't expected this little brat would actually be able to survive, his expression becoming cold. Uemo once again increased his strength. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body gradually shrank, his knees bending as his face flushed red. Gritting his teeth, he glared towards Uemo as his flesh began to writhe. Kacha! The white jade on the ground suddenly shattered, and a shockwave spread outwards from Yang Kai. Cracks of varying lengths appeared on the walls of the entire hall, making it seem as if they would collapse at any moment. Shueli also finally opened her beautiful eyes and stared deeply towards Yang Kai, her pretty face filled with expectation, as if she wanted to see if Yang Kai could withstand Uemo's methods. Under the terrifying pressure of Uemo's aura, Yang Kai's body trembled and his veins bulged. but after 10 breaths of time, he seemed to have adapted to this kind of pressure, and his lowered body slowly straightened up. Yumo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of how much strength he had just released. Under such pressure, let alone a first-order transcendent, even a second-order transcendent cultivator wouldn't be able to resist. Only a third-order transcendent cultivator would barely be able to resist. But this little brat had actually managed to resist, even though it seemed extremely difficult. Coldly snorting, Yumo increased his strength for the third time. Yang Kai's feet sank into the ground all the way up to his knees. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow. Yuan Qi surging from his hands as he rushed towards Yumo like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, a giant golden sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down towards Yumo. Murderous intent flashed across Yumo's eyes as his Yuan Qi flickered like a snake, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Enough! Xue Li's faint voice resounded throughout the hall. An invisible shockwave passed through, and Yang Kai's body suddenly came to a halt, the profound heavenly sword in his hand disappearing into a streak of light and falling heavily to the ground. Yumo also quickly withdrew his strength and frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, who had just gotten up from the ground, coldly asking, "Little brat, did you want to kill me just now?" Seeing this, Kai Yang smiled sinisterly. True Yang Yuan Qi, what a hateful aura. Xue Li frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Although her cultivation wasn't suppressed by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, just like fire and water, the demonic qi in her body naturally rejected this kind of true Yang Yuan Qi. Your strength isn't bad. This queen has underestimated you. Xue Li nodded slightly. Xue Li nodded lightly. Being able to resist Yumo's power for so long, even daring to counterattack at the last moment, seemingly determined to kill him. This human brat's combat strength and willpower far exceeded his current cultivation. Xue Li was a Saint Realm Master, so she still had some insight. "Master, we can make good use of this." Yumo swept his eyes over Yang Kai indifferently, his expression becoming somewhat restless. "Good, it's time for those bastards to bleed out," Xue Li sneered coldly. Xue Li smiled coldly. "Arrange a battle for him tomorrow. I want him to win it with great difficulty." "Subordinate understands." Yumo grinned wickedly, staring at Yang Kai like a wolf staring at a lamb. "I have one more request." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, and before Xue Li could become angry added, "One last request." "Speak," Xue Li shouted unhappily. "Give me an artifact that can change my appearance. I don't want my appearance to be seen by too many people, otherwise there will be many people from the demon race hunting me down in the future," Yang Kai said. Xue Li was startled, but quickly reacted, smiling lightly. "You're thinking quite far ahead." As long as Xue Li operated properly, Yang Kai could bring her a lot of wealth. Those people from the demon race who had lost so much wouldn't dare to be angry with Xue Li, so naturally they would focus all their resentment on Yang Kai. When that time came, even if he obtained freedom from Xue Li, he wouldn't be able to leave the demon land. Yang Kai had such an artifact given to him by Duwan. However, he didn't dare to use it. After all, he had used this artifact to change his appearance to participate in the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. Once he was recognized, it would cause even more trouble, so he could only ask Xue Li for help. "I don't have such an artifact on hand. It's too precious." Xue Li shook her head. "But I can provide you with a mask, just a little bit of concealment." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Take him away. Rest well tonight. Don't die tomorrow." Xue Li chuckled. Yumo brought Yang Kai back to his previous room, but before leaving, he directly injected a few strands of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of Yuan Qi in his body become much slower, and even his reaction speed became somewhat sluggish. "Do you know why I'm doing this?" Yumo asked. Yang Kai gently nodded, not resisting. From what Xue Li had just said, It was obvious she wanted him to put on a show tomorrow in order to fool those from the demon race and interfere with their judgment. This way, when he fought in the future, they would underestimate his combat strength and not be too optimistic about him, placing their bets on the wrong person. If it weren't for Yumo's methods, Yang Kai would likely have been exposed. Those who had placed their bets on the demon race weren't blind. All of them had sharp eyes. Chapter 781. The Death Arena was Sand City's greatest feature. Many great figures of the demon land would bring their own cultivators or cultivators they had captured, arranging them into the Death Arena to engage in life or death battles with others, all for the sake of profit. There were no restrictions. As long as one was a member of the demon race, they were eligible to enter and participate. For the cruel demon race masters, this was undoubtedly very attractive. They could enjoy the blood-soaked battles in the Death Arena, and while doing so, they could also gamble their wealth. As a result, the business of the Death Arena had always been quite booming. For this reason, Sand City would gather a large amount of wealth and materials every year. Among the 4 demon general, in terms of wealth, Xue Li was undoubtedly the wealthiest. This was an undisputed fact. Umo briefly explained the situation of the Death Arena to Yang Kai before leaving. After a silent night, Yang Kai decided to conserve his strength. At noon the next day, Umo came again and led Yang Kai out, leaving the 1,000-meter-tall palace. The two of them flew towards a certain location in Sand City. A moment later, a huge circular arena appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This arena covered a large area and was surrounded by a variety of mysterious barriers and barriers. At this moment, the high platforms were packed with people. Countless members of the demon race were sitting on them, watching the battle between the 2 cultivators. The strength of the 2 cultivators wasn't very high, but their battle was quite fierce. Both of them were covered in blood and had broken limbs. Glaring at each other with hateful eyes, they repeatedly used their artifacts and martial skills, dyeing the battlefield red with blood. As the battle reached its climax, it attracted a burst of cheers from the high platforms. Yang Kai casually glanced over a few times, his expression indifferent. Umo glanced over at him and sneered, "You'll be fighting here soon. Your opponent's cultivation is similar to yours, but unlike you, he can use his full strength while you can only use half. Be careful. Although I don't care if you die or not, Master still hopes you can bring her some wealth." "I got it." Yang Kai nodded. When the 2 of them arrived, a cold glare fell upon them from somewhere on the high platform. Yang Kai turned around and saw Xue Li sitting there with Enling by her side. Their eyes met, and Enling couldn't help but cover her mouth. She seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai, but Shirley immediately glared at her. Enling didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai also shook his head at her, indicating that she shouldn't be too agitated. Flying over the Death Arena, Umo led Yang Kai into an underground tunnel. After walking for a long time, they finally saw some light. In front of the tunnel was the inside of the deathmatch arena. Xue Li's subordinates were already waiting here, so when they saw Umo arrive, they all respectfully greeted him. "Master Umo, will this human brat be the one to fight this time?" a yellow-skinned man asked. All the information has been submitted and the odds have been set." Umo nodded lightly. The yellow-skinned man grinned meaningfully at Yang Kai and snorted. "Little brat, you need to keep your eyes open. Your opponent won't be easy to deal with. He's already fought 3 times and won all 3 times. Among the cultivators in the same realm, no one can last more than an incense stick worth of time against him. Don't die too miserably. Let's wait until he can last more than an incense stick worth of time," Yang Kai said indifferently, not showing any signs of panic. "Oh," the yellow-skinned man was suddenly taken aback. "Where did this human brat come from? Acting so arrogant. This master wants to see how you'll kill him in an incense stick worth of time." Umo also glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Although he had tested Yang Kai's depths and knew that his strength wasn't ordinary, right now he could only display half of his strength. Just being able to survive was already good enough, so spouting such boastful words was a bit too much for his own good. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just waited quietly. Inside the deathmatch arena, the battle between the two cultivators had already come to a conclusion. One was dismembered while the other was crippled. Immediately, someone went to clean up the battlefield. Although the one who was crippled survived, he was also struggling at death's door. When the person who went to clean up the battlefield saw the scene, he asked the spectators on the high platform how to deal with the situation, and after receiving an answer, turned around and directly killed the victor. Blood dyed the ground red, but from the stands there was a burst of cheers. After waiting for a while, Yuemo nodded to Yang Kai and said, "It's your turn. Remember what Master said yesterday." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he put on the mask that Yuemo had prepared for him and stepped forward. From the opposite corridor, another person slowly walked out. This person was tall and burly, and his upper body was bare, his muscles bulging, each one filled with explosive power. In terms of height alone, he was more than twice the size of Yang Kai. As he approached, a towering murderous aura rushed towards Yang Kai, as fierce as a storm, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. However, Yang Kai remained motionless, like a 10,000-year-old reef. When this murderous aura reached him, he took the initiative to part to the left and right. In the stands, many people showed interested expressions, thinking that this life or death battle would be very exciting. And Ling, who was standing next to Xueli, clenched her fists and watched nervously. A moment later, the two stood about 10 meters apart and stared at each other. The burly man opposite them should be a human, but for some reason he had been captured and brought to the demon land. According to what Yuemo had said before, most of the cultivator who entered the death arena were like Yang Kai, captured and forced to fight to the death in order to preserve their lives. There were also some who took the initiative to seek refuge under the master of the demon race in order to obtain benefits and status. There were also some who were personally trained by these masters. But no matter what the reason was, the ultimate goal of entering the death arena was to kill the enemy. Little brat, hiding your head but showing your tail, are you afraid to show your true face? Ha ha! Kneel down and count out to this grandfather 3 times, and this grandfather will spare your life. How about it? The burly man suddenly shouted, his voice like a clap of thunder, resounding in Yang Kai's ears. This angry shout not only had the intention of deterring the enemy, but also secretly mixed in a trace of divine sense attack. If one was careless, they would lose the will to fight in an instant. At that time, they would be chased by the strong man without any strength to fight back. However, such tricks obviously didn't work on Yang Kai. So after hearing this, he didn't say anything and simply stared at his opponent indifferently, slowly moving his body and adjusting his yuan qi to check his condition. Thanks to Yuemo, Yang Kai's current yuan qi circulation speed had been greatly reduced, and his reaction time had also become much slower. If he didn't lift the seal on his body, he wouldn't be able to display his peak strength. However, this should be enough to deal with this burly man. Little brat, are you deaf? Not receiving a response, the burly man roared again. As soon as his voice fell, he saw Yang Kai's figure flicker and a murderous intent suddenly appear from the side. The burly man's brow flashed a cold light as his lips slowly curled upwards, showing no intention of dodging. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Yang Kai's palm struck his opponent's waist, but found that his opponent didn't move at all. His opponent's body was as hard as a sheet of iron, and the force of the rebound caused his arm to go numb. His opponent's strength also seemed to be quite good. Yang Kai immediately understood. Being able to win 3 consecutive battles in the death arena, this burly man's combat experience and ability were obviously superior to ordinary people, otherwise he would have died long ago. Seeing his attack fail, without waiting for Yang Kai to withdraw, the burly man grinned, silently and mysteriously lifting his palm and condensing all of his yuan qi into it before slashing downwards. His true essence surged and transformed into the shape of a giant hammer in the air. Before this attack even arrived, the ground around the death arena stage had already caved in, showing just how terrifying this blow was. Yang Kai's expression flickered as his reaction was somewhat clumsy, and he didn't have time to withdraw his hand. In the next moment, the palm directly chopped down on Yang Kai's arm. With a crisp sound, Yang Kai's arm broke and drooped down softly. Only then did he reluctantly retreat and open up a distance between him and the burly man. In the stands, there was a burst of boos. The spectators of the demon race had originally seen Yang Kai wearing a mask and appearing calm, so they thought he had some special ability, but they didn't expect that after just one exchange of blows, his arm would be broken, which really disappointed them. Ah! And Ling cried out, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Shirley narrowed her eyes and stared at Yang Kai below, pursing her lips into a smile. In the death arena, Yang Kai, whose arm had been broken, had just stabilized himself when the burly man rushed in front of him like a bolt of lightning. His two thick arms suddenly flashed with black arcs of electricity, making them look ferocious and terrifying. The burly man's body exuded a bloody and brutal aura, and traces of cold light that made people's hearts tremble suddenly appeared, pouring into his hand in an aggressive manner. Immediately, two black, lightning-like balls of energy appeared in his palms, the size of wash basins and filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hands, the burly man directly wrapped Yang Kai in them. Lightning surged. He wanted to use this attack to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no strength to resist, and under the attack of the black lightning, he could only move left and right, but he couldn't avoid it at all. Countless palm prints appeared all over his body, causing blood to spurt out, making him look extremely miserable. The boos from the stands grew even louder. What they wanted to enjoy was a blood-boiling battle, not a one-sided slaughter like this. Yang Kai's performance was truly despicable. Those demon race people who had placed their bets on Yang Kai even began cursing and swearing at him, their words extremely unpleasant to the ears. Even Xue Li frowned slightly, a cold expression appearing on her face. She wondered if Yang Kai's performance before was an accident. In fact, his true strength wasn't that great. Otherwise, how could he be so weak when facing a cultivator of the same realm? He couldn't have survived such an attack. Another piece of trash. Shirley coldly snorted in her heart, gradually losing interest in Yang Kai. Chapter 782. Blood dyed the earth red as Yang Kai cut a sorry figure. On the other hand, his opponent was becoming fiercer and fiercer as he fought, seizing every opportunity he could. The brawny man fought to his heart's content and sent Yang Kai flying into the air with a single punch. When Yang Kai fell back down, the brawny man punched Yang Kai's back again, sending him directly into the ground. Dust filled the air, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening on the battlefield. Because of the barrier covering the death arena, even the Saint Realm masters who released their divine senses were unable to obtain much information. All they could vaguely sense was that this battle had come to an end. How boring! Many people secretly thought to themselves. But before they could finish their thoughts, though, a fierce, murderous aura suddenly filled the air, stirring up a strong wind and scattering all the dust. After everyone saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help exclaiming. Yang Kai, who should have been lying on the ground, unable to get up or even killed, at this moment was actually using his unscathed hand to press his opponent to the ground. The hand that covered the brawny man's cheek wasn't too wide, but it was like the sky itself was falling down, so no matter how the brawny man struggled, he was unable to stand up. At that moment, no one had been able to see what was happening inside the dust cloud, but when the dust settled, such a scene appeared. It was truly surprising. Everyone had seen a desperate counterattack, a battle that turned defeat into victory, but none of them had ever been as confused as today. At this moment, the mask on Yang Kai's face seemed to become extremely cold. Wind and thunder force surged, pouring from Yang Kai's palm into the brawny man's body, forming an intertwined killing field inside his body. Asterisk pung. Asterisk, the brawny man exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Up in the stands, Shui Li's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to display such a bizarre performance, her thin red lips curling into a smile. His true strength? How is it? Shui Li suddenly asked Ling, softly. I won't tell you. And Ling shook her head. Why didn't you tell me? Shirley didn't get angry this time. Instead, she revealed a thoughtful expression and pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll figure it out myself. Looking down at the death arena below, Yang Kai was slowly making his way towards the corridor with one arm hanging by his side. Shui Li suddenly felt that this human boy should have some extraordinary skills. The spectator stands were silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise. Most people seemed to be unable to accept such a result and were discussing spiritedly. When Yang Kai returned to the corridor, Yumo's eyes flashed a cold light as he stared at him. The yellow-faced man's mouth was wide open as he stood there in a daze. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. It didn't even take half an hour for this arrogant human brat to kill his opponent. Does this match look difficult enough? Yang Kai took off the mask on his face and asked Yumo. Yumo's mouth twitched as he nodded lightly. Not only had it been difficult, but it had also been quite lifelike, without the slightest flaw. Even Yumo thought Yang Kai was dead. But at the last moment, Yang Kai had been shocked. This little brat's courage was quite big. Wasn't he afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up after taking such a violent attack? Only then did Kai Yang shake his arm, and a crisp sound came from his broken arm. In an instant, arrange a second order transcendent for me in the next round. That way you'll be able to obtain more benefits, while I'll also be able to obtain more benefits. The sooner I collect the ransom, the sooner I can leave. Yang Kai grinned. Yumo couldn't help feeling a bit absent-minded. Following him back to the palace, Yang Kai began to recuperate. It seemed that because of this victory, Yang Kai's treatment had improved greatly. Among the meals he received were many supplements. Even in Ling, I was allowed by Shui Li to visit Yang Kai once. The two talked for a long time before Ling left. After 3 days, Yang Kai was arranged to fight a second time. Perhaps it was because of his bizarre performance last time, but when he appeared wearing a mask again, he attracted a lot of attention. This time his opponent was really a second-order transcendent. After a bitter battle, Yang Kai narrowly escaped death and won again, causing those from the demon race to exclaim in disbelief. Fighting above one's realm was a feat that very few people could accomplish, especially after reaching the transcendent realm. Even if the difference in strength was only a minor realm, the difference in true combat effectiveness was as wide as heaven and earth. A second-order transcendent cultivator could easily kill a first-order transcendent cultivator, but this common sense had been broken by Yang Kai. This time, Yang Kai was still carrying the seal placed on him by Yumo, so he wasn't able to use his full strength. Unlike last time, he was really going all out in this battle. In this life or death struggle, Yang Kai felt that he had comprehended a lot of things and was quite happy about it. He felt that this kind of life or death battle was of great benefit to his growth. In his heart, Yang Kai didn't reject this kind of fighting style and instead looked forward to it. This was an opportunity to hone himself. The growth of a cultivator wasn't just about cultivating behind closed doors. Life or death battles often provided greater benefits than this kind of secluded cultivation. Of course, the premise was that one could survive the battle. After understanding this, Yang Kai constantly urged Yumo to arrange stronger opponents for him. Yumo was dumbfounded, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Kai became somewhat strange, as if he was looking at a psychopath. None of the foreign race cultivators he had captured before had ever acted like Yang Kai and asked to fight in the death arena. Xueli, on the other hand, was very open-minded, and as soon as Yang Kai made a request, she immediately began arranging for him. The opponents arranged for him grew stronger and stronger, and Yang Kai found it more and more difficult to cope with them. But every time he was able to create an amazing miracle at the most impossible moment. Over the course of 3 months, Yang Kai fought a total of 14 battles, all of which were second-order transcendents. These people were from the human race, the monster race, and even the demon race. For different reasons, they were all sent to the death arena, and all of them were defeated by Yang Kai. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. Not only did he gain insights from these life or death battles, but he also gained insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao after swallowing the spiritual energy of these people's souls. His own growth was extremely fast. During these 3 months, Yang Kai also inadvertently made a name for himself. Inside Sand City, everyone knew Xueli had a strange masked man who was only a first-order transcendent, but had killed more than a dozen second-order transcendent cultivators. As a result, in the death arena, the odds for Yang Kai's victory changed again and again, but this did not stop people from placing bets on him. Xueli, as a banker, naturally wouldn't suffer a loss in this kind of gambling, but Yang Kai's terrifying growth rate made her feel a little uncomfortable. She understood this better than anyone else. She also understood how Yang Kai was able to achieve such rapid growth in all those battles. On this day, inside Xueli's palace, a messenger came to visit, and after talking with Xueli for a long time, left satisfied. An hour later, Yang Kai was summoned. Inside a private room, Xueli was lying on her bed, her beautiful buttocks perked up, her soft breast squeezed under her body, her hands resting on her chin, her posture extremely provocative, and Ling was kneeling beside her, massaging her shoulders. The room was filled with a mature fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they smelled it. Umo brought Yang Kai into the room and bowed his head. He didn't even dare to look directly at Xueli. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stood beside the bed. Sweeping his eyes over Xueli's beautiful body, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This demon general's heart was like a snake. However, it was undeniable that Xueli's body was very graceful and mature. Unlike Ling's naivety, Xueli was a mature woman. Such a woman was a fatal temptation to any man. However, a character as strong as Xueli probably wouldn't be tempted by any man. The only thing that could tempt her was strength. Strength that surpassed all others. After waiting for a long time, Xueli suddenly said, "Go Cheong sent someone over just now." "HM?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is it related to me?" "Yes. Go Cheong seems determined to kill you." "Then how did you respond?" Yang Kai stared at her coldly and taunted. "Did you sell me out?" This king had such an idea, but refused. "Why is that?" "Because he is Go Cheong." Xueli sneered. "I won't act according to his wishes. However, the messenger he sent made a proposal which I agreed to." Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply waited for her to tell him the details. "Tomorrow at the death arena, you will fight the person sent by Go Cheong to the death. If you win, you will be able to collect your ransom. If you lose, you will have nothing left, including your life," Xueli said lightly. Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. "The person sent by Go Cheong isn't weak, is he?" Xueli glanced over at him and said casually, "Third order, transcendent." Hearing this, Umo, who had been standing nearby, also paled slightly. "It seems you want to join forces to kill me," Yang Kai grinned, not showing the slightest trace of panic. "He does want you to die, but this king wants to see what your limits are." Xueli's pretty face became cold. "Don't think this king can't see through it. You've been concealing your strength from beginning to end." You seem to have many methods you haven't used yet. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and didn't comment. That's why I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Don't let me down. Then you can wait and see. Xue Li sneered softly, turning to Umo and saying, lift the seal on his body. I want to see if he can survive under Go Cheong's hands. Umo nodded lightly, releasing a wisp of yuan qi and lifting the seal that had been suppressing Yang Kai's strength. There's one thing I want to understand. If I win tomorrow, will I have collected enough ransom? What about Enling er? Xue Li looked at him for a moment before smiling. Of course, it's only yours. However, I can give you a chance. As long as you win tomorrow, I'll let you two go. You said so yourself. Yang Kai laughed. Demon General's word should be trusted, right? I hope you won't go back on your word. Xue Li closed her beautiful eyes and didn't respond. Chapter 783. The dark red earth, which had swallowed the blood of countless lives, was littered with battle scars. This was the death arena. Those from the demon race who had heard some insider news had long been waiting in the stands. After watching a few not-so-fierce battles, a masked human slowly walked out from an underground tunnel. In an instant, cheers rang out. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had brought these demon race disciples a series of thrilling and suspenseful battles that had long since spread throughout Sand City. Today, however, the battle between Yang Kai and another master would be the finale, because there were rumors that his opponent this time would be different from before, a third-order, transcendent master. Since the opening of the Death Arena, there had never been a battle with such a huge disparity in strength, a gap of 2 full minor realms. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, such a battle was already predestined. However, for those who had watched Yang Kai's dozen or so battles, they hoped that Yang Kai would be able to create another miracle. This had nothing to do with the hatred between races. It was simply because Yang Kai's performance had caused their eyes to light up and their spirits to soar. Is that the human boy who won more than a dozen consecutive battles in the Death Arena, the one who barely escaped death each time? In the stands, a Saint Realm master narrowed his hawk-like eyes and asked the person next to him, Yes, Master Feng Biao, his performance is indeed very good. Even many of our demon race's elite disciples can't match up to even 1% of his strength. The person next to him immediately replied, Humph, after today he'll be nothing but a corpse. Feng Biao coldly snorted, his expression clearly not wanting Yang Kai to continue living. What Master says is correct. After all, his opponent is different from the ones before. The man nodded. The man nodded repeatedly, but after a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, But sir, he was raised by Lady Xue Li. If we kill him, Lady Xue Li will blame us. She won't. Feng Biao slowly shook his head. This time, it was Master Go Cheong's orders. I also went to Xue Li's palace yesterday. I've discussed it with her, and she personally agreed to it. How could she blame me? Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on that person's face. He didn't know why Master Go Cheong was so interested in this human. Go Cheong's son had been saved by Yang Kai, and only a few people knew about this. Feng Biao was sent here to handle this matter. It was also extremely secretive, so this person couldn't understand the whole story. Although Xue Li didn't get along well with Go Cheong, she wouldn't be so bored as to spread such news to suppress Go Cheong. She would only confront Go Cheong with her own strength. Master, that Umo is coming. The man suddenly whispered. Feng Biao narrowed his eyes and looked to the side, just in time to see Umo fly over from a short distance away with a smile on his face. After landing, Umo sat down beside Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. Both of them were first-order saints, but they belonged to 2 demon generals who were not pleasing to the eye, so it was only natural that their relationship wasn't very good. As soon as they came down, their eyes met and sparks flew. Umo, long time no see. Feng Biao greeted with a cold expression. Umo smiled back, Feng Biao. It's been so long. I still get angry when I see you. I can't help wanting to kill you. Same here. Feng Biao gently nodded. His yuan qi slowly flowed as he stared towards UMO like a poisonous snake. UMO curled his lips and said, "But I didn't come here to fight with you. I just wanted to ask you some questions." "What questions?" "Looking at you, it seems you're 100 times more confident in today's battle." "Humph, you already know the answer." "My Sand City's death arena has gambling rules. Since you're so confident, why don't you place a bet? When the battle over there is over, you can make some money. Do I need you to remind me?" Feng Biao said with a disgruntled expression, "I've already bet 200,000 crystal stones." UMO snorted and said in surprise, "Worthy of Feng Biao, you're quite generous. It seems you want to make a fortune in my Sand City." "You can't afford it?" Feng Biao smiled contemptuously. "If you can't afford it, I can withdraw as long as you UMO apologize to me in front of all these people." "Don't joke. Since Sand City has opened up this business, naturally no matter how much it costs. I'm just saying, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't we play big?" Saying so, he stared towards Feng Biao with a threatening look. Feng Biao's brow furrowed as he quickly said, "Play big. And you can bet everything you have. I remember you have a lot of artifacts, right?" Feng Biao frowned as he stared at UMO suspiciously, coldly saying, "Why do you look so confident in that human?" "It's hard to say. Maybe he'll win. Maybe he'll lose 50-50. Since it's a bet, let's see if you have the courage." Feng Biao stared at him deeply. Although he knew that this guy, who was completely incompatible with him, was provoking him, he still couldn't suppress his anger and nodded. "Good! I'll bet all my artifacts." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and summoned out a glowing artifact armor, a long halberd that exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, and a black ruler, which he handed over to UMO. These 3 things were all saint-grade artifacts, each of them priceless. Together, the value of these 3 artifacts was immeasurable. They were Feng Biao's most trusted and most frequently used artifacts. If he lost this bet, Feng Biao's combat effectiveness would plummet. After handing over these 3 saint-grade artifacts, Feng Biao even took out the universe bag from his waist and handed it to UMO, sneering, "If you want to play, then let's play to the end. What do you say?" UMO's brow twitched, but he still smiled and didn't say anything, turning around and leaving. Feng Biao didn't stop him, nor did he ask him to sign any kind of agreement. Although they didn't like each other, a verbal agreement was still mutually respected. A moment later, UMO returned to Xue Li's side. "Have you arranged everything?" Xue Li looked down at Yang Kai, standing in the middle of the death arena, and asked softly, "And Feng Biao has bet all his belongings." UMO nodded lightly, frowning slightly. "Master, do you have so much confidence in that little brat?" To be honest, although his previous performance was quite surprising, this time I really don't think he'll win. He's very likely to die here. It doesn't matter if he dies, but Feng Biao has bet so much. If he dies, it will affect my Sand City. I don't know. Xue Li's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion as she shook her head gently. UMO was surprised. As one of the 4 demon generals and one of the world's top masters, Xue Li naturally had a good eye for people, but this time it seemed she couldn't see through the situation. "I'm also gambling. Although on the surface, that little brat is really going to die, but..." Saying so, Xue Li glanced over at Enling, who had been standing guard beside her, and smiled. This little girl hasn't shown much worry from beginning to end. UMO couldn't help glancing over at Enling, and found that this was indeed the case. Even if she knew that Yang Kai would meet a strong enemy today, she still maintained a calm expression. Xue Li had obviously obtained some information from Enling. I asked her several times what that little brat's true strength was, but she refused to answer. The more she acted like this, the more curious I became. Xue Li reached out and touched Enling's face, causing the latter to pale in fright. "Tell me, has he ever fought with such an opponent before?" Xue Li suddenly asked, and Ling's beautiful eyes lost focus for a moment. But soon a look of struggle flashed across her face as she recalled the scene of her being chased by Saintess Nan, the scene of her fighting against the many masters of the Sun clan in the mysterious small world. One by one, flashed through her mind. And Ling Er's expression was pained as she shook her head repeatedly. Xue Li sighed helplessly. Her willpower is also quite strange. It seems she cultivates some kind of powerful secret art. However, judging from her performance, that little brat should have fought with such a master before and come out unscathed. Otherwise, how could this little girl be so relaxed? Xue Li nodded lightly. Just wait and see. If he doesn't die this time in the near future, he will definitely become the most dazzling figure in the entire world. In time, he may even reach the level of the demon commander and dominate the world. Umo trembled slightly. Master's evaluation of him is so high. He has such potential, Xue Li said decisively, a cold, murderous intent flashing across her beautiful eyes. Unfortunately, such a person isn't a member of my clan. If he was, perhaps we would have been able to cultivate him properly. Umo had followed Xue Li for many years and naturally knew what she was thinking at the moment, so he couldn't help sighing. With such excellent aptitude, in the face of adversity, the more setbacks he faced, the stronger he became. If such a good seedling wasn't killed early, he would definitely have a huge impact on the entire demon race in the future. Today, whether this little brat won or lost, his fate was already sealed, because his master had already decided to kill him. Looking down at Yang Kai, who was standing straight down, quietly waiting for his opponent to appear, Umo couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. After a long time, a person walked out of the corridor opposite Yang Kai. This person seemed to be strolling leisurely, but in fact his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Wearing a set of black robes, this man had a majestic physique and an indifferent expression. His long black hair fell to his shoulders, and his eyes were like cold stars, giving off an intimidating aura. A towering evil qi radiated from this man's body, one that seemed to stretch far into the distance. His yuan qi was also quite pure, clearly superior to that of an ordinary third-order transcendent cultivator. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his heart clenched. With just a single glance, Yang Kai knew that this person wasn't a soft persimmon he could pinch at will. This time, he really would have to go all out against him. Although Yang Kai had his soul-devouring insects and wasn't afraid of any opponent below the Saint Realm, this time was different. In front of so many members of the demon race, he couldn't use his soul-devouring insects, so he could only use his own means to defeat this enemy head-on. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to test the results of his recent cultivation. Chapter 784. While Yang Kai was observing his opponent was also sizing him up, his eyes wandering about as he tried to guess his intentions. Although he couldn't see Yang Kai's face, he could feel a thick, murderous aura radiating from him. This aura was extremely rich and obvious, and when facing an opponent whose cultivation was far higher than his, the pair of eyes under the mask actually burned with a burning desire to fight. He's not a mediocre cultivator. This man only needed to observe for a moment before he immediately understood, a trace of caution flashing across the depths of his eyes. The difference in cultivation was so great, yet the other party was so eager to fight. There were only two explanations, either arrogance or self-confidence. Someone who could win more than a dozen consecutive battles in the death arena could not be the first. If that were the case, this man would have died long ago. Did this human brat really think he could compete with him with just a first-order origin realm cultivation? This man suddenly felt intrigued. In the stands, when Yang Kai's opponent walked out, the sound of discussion rang out from all directions. Many of the demon race cultivators pointed towards Yang Kai's opponent, a look of surprise appearing on their faces, seemingly having recognized his identity. Isn't that Di Xiao, one of Master Go Qiong's subordinates? That's him. I went to Qingliao City before and saw him there. He is indeed Di Xiao. Why would he appear in the death arena? It is said that he is the strongest master under the Saint Realm among Master Go Qiong's subordinates, only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. This human brat facing Di Xiao, I'm afraid he's in for a bad time. Di Xiao's means are not something an ordinary transcendent can compare to. After serving under Master Go Qiong for so many years, he has made many outstanding achievements and is said to be able to even exchange blows with Saint Realm Masters. What a pity. After today, I'm afraid we won't be able to see this masked brat's figure on the death arena stage again. A trivial human brat. If he dies, then he dies. Let's see how Di Xiao kills him. This brat has been so rampant for so long. Does he really think there is no one in our demon race who can match him? Good. Although I prefer him. But he is a human after all. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow when he heard the whispers coming from all directions. It was as if he hadn't expected his opponent to be so famous in the demon race. Since Go Qiong had sent him to deal with him, it was clear that this matter was of great importance to him. Di Xiao suddenly grinned. Friend, although we aren't from the same clan, I heard that you've defeated more than a dozen Second Order Transcendent Masters, each time barely escaping death. I admire people like you very much. If possible, I would like to befriend you, but I was ordered by Master Go Qiong to take your life this time, so don't blame me later. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He remained indifferent and silent. Then let's begin. Di Xiao cupped his fists slightly before disappearing like a ghost. Yang Kai's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 100 feet away. He clenched his fists and Yuan Qi gushed out. He ruthlessly smashed downwards in a violent and direct manner. The destructive power reached deep into the ground. Boom! The entire death arena stage shook violently. The aftermath of the impact spread to the edge of the arena and was blocked by countless barriers and barriers. A giant crater more than 100 meters deep appeared in an instant. From this giant crater, a cold light flashed, seemingly tearing through space, crossing the barrier of distance and instantly arriving at Yang Kai's chest. Asterisk poo! Asterisk blood splashed as Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and staggered back several steps, staring forward with a dignified expression. On his chest there was a Longan-sized wound from which blood was gushing out, dyeing his clothes red. Exclamations came from all directions as many people's eyes flashed with shock at Di Xiao's tyrannical strength. Di Xiao had used some kind of movement skill and disappeared from everyone's sight, burrowing into the ground and striking out like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai didn't even have time to react before he was struck. Yang Kai had fought more than a dozen times since he had appeared in the death arena stage, and although each time he had narrowly escaped death, he had never been in such a dangerous situation as today. With just a single blow, he had been wounded by his opponent. And it seemed that his injuries were not light either, his face alternating between blue and white as he gasped for breath for a while before gradually stabilizing. Di Xiao still stood not far away with a smile on his face as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not moving from his spot, but a look of dissatisfaction could be seen on his face. He had thought that even if his blow couldn't kill Yang Kai, it would at least be able to incapacitate him. But he had not expected that his opponent would be able to withstand it. This little brat, there's something strange about him. His physique seems to be incredibly strong, somehow managing to neutralize the power of his attack. Amazing. Di Xiao praised sincerely. I didn't expect there to be an existence like you among the human race. You're not bad yourself. Again, Di Xiao shouted, not giving Yang Kai the slightest time to catch his breath as a series of tornadoes suddenly appeared around him. Each of these tornadoes was extremely thick and shot straight up into the sky. The moment they appeared, the death arena stage was enveloped in a thick fog. The rubble on the ground was sucked into these tornadoes, causing them to become even more terrifying and condensed. An incomparable murderous aura spread out from Di Zhao's body, causing the tornadoes to suddenly turn pitch black. Above the death arena stage, dark clouds had appeared at some unknown time, obscuring the sky and making the atmosphere particularly dignified. A series of wind blades shot out from these tornadoes, each of them incredibly sharp and unstoppable, colliding with each other and creating a series of sparks. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk in an instant. These wind blades completely surrounded Yang Kai, leaving him with no way to escape. Yang Kai shouted as the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, condensing a drop of yang liquid from his fingertips. He waved his hand and condensed a shield above his head. The wind blades surged forward and enveloped Yang Kai, but the shield condensed by true Yang Yuan Qi constantly changed shape, like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. But it persisted, protecting Yang Kai from these wind blades. The demon race spectators in the stands were all stunned and couldn't help calling out in alarm. Yang Kai was only a first-order transcendent, but he was actually able to withstand the attacks of Di Zhao, a third-order transcendent, without showing the slightest sign of defeat, a fact that was difficult to accept. Di Zhao was not an ordinary demon race cultivator. He was one of Go Qiong's subordinates, and could be said to be the strongest master below the Saint Realm in the entire demon race. The number of masters who had died at his hands was innumerable, and on top of that, Go Qiong had specially trained him as his future right-hand man. His status and strength were not something an ordinary transcendent could compare to. Even in the stands, the demon race cultivators could feel the terrifying power of Di Zhao's attacks. Such a powerful attack had not been able to break through the defenses of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi shield, which was obviously a bit surprising. Master, he really does have potential to be unearthed. Yu Mo's eyes lit up as he muttered. In the previous battles, he didn't use his full strength. Xue Li's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly said, Yuan Qi alone was able to resist Di Zhao's attack. It's obvious that the density and purity of his Yuan Qi is no less than Di Zhao's. This young man is not bad at all. The cultivator around Xue Li was also paying close attention, a look of shock appearing on their faces. Only in Ling, Er's face was filled with worry. Although Xue Li was praising Yang Kai and Ling, Er could hear the dread in her voice. The more dazzling Yang Kai's performance this time, the more determined Xue Li was to kill him. But if Yang Kai fell into Di Zhao's hands, he would still die. Regardless of the situation, Yang Kai's situation was quite dangerous. And Ling, Er's heart was in a mess, and she didn't know what to do. Interesting. Di Zhao looked at Yang Kai, who was resisting his attacks, not far away, and was instead quite happy. He originally felt that Master Go Qiong sending him to kill such a human brat was a waste of his talents. But after arriving in Sand City and hearing about Yang Kai's various achievements, he felt that such a person was worth his time. In fact, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But now, when he found that this human brat had the strength to fight back, Di Zhao immediately became excited. He was the kind of person who enjoyed fighting and longed for a baptism of blood. He enjoyed watching his opponents stubbornly resist, but struggle helplessly. At this moment, Di Zhao truly regarded Yang Kai as an opponent, and his mentality subtly changed. The power gushing out from his body instantly increased. The tornadoes that hovered around him howled like pitch-black flood dragons. They merged with each other and converged into an even larger storm that swept through the entire arena. The surrounding barriers were impacted by this energy, and ripples visible to the naked eye began to appear. However, these barriers had all been personally arranged by Xue Li, so although Di Zhao was skilled, he was unable to destroy them. So the demon race spectators in the stands didn't worry much, and instead continued to stare down below in high spirits, chatting amongst themselves. Yang Kai was completely enveloped by the wind blades and tornadoes. The wind blades swept out like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and earth in an innumerable number, their sharp auras threatening to tear him apart. The aura of death mixed in with these wind blades was terrifying. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk, the shield condensed from Yang liquid, didn't last long under the onslaught of this berserk attack and directly shattered. In the next moment, Yang Kai's body was enveloped by countless wind blades. His clothes were torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai's body was covered with countless wounds. Even the clothes he was wearing had been cut into shreds. He was in a sorry state. Di Xiao smiled as he stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. In the next moment, Di Xiao's smile stiffened on his face. Kai Yang, who should have been shot to death, actually slowly straightened his upper body. Lowering his head slightly, he stared at him with a sinister look in his eyes. His throat emitted a strange and creepy laugh, making everyone's hair stand on end. Chapter 785. With a sneer on his face, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore off his tattered robes, revealing his muscular body. His muscles swelled and trembled as his strength intertwined with each other, giving off a powerful and refined aura. Standing in the center of the raging wind blades, no matter how they swept towards him, Yang Kai was like an immovable mountain, forcibly resisting the onslaught of these wind blades without showing the slightest sign of weakness. Friend, your strength isn't enough. An uproar broke out among the crowd. The demon race spectators in the stands were all amazed by this scene, their eyes filled with amazement. They had thought that with Di Xiao personally taking action this time, Yang Kai would be defeated or even killed in a short period of time, but the current situation had greatly surprised them. Surrounded by the wind blades, Kai Yang's body was covered in small wounds, but other than that, he didn't suffer much damage. The strength of his physique seemed to have reached a certain limit, allowing him to withstand such an attack head-on. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Yang Kai's provocation caused Di Zhao's expression to become somewhat ugly as he sneered. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'd like to see how long you can last. Saying so, Di Xiao suddenly waved his hands, and as he did so, the tornadoes that had swept across the entire death arena stage seemed to come to life and converge towards Yang Kai, not leaving a single blind spot. As these tornadoes approached Yang Kai, they also began to merge with each other, growing stronger until they had transformed into a giant black tornado filled with a murderous aura. Like a ferocious dragon, this tornado shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed towards Yang Kai. Yuan Qi transformation. I have one too. Yang Kai grinned, and with a loud dragon roar, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared behind him. This golden color was dazzling to the eyes, and its momentum was extremely violent. The dragon's head swayed ferociously. Soon, an even longer and stronger golden Jiao dragon appeared and collided with the pitch-black tornado. They tore at each other, above the entire death arena stage. In an instant, it was shrouded in gold and black, intertwining with each other. Yang Kai's flood dragon came from the golden dragon tattoo on his back. Originally, this flood dragon could only be used while in his become the demon race, but after the soul exchange between him and Su Yan in Ice Sect last time, Yang Kai was now able to release it at will. On top of that, this golden dragon also contained Yang Kai's divine sense. Compared to Di Zhao's simple martial skill, it was far more flexible and lethal. The two dragons clashed, and the scene was intense. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by this magnificent scene. They stared at the sky above the deathmatch arena without blinking, wanting to know which of these two flood dragons was the better one. Boom, 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 amidst the deafening noise. The beams of light intertwined like a terrifying volcanic eruption. The pitch-black tornado seemed to be subdued by the golden dragon. It retreated again, and soon its color dimmed. The true Yang Yuan Qi was always the nemesis of the demonic Qi. The aura emitted by the golden dragon made every demon race member feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. On the death arena stage, the two figures clashed and separated. Blood dyed the earth red. While everyone's attention was attracted by the two flood dragons in the sky, Yang Kai and Di Xiao had unknowingly collided. The two fought with all their strength for a while. Terrifying bursts of energy filled every corner of the death arena stage. After the two figures separated, Yang Kai bent over and clutched his abdomen, blood gushing out from between his fingers. The pain was unbearable. In just a single collision, he felt as if his body had been pierced by thousands of attacks, his bare upper body riddled with wounds that were deep to the bone. Di Xiao was worthy of being one of Go Cheung's generals. With his peak third-order transcendent cultivation, his combat awareness and rich combat experience allowed him to seize the initiative. Although Yang Kai was suffering, Di Xiao was also suffering. Pieces of flesh and blood inexplicably disappeared from his arms and neck. Fresh blood dripped down, his aura was violent and chaotic, and his face was distorted. Staring at each other, panting heavily, the two men's eyes turned red at the same time. At this moment, a bloodthirsty aura surged out and engulfed both men's minds, leaving only one thought in each of their minds: to kill the other. Looking at the blood flowing from Yang Kai's abdomen, Xueli, who had been sitting in the stands, suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared towards him, a look of disbelief filling her face, as if she had just discovered something incredible. "Master!" Yu Emo saw this scene and quickly called out. Xue Li's brow furrowed as she took a deep breath, staring around in shock for a long time before slowly sitting back down. Yu Emo stared at her suspiciously, not understanding why Xue Li suddenly had such a reaction. Although Yang Kai's performance was beyond everyone's expectations, it shouldn't have caused her to lose her composure like this, right? What did Master discover? Yu Emo thought for a while before slowly shaking his head, his attention once again drawn to the battle below. Murderous intent surged out like a tide, and even though Yu Emo was standing in the stands, he could clearly feel it. Even as strong as he was, Yu Emo couldn't help closing his pores, lest his will be affected by this murderous aura. Di Xiao was truly amazing, but Yang Kai was also quite strong. Until this battle was fought to the end, no one could predict the final outcome. A rich demonic qi rolling out from Di Xiao's body, causing the space around him to become pitch black. This demonic qi was filled with various kinds of evil energy that quietly spread out. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was like a burning sun, his true Yang Yuan qi protecting him from the other party's demonic qi. The two opposing energies collided in an invisible manner, creating a series of crackling sounds. Both of them had pushed their strength to the limit. Now that they were evenly matched, neither of them dared to lower their guard, and neither of them would show mercy. A long roar rang out, deafening to the ears. A shocking murderous aura surged out as Yang Kai, who only had murderous intent in his heart, roared towards the heavens, forgetting everything else, only the will to destroy his opponent. His true Yang Yuan qi madly expanded, immediately suppressing his opponent's demonic qi. Di Xiao's complexion changed, not daring to show the slightest neglect, his body flickering as he appeared in front of Yang Kai, his palms filled with the aura of death as they pressed down towards Yang Kai. The ground below was instantly reduced to dust, but Yang Kai managed to dodge in the nick of time, also releasing Yuan qi from his palms and sending out a burst of pure Yuan qi towards Di Xiao. Without any fancy moves, the two men on the death arena stage both brought out their full strength, entangling each other like fire and water. Di Xiao's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, but his demonic qi was suppressed by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan qi. So even if he used his full strength, he was only able to display 80% of his full strength, causing him to be extremely annoyed. The battle between the two men became more and more intense, the shock waves bursting out from the two men's bodies and auras completely obscuring them. The people in the stands could only see blurry figures moving about, unable to see what the situation was like. A battle to the death. Blood continued to spatter from the arena, mixed with the sound of explosions and muffled groans. Whether it was Yang Kai or Di Xiao, both of them had gone completely mad. This kind of fierce battle caused everyone watching to tremble in fear, secretly gripping their hearts. A variety of exquisite demon race martial skills were released from Di Xiao's hands, each one of them causing Yang Kai to suffer greatly. Yang Kai's methods were not weak either, his yang liquid constantly changing, making it impossible for Di Xiao to guard against it. The two figures were entangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately. Their attacks were merciless, and during this period of time, light flickered. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. It was as if meteorites were falling. Before they knew it, almost half of the death arena stage had been destroyed. There had never been a battle with such destructive power. Everyone watching the demon race felt their blood boil, wishing they could rush down from the stands and witness such a battle without regrets. The more Di Xiao fought, the more shocked he became. He had never imagined that this little human brat, whose cultivation was far lower than his own, would actually be so powerful. He had never seen any transcendent who could compete with him. His killing moves bombarded Yang Kai, but they were often only able to injure him, not deal a fatal blow. His body was as hard as a rock, not something a human could possess. What shocked Di Xiao even more was Yang Kai's resilience and endurance. After fighting for so long, every move and strike the two of them had required their full strength. Di Xiao was already feeling overwhelmed. His yuan qi consumed a great deal of energy, so whether it was in terms of momentum or strength, Di Xiao was clearly weaker than when he was at his peak. But this was not the case for this human. He had maintained his peak condition from beginning to end, never once weakening, instead only growing stronger with each setback. It was as if he had an inexhaustible supply of yuan qi in his body. The wounds inflicted on his body stimulated him to become more and more brutal. What's more, during this battle, Di Xiao also discovered something that terrified him. That was that the wounds on Yang Kai's body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The numerous wounds that had been inflicted by the wind blades had all disappeared. Being able to heal his wounds in the middle of a battle, what did this mean? Di Xiao did not see Yang Kai take any kind of pill, nor did he have the time to do so. For the first time, Di Xiao discovered that there was such a strange person in this world, not only able to compete with a son of heaven like him, but even surpassing him. This discovery dealt a heavy blow to Di Xiao, causing his mood to become complicated. He was an elite among the elites of the demon race, and in just 80 years he had reached the third order transcendent realm and was expected to reach the peak of the Saint Realm before he was 100 years old. A 100-year-old Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare existence in the entire Tongxian realm. Some of the elites cultivated by great forces would reach the transcendent realm at a very young age, but once they reached this realm, almost all of them would experience slow progress, rarely being able to break through to the Saint Realm before they were 100 years old. But Di Xiao had such potential. This was also why he had placed high hopes on Master Go Qiong, providing him with an extremely good cultivation environment and a lot of material support. For a long time, Di Xiao had been proud of this, believing that one day he would become the strongest master below the demon commander, perhaps even stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon commander. But now he had been struck by a huge blow. If what Go Che said was true, then this human boy he was fighting was only 25 or 26 years old. Had all these extra decades of cultivation gone to waste? Chapter 786. In a battle between masters, it was not only a competition of one's own strength, but also of one's state of mind and will. Di Xiao's mind went blank for a moment as the stalemate between them suddenly became clear, and his momentum was completely suppressed by Yang Kai. The spectators from the demon race in the stands also finally realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Originally, The golden and black energies had been evenly matched inside the death arena stage, neither of them inferior to the other. But suddenly, Di Zhao's black demonic qi had weakened significantly, while the hateful golden hue had suddenly become brighter. Seeing the scene, no one could sit still. Impossible! This little brat can even defeat Di Zhao? How is that possible? Di Zhao is a third-order transcendent, 2 minor realms higher than him. If Di Zhao is defeated, our demon race will lose all face. Damn, is this guy even human? A first-order transcendent can defeat a third-order transcendent. What if he really becomes a saint? Even Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eagle claw-like hand pinched the back of his chair, crushing it into dust, but he didn't even realize it. Xue Li also leaned forward and used her powerful divine sense to penetrate the death arena stage, paying close attention to any changes in the battle. Of all the spectators present, no one could see the situation more clearly than her, because the barriers around the death arena stage had been personally arranged by her. Her original intention was to allow the cultivator who entered the stage to fight a life or death battle space without worrying about disturbing the gamblers in the stands. But after all, this was the work of a top-level master, so even if others tried to peer through the barriers, it would be impossible for them to see anything clearly. Xue Li, on the other hand, was different. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Yang Kai and Di Zhao, as if they were floating in the air. This battle had really exceeded her expectations. If she hadn't inferred that Yang Kai was likely to win based on Enling's mood and clues, Xue Li would have never believed it. This battle was far more exciting than she had expected. Moreover, as she watched, the murderous intent towards Yang Kai and Xue Li's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of suspicion and confusion. Amidst the densely packed sounds of explosions, the golden and black energies that had been entangled together suddenly separated. The two silhouettes retreated separately, and with great difficulty they stood still with a distance of several hundred feet between them. Dust flew everywhere as the battlefield became chaotic. Everyone in the stands held their breaths and remained silent, their eyes closely watching the battle below. Everyone wanted to know who had won. Gradually, the dust settled, and the two figures below were imprinted in everyone's eyes. A series of gasps rang out. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Di Zhao's entire body was bathed in blood, and there wasn't a single part of his body that was unscathed. There were clear palm prints all over his body. Fist marks, finger marks. This elite warrior under Go Qiong's command seemed to be exhausted, gasping for breath. The sound of his breaths, sounding like a broken bellows, entered everyone's ears, indicating that he didn't have much strength left. Yang Kai was also covered in blood, and under the illumination of the sun, there was even a faint golden glow around him, making him look extremely strange. His sturdy body was riddled with scars. He wasn't much better off than Di Zhao. The only difference between the two was the light in their eyes. Di Zhao's originally brilliant eyes were now dull and dull. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was brimming with energy. Di Zhao, as long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see it. I underestimated you. You really are strong. Di Zhao coughed a few times and spat out some blood and bits of his internal organs. Anyone who underestimates me will pay the price. Yang Kai grinned and took a deep breath before lifting his foot and slowly walking forward, his yuan qi surging madly as his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill this man in front of him and put an end to this death match. Seeing his intentions, Feng Biao, who had been sitting in the stands with a gloomy expression, finally couldn't sit still and shouted angrily, "Boy, you dare!" Saying so, his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the death arena stage. Although Di Zhao had failed Master Go Qiong's expectations by losing to a human brat, he was still someone Go Qiong valued highly, so Yang Kai didn't have the right to kill him. Feng Biao couldn't just sit back and watch. He wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai as well. UMO. On the other side, Xue Li suddenly shouted. Umo nodded lightly and also disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he suddenly appeared in front of Feng Biao, blocking his path. "Get out of my way!" Feng Biao shouted angrily, not caring that this was Xue Li's territory, directly sending out a palm strike towards Umo. The latter coldly snorted and quickly responded. The two First Order Saint Realm Masters from the demon race instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Above the Death Arena stage, flashes of light flickered as a terrifying burst of power erupted. All the spectators from the demon race were dumbfounded. They had not expected that today, not only would they be able to enjoy a wonderful battle between two transcendents, they would even be able to enjoy a battle between two Saint Realm Masters, immediately becoming excited as they stared intently. "Umo, what do you mean by this?" Feng Biao saw that he couldn't get rid of Umo and angrily asked, "Do you know who Di Xiao is? If he dies here, can you bear the anger of Master Go Qiong?" "Idiot! Whether Go Qiong is angry or not, it's none of my business." Umo sneered. "This is Sand City, my master's territory. Have you made a mistake? You're forcing Master Go Qiong and Master Xue Li to fight." "That's not what I meant. It's just that the Death Arena has its own rules. Only one person can leave alive. This rule cannot be broken." "You!" Feng Biao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While he was fighting with Umo, he saw Yang Kai arrive in front of Di Xiao. The Yuan Qi condensed at his fingertips, his movements extremely calm. Di Xiao, who had exhausted all of his strength, was barely able to stand, let alone resist. So at this moment he was looking up towards the sky for help. Feng Biao quickly shouted, "Little brat, if you dare attack, you're dead." Just as he finished speaking, the Yuan Qi condensed at Yang Kai's fingertips transformed into a sharp sword and pierced Di Xiao's chest. Di Xiao's body swayed as blood gushed out of his chest like a fountain, his eyes bulging as he fell backwards. Pung, a cloud of dust was kicked up. "Damn, this little brat, he really killed Di Xiao. This is interesting. I think even Master Xue Li won't be able to save him." "Master Xue Li didn't try to save him. He's dead." Up in the air, seeing that Di Xiao was really dead, Feng Biao and Umo also stopped fighting, the former's face gloomy as if a storm was about to hit, his pair of red eyes staring towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to tear off the mask on his face and see what he looked like at this moment. Umo's eyes twitched, secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, silently returning to Xue Li's side. Beside Di Xiao's body, Yang Kai stood quietly, his back straight, motionless. Under the influence of the demon eye of annihilation, an undetectable amount of spiritual energy poured into Yang Kai's mind and was purified and absorbed by him. Gradually, the atmosphere and aura in the air became strange as Yang Kai's aura fluctuated. Feng Biao, who was staring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly narrowed his eyes, a trace of shock and dread flashing across his pupils. "Sir," Umo also exclaimed, his eyes glued to Yang Kai as he stared at him. Xue Li's expression changed again as she felt the energy fluctuations around Yang Kai's body become chaotic. Staring at the flickering light around his body, Xue Li suddenly froze. "Master, could it be he?" Umo muttered in surprise. An epiphany, this little brat." Xue Li's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. It's probably because of the life or death battles he has experienced these past few months that he has comprehended many things, and today's battle has completely sublimated them. "It's incredible," Umo exclaimed. "Did he choose to break through here? Isn't that a bit too arrogant?" Di Xiao had just been killed by him, so Feng Biao couldn't wait to kill him immediately. The people from the demon race in the stands were also filled with righteous indignation, constantly clamoring for Yang Kai to pay with his life. This was not a good time to break through. If things went wrong, it would cause a great riot and the crowd would directly swallow him up. "Master, are we just going to sit back and watch?" Umo's eyes narrowed as he asked. As long as Xue Li didn't say anything, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die today. No one from the demon race was willing to see such a human grow stronger. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of fun and excitement to these people from Sand City before, the situation was different now. Almost everyone was aware of his terrifying potential. Of course, we'll do something. Pass down my order. Anyone who dares enter the death arena before he breaks through will be killed without mercy. Xue Li's beautiful face was filled with inexplicable excitement. Umo was startled, completely confused. Before, Xue Li clearly wanted to kill Yang Kai. So after today's battle, whether Yang Kai won or lost, he would undoubtedly die. But now, Xue Li's attitude made Umo somewhat confused. If she really wanted to kill this human brat, she wouldn't even need to intervene. Feng Biao and the other members of the demon race would be able to kill him while he was breaking through. Before, she had only stopped Feng Biao because she wanted to suppress Go Qiong's arrogance and uphold the rules of the death arena. Could it be that this little brat's performance is so outstanding that the master is reluctant to kill him? Umo secretly guessed, but was still puzzled. However, he didn't ask any more questions and quickly sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, many masters from the demon race rushed into the death arena and surrounded it. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Xue Li was protecting Yang Kai, so no one dared to act rashly, only cursing and swearing. Standing in the middle of the death arena, Yang Kai didn't seem to be aware of all this. In fact, he was also paying close attention. The actions of Xue Li's subordinates made him feel a little strange. But since this woman didn't want to kill him for the time being, Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly break through without any worries. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mind remained calm, without sadness or joy, without any desires or thoughts, allowing his aura to surge. Chapter 787. Outside the death arena, countless people from the demon race were shouting and cursing, but none of them dared to make any aggressive moves. Inside the death arena, the world energy fluctuations gradually became more and more unpredictable. After an unknown amount of time, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation suddenly erupted with Yang Kai as its center. The energy of heaven and earth around him was like a tsunami, crazily swirling like a whirlpool, attacking the restrictions and barriers of the death arena. Such terrifying energy! Umo's eyes bulged as a look of horror appeared on his face, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, his eyes flashing brilliantly. Xue Li was also slightly dazed, shaking her head slightly as she muttered, "He really does have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. This kind of energy aura is comparable to a third-order transcendent. No wonder Di Shao died at his hands." So when the people from the demon race saw this scene, their expressions became ugly. If the one standing inside the death arena at this moment was Di Shao, they would likely be cheering for him. But since it was a human, they found it somewhat difficult to accept. As the surging world energy raged around the death arena, Yang Kai closed his eyes tightly, a look of comfort and satisfaction appearing on his face as the faint golden glow that enveloped his body became more and more dazzling. After a long time, the violent world energy suddenly rushed back and was absorbed by Yang Kai's body in just a dozen breaths. The chaotic death arena suddenly became much clearer. Looking at Yang Kai at this moment, the expressions of the people from the demon race became somewhat numb, all of them groaning in their hearts but unable to make any sound. Yang Kai, who had been seriously injured in his battle with Di Shao, now had his wounds healed at a strange rate, the small wounds completely disappearing and the big ones becoming negligible. Xue Li's beautiful eyes narrowed as she licked her ruby-red lips, as if she was in heat, her eyes staring towards Yang Kai excitedly. Inside the death arena, Yang Kai gently clenched his fists and felt the power flowing through his body. He was extremely satisfied. This time he had broken through. When the conditions were right, there was no obstruction. These past few months of hard fighting and the various insights he had gained were like nutrients nourishing his body and soul, allowing him to reach the edge of a breakthrough. After his battle with Di Shao, Yang Kai immediately glimpsed the mysteries of the second order transcendent realm. The richness and thickness of his yuan qi had risen to a new level, and even his spiritual energy had become much more condensed and powerful than before. Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. The only thing that made him feel somewhat helpless was that he had broken through in front of so many people from the demon race in this death arena, especially in front of Xue Li. Yang Kai had long been aware of Xue Li's intention to kill him and was extremely vigilant against this powerful woman. But the gap in their strength was simply too great. Xue Li, Xue Yang Kai, Xue Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Xue Yang, he Xue. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his head towards Xue Li and shouted, "Master Xue Li, do you mean what you said before?" Xue Li's beautiful eyes narrowed as she chuckled. "What did I say?" "You said that as long as I can win this battle, you will let me and my female companion go. Xue Li, does Master want to renege on your promise?" Yang Kai continued to shout. His voice reached the ears of all the people from the demon race. Xue Li snorted. From a distance, she glared at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. Although the two of them had made such an agreement before, Xue Li had never intended to abide by it. Now that Yang Kai had said it in front of so many people, Xue Li had no choice but to reconsider. If she did not abide by the demon general's words, it would greatly affect Xue Li's reputation. Smelly brat! Xue Li ground her teeth angrily, knowing that Yang Kai was forcing her, but she couldn't refuse in front of so many people. "Master, he's courting death." Yu Mo laughed gloatingly. "Let him go. We won't need to do anything to stop him from dying." Saying so, Yu Mo glanced over at Feng Biao, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Yu Mo knew that Feng Biao was the one who wanted to kill Yang Kai the most. "The key is that I don't want him to die now." Xue Li snorted. Yu Mo was stunned and didn't dare say anything more. "Xue Li, Master won't go back on his word, right?" Inside the death arena, Yang Kai shouted for the third time, his face filled with an inexplicable smile. Xue Li exhaled lightly, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall exaggeratedly as she slowly stood up and declared, "Of course not. You and your female companion are now free to leave whenever you want. No one will stop you." Yang Kai stared at her deeply and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Master Xue Li." Saying so, he flew up from the death arena and rushed toward Xue Li, arriving in front of her in a flash, grabbing Ling, and shouting, "Let's go! Little brat, I believe we'll meet again soon." Xue Li suddenly whispered softly, her words reaching Yang Kai's ears, causing his heart to tremble. Glancing over at Xue Li, he suddenly found that this woman was staring at him with a deep and meaningful gaze. Cheap slut. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, knowing that Xue Li didn't intend to let him leave so easily. In front of all these demon race members in the death arena, she had agreed without hesitation because she didn't want to damage her reputation. But she was definitely plotting something behind his back. Yang Kai was afraid that as soon as they left, there would be people chasing after them. Yang Kai immediately understood and said, "I don't think we'll meet again." "Just wait and see." Xue Li coldly snorted. Yang Kai took Ling, and shot up into the sky, disappearing like a bolt of lightning. In the stands, the demon race people who were filled with righteous indignation and wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai saw him leave so blatantly and also left the stands, forming groups of 3 or 4 as they quietly followed behind Yang Kai. Xue Li and Yu Mo saw all this but pretended not to notice, not making the slightest attempt to stop them. Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, stood in place, his expression gloomy for a moment before glancing over at Xue Li and grinning meaningfully and disappearing. "Master," they seemed to have all chased after him. "I'm afraid this time that little brat's fate is sealed." Yu Mo whispered, not to mention Feng Biao, a first-order saint, who was tailing them. Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope at all. Just his clansmen alone were enough to give Yang Kai a headache. Although Yang Kai was strong and had only just broken through a minor realm, after fighting Di Shao for such a long time, it was likely his strength had been reduced by at least 70 to 80%. Being caught by those people, only death awaited him. And he's dead meat. Xue Li grit her teeth, seemingly a little annoyed. That little brat brought this upon himself. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't have killed him, but he chose to die. Then, you go and bring him back for me. Xue Li ordered lightly. Don't let anyone take his life. Yes. Yu Mo nodded and quickly set off. Humph. Daring to say we won't meet again. I'd like to see what kind of expression you'll have when you see this king. Xue Li smiled softly, got up, and walked towards her palace, preparing to wait for the moment Yang Kai was captured. Outside Sand City, Yang Kai and Enling were running at top speed, their speed reaching an unimaginable level, leaving a long afterimage behind them. Are you okay? Enling asked worriedly. During the battle with Di Shao, Enling had also been frightened and knew how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. At this time, what he should be doing was calmly recuperating instead of frantically using his Yuan Qi. I'm fine. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai was well aware of his own body's condition. The powerful restorative power of the demon god's blood had even surprised Yang Kai. If it had been before, after suffering such serious injuries, Yang Kai would have needed to recuperate for a while. But now, the demon god's blood in his body had an incredible restorative ability, allowing him to recover in a short time. Although he hadn't fully healed yet, he was able to move without any hindrance. On top of that, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about his Yuan Qi. There were still hundreds of drops of Yang liquid in the Dantian and 60 to 70 fruits from the divine tree in the Black Book space, all of which could be used to supplement his Yuan Qi. There seems to be someone chasing us from behind. And Ling suddenly shouted, her beautiful face going pale. It's not just someone, it's a lot of people. Yang Kai's expression didn't change. He had long since noticed this. Under the investigation of his powerful divine sense, he was even able to clearly see the number and cultivations of the pursuers. There were quite a few transcendents and even a few saints, but there were only 2 or 3 of them. Behind these people was that Feng Biao. Feng Biao's aura was locked onto him, and he could not get rid of it. Behind Feng Biao was Yu Mo. Sure enough, Xue Li had sent him to chase after him. Yang Kai secretly cursed, vowing to himself that one day he would teach this poisonous woman a good lesson. More than half of Sand City's forces had been drawn out by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was quite annoyed in his heart, but he didn't show any of it on his face, continuing to fly forward at a leisurely pace. The masters from the demon race who had chased after Yang Kai out of Sand City had all summoned their artifacts and used their full strength to chase after him, gradually closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. After an hour or so, Yang Kai had only flown a few hundred kilometers before he was about to be caught, and Ling anxiously sent a series of seals into Yang Kai's body to help his Yuan Qi circulate and increase his speed. They won't be able to catch up. Yang Kai comforted her. He had been maintaining this speed all this time, simply waiting for an opportunity. In his perception, most of these pursuers were nothing to fear. Once his soul-devouring insects appeared, they would all die. The only ones he needed to be wary of were the few Saint Realm masters, mixed in with Feng Biao and Yu Mo. These people were the ones Yang Kai was worried about, noticing that Feng Biao and Yu Mo were maintaining a very subtle distance from him, neither too far nor too close, just the limit of what their divine senses could cover. Yang Kai immediately felt that his opportunity had come. Chapter 788. Whether it was Feng Biao or Yu Mo, both of them were obviously proud of their status and cultivation and were unwilling to associate with other members of the demon race. On top of that, they were also quite confident in their own strength, so they maintained a subtle distance from Yang Kai. This gave Yang Kai an opportunity. With a loud bang, the power of wind and thunder surged, and behind Yang Kai, his wind and thunder wings unfurled in a dazzling display. With a flap of his wings, his already fast speed suddenly increased, and Ling, who was being pulled along by him, couldn't help narrowing her eyes as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the fierce wind, causing their clothes to flutter and their hair to fly wildly. In a flash, they had escaped from the range of Feng Biao and Yu Mo's divine sense, and Ling couldn't help calling out. Although this wasn't the first time she had seen Yang Kai use his wind and thunder wings, she had seen Yang Kai use them when they were escaping from Saintess Nan. But no matter how many times she saw them, and Ling was still fascinated by the beauty of those wings. Such a pair of wings shouldn't belong to a man but to a woman. Even looking at Yang Kai now, she couldn't help feeling that he was extraordinarily handsome. And Ling pursed her red lips as she stared at Yang Kai's profile, her eyes slightly blurred as she couldn't help leaning her tender body against Yang Kai and hugging his arm. "Hey, can't you at least look at the situation before you act like a love-struck fool?" Yang Kai immediately noticed her abnormality and couldn't help glaring at her. From his elbow, he felt an amazing elasticity and softness, causing Yang Kai's momentum to almost collapse. And Ling, Er's face suddenly blushed as she stubbornly said, "How could that be? Don't talk nonsense. I just feel that the outside world is so wonderful. It's completely different from what I imagined in the Holy Land." Since meeting Yang Kai and Ling, Er's days had been filled with excitement. This kind of excitement made her panic, but also made her quite excited. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai was by her side, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she would always be able to avert it. Ordinary people don't have such a wonderful life. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. His wings flapped continuously, and his body moved like a rainbow, faster and faster. The faces of the demon race members who had been tailing him changed. Originally, they could still see Yang Kai, but in that instant they lost sight of Yang Kai. Among the group, the 2 or 3 Saint Realm Masters also wore shocked looks. Not daring to be negligent, he hurriedly sped up and chased after him. In the next moment, 2 figures flew past these people one after the other. It was Feng Biao and Mo who had noticed something was wrong and had increased their speed. The expressions of these 2 were particularly dignified, especially Mo. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that even in his life or death battle with Di Shao, Yang Kai had been concealing his means. With this jaw-dropping speed alone, Yang Kai should have been able to toy with Di Shao in the palm of his hand, but he had waited until this moment to use this move, so it was obvious he had been prepared for this moment. As a result, Yang Kai instantly escaped from the detection range of his divine sense. This smelly brat. Mo cursed as he chased after Yang Kai. Another 2 hours passed. The demon race members who had been tailing Yang Kai finally stopped their pursuit. They had no idea where Yang Kai and the other Saint Realm Masters had run off to, so without a target, they had no way of pursuing them. One by one, they all hung their heads and sighed as they returned to Sand City. 2,000 kilometers away from Sand City, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the means of these Saint Realm Masters. Although he had displayed his wind and thunder wings and managed to escape from their divine senses for a short period of time, these Saint Realm Masters had used some kind of unknown method to accurately locate his position and firmly follow him. The demon land was very large, so Yang Kai wasn't sure if he was in the right direction, so he could only try to find some desolate routes to escape from the demon land. His powerful spiritual energy played a crucial role at this time. Yang Kai's physical cultivation was only at the second order transcendent realm, but his spiritual energy was no less powerful than a Saint Realm Master. Even compared to Feng Biao and Mo, his spiritual energy was no worse, perhaps even stronger. With this kind of help, Yang Kai could avoid crowded areas, so as to avoid being discovered by the other members of the demon race and causing unnecessary trouble. After running for such a long time, Yang Kai was also somewhat exhausted. Whether it was his physical strength or his spiritual energy, both had been greatly consumed while in Ling. Er's face was also dispirited, obviously exhausted. Running and stopping. Yang Kai was unable to shake off Feng Biao and Umo. The other Saint Realm masters had given up chasing Yang Kai after a few days, but these two were like rabid dogs, constantly biting onto Yang Kai's tail, causing him great annoyance. These two people, who were originally enemies with each other, seemed to have gradually gathered together because of this pursuit. Half a month passed by, by now, Yang Kai had led Ling, or through the demon land for more than 100,000 kilometers, and the demonic qi in the air was gradually becoming thinner. This caused Yang Kai's spirits to soar, and he secretly felt that his direction was not wrong. As long as he continued to flee in this direction, he would definitely be able to leave the demon land. As long as he left the demon land, Feng Biao and Umo would have no choice but to give up. Seeing hope, Yang Kai's spirits suddenly soared. On this day, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he came to a stop and stared towards a dense forest in front of him. In front of him, he noticed the auras of many masters lurking, seemingly waiting for him to walk right into their trap. At the same time he came to a stop, a pair of cold eyes in the dense forest suddenly spotted Yang Kai. What a vigilant little brat! This master from the demon race secretly praised, a look of surprise flashing across his face. The auras of the people he had brought with him had been perfectly concealed, blending in with the surrounding environment, but this boy had still been discovered. What are you doing sneaking around? Come out. Yang Kai observed for a moment before taking a deep breath and suddenly shouting. The man grinned and no longer hid himself, leaping up into the sky and walking towards Yang Kai. Looking at this master from the demon race approaching him, Yang Kai's face filled with suspicion. He had never seen this person before, but looking at their posture, it was clear they were indeed waiting for him and Enlinger. This person's cultivation was not weak, probably at the Saint Realm. Even if he wasn't as strong as Feng Biao and Umo, the difference wasn't great. Behind this man, a number of seemingly powerful masters appeared one after another, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai. Hearing a sound behind him, Yang Kai's face sank, realizing that Feng Biao and Umo had also caught up. Sure enough, a moment later, these two rabid dogs appeared one after another, blocking Yang Kai's path. Umo, is this the human boy who escaped from Sand City? The master from the demon race in front of him stared at Yang Kai and asked. Umo's expression became cold as he nodded lightly, and, turning to Yang Kai, he shouted, Smelly brat, you sure run fast. If I hadn't sent a message to City Lord Man, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stop you. As he spoke, a look of hatred flashed across his face. This time he had accepted Shui Li's order and thought he could easily capture Yang Kai. But after a month of chasing him, he had almost exhausted himself to death. Feeling very depressed, Umo secretly decided that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him suffer a bit to vent the hatred in his heart. After listening to Umo's words, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he was being chased, Umo had used some kind of method to send a message to City Lord Man, telling him to set up an ambush here in advance and wait for his arrival. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. After all, this was his opponent's territory. Although he had been able to escape for a while, today he had been blocked, so there was likely no road to heaven or door to earth. While Umo and City Lord Man were talking, Feng Biao, who was standing nearby, wore an indifferent expression, his eyes constantly darting around, seemingly observing the situation around him. His purpose was different from Umo's. He wanted to kill Yang Kai and complete the task given to him by Master Go Cheong, but now that Umo had called for help, he suddenly felt a bit troubled. Feng Biao's restlessness didn't escape Umo's notice, and even City Lord Man wore a pensive look as he chuckled. Isn't this Feng Biao? Why aren't you staying in Qingliao City and serving your Go Cheong master? What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Umo shouted, Feng Biao. Today I won't embarrass you, so scram. Feng Biao coldly snorted, glaring towards Yang Kai and then towards Umo before suddenly retreating a short distance and faintly saying, You can capture him, I won't intervene, but I'll report everything that happened before to Master Go Cheong. I hope you can bear the consequences. Seeing him take such a stance, Umo no longer spoke any more nonsense. Glancing towards Yang Kai and sneering, Little brat, are you going to surrender yourself or do you want me to capture you? I'll tell you in advance, if you want me to take action, you may suffer some injuries. Are you so confident you can catch me? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing this, City Lord Man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he muttered in amazement, Umo, what kind of background does this human brat have? His arrogance is greater than the heavens. In front of several Saint Realm masters, he actually dared to speak such big words. Was there something wrong with his head? He has the capital to back up his arrogance. Di Shao was killed by him in Sand City's death arena one-on-one. Umo explained softly. What? City Lord Man's face paled as he exclaimed, Are you sure? Di Shao was killed by him? He seems to only be a second-order transcendent. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be mistaken? Also, when he killed Di Shao, he was only a first-order transcendent. After killing Di Shao, he broke through to his current realm. Are you for real? City Lord Man had a look of disbelief on his face as he exclaimed in shock. Why else do you think Feng Biao chased after him for an entire month? Umo ground his teeth. Damn it, I won't mention it. It's too embarrassing. Ha! City Lord Man burst out laughing, a look of ridicule filling his face. What? You chased him for an entire month and still couldn't catch him? As he laughed, his expression suddenly became cold as he muttered, It seems this little brat really has some skill. Chapter 789. The city lord of the demon race's Man City looked like a burly man, but in fact he was a shrewd and cunning man. He knew that if Umo hadn't forced him into a corner, Umo wouldn't have praised a human cultivator so highly. City Lord Man City immediately realized that this human was indeed different from the others. With just a first-order cultivation, he had killed the third-order Di Shao. No one in the demon race had ever been able to accomplish such a feat. It had always been Di Shao who killed those above his realm, but this time he had been killed instead. It was obvious just how powerful this human was. Guman, this time I'll have to trouble you to take action. I'll stand guard for you. Umo glanced over at Feng Biao, not far away, and ordered. He obviously didn't trust Feng Biao and needed to take action to prevent him from acting rashly. No problem. I like to destroy the pride and self-confidence of young people, especially someone like this human. It'll definitely be very enjoyable. Guman nodded heavily, his face filled with excitement as he waved his hand and shouted to the people he had brought with him. Go test his depths. Don't be careless. I don't want to have to collect your corpses. The masters from the barbarian city grinned as they walked over, sizing up Yang Kai with great interest. Umo frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong, but thinking that with so many people dealing with Yang Kai, there shouldn't be any problems, he didn't stop them. City Lord, is there any reward for capturing this human brat? The experts from the barbarian city shouted. It seemed that they wanted to obtain some benefits from the ancient barbarian city. Reward my ass. Father here was sent to the edge of the demon land by Master Shui Li to be city lord. This place is even more desolate than Sand City, yet you dare ask me for a reward? If you want to, you should ask Umo, Guman cursed. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his lips curled into a grin. Although Guman's words were filled with complaints, they also revealed a piece of news that made Yang Kai excited. This place was really the edge of the demon land. This meant that as long as he left this place, he could escape from the demon land. What are you blabbering about? Don't tell me you didn't get enough benefits? Umo shouted. Guman, you're just like this. If it weren't for this, Why would Master Shui Li arrange for you to be here? Short-sighted fellows will never improve. Gu Man wasn't annoyed. Instead, he grinned meaningfully. Did you hear that? Master Umo said that anyone who catches him will be rewarded. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it, idiots. When the masters of Barbarian City heard this, their auras immediately became fierce, and they all glared at Yang Kai with unkind expressions, surrounding him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai was not flustered at all. He just looked at them coldly. Secretly condensing his spiritual energy, he was ready to launch an attack with his soul-devouring insects, killing all these cultivator below the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Just as both sides were about to draw their swords, and Ling Er's delicate body suddenly trembled, and a trace of fear and pain appeared on her pretty face. She couldn't help but pull on Yang Kai's clothes. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned and asked softly. He thought that Ling had been hit by some kind of trick. However, Ling Er's beautiful eyes trembled. Stretching out a finger, she pointed to the distance. Over there! Following the direction of her finger, everyone stared in that direction. In just a single glance, all of them were stunned. On the other side of the sky, the wind and clouds were converging, and a thick, rolling dark cloud was rapidly approaching. Mixed with this dark cloud was an extremely uncomfortable aura, and there was even a faint divine sense being transmitted over. Everyone paled in fright. Saintess Nan! Yang Kai muttered, It should be. And Ling gently nodded, her beautiful eyes dark and gloomy, as if she couldn't see the light at all. Fuck! Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Being chased by Umo and Feng Biao, being ambushed and intercepted by Guman. He didn't care because he hadn't used all of his means yet. He believed that as long as he became the demon race, he would be able to escape within Ling. But at this critical moment, this previous generation saintess who had never killed a single person in her life and slaughtered 1,000,000 corpses after her death had actually chased him here, disrupting Yang Kai's plans and causing him to become anxious. Yang Kai had experienced Saintess Nan's methods before and knew he couldn't resist her. Even if he had broken through to the second-order transcendent realm now, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating her. The last time he had been able to escape from her hands was entirely because of the void corridor at the bottom of the sea, but now that he was in the middle of nowhere, there was no possibility of escape. Yang Kai's emotions were stirred up while Feng Biao, Umo, and the others also wore dignified expressions. All of them were Saint Realm masters, so they could naturally perceive the tyrannical strength of this person. Even they had to be wary of such an existence. What kind of powerful master would actually come here? The two of them couldn't understand and could only stare towards Yang Kai thoughtfully, wanting to get an answer from him. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. My reinforcements are here. Yang Kai stared at them coldly, trying to maintain a calm expression. Umo chuckled. Why do I feel like this person is filled with murderous intent towards you and the woman beside you? Yang Kai curled his lips, knowing that there was no way he could deceive Umo and the others. Little brat, you really know how to stir up trouble, actually provoking such a powerful enemy. It's a miracle you've survived until now. Do you think I want to? Yang Kai said indignantly. If he hadn't learned a few of the 9 heavens' divine skills from Ling, and been tainted with her aura, Saintess Nan wouldn't have targeted him like this. But Umo, this person's aura is a bit strange. Guman frowned as he carefully probed this person's aura. He couldn't help but feel that this person's aura was too heavy, completely devoid of any fluctuations a living person should have, shaking his head and asking, What should we do? Capture this little brat and leave quickly. Umo decisively made up his mind, not daring to delay any longer. No matter how strange this person was, Umo had already felt how tyrannical his opponent was. Even if he and Guman joined forces, they might not necessarily be able to win. If they didn't leave now, the night was long and the dreams were many. No need, I'll go with you. Yang Kai said casually, suddenly changing his attitude. Going with UMO and the others might give him a chance to survive, but staying here would only result in death. He didn't have the capital to resist Saintess Nan yet. Little brat, you know your place. UMO nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, but soon his expression changed again, grinning bitterly. I'm afraid it's too late. This person is too fast. As soon as he finished speaking, a perfectly proportioned hand stretched out from the rolling dark clouds in the distant sky, covering the direction of the crowd from afar. As this jade hand pushed forward, it grew larger and larger until it covered the entire sky, making it impossible for anyone to see the slightest trace of light. Heaven-covering hand, a single hand covering the heavens. The masters from the demon race all cursed loudly, while Yang Kai also quickly took in Ling, and fled. Kong. The earth shook, and the forest where Guman and the others had been hiding was suddenly smashed deep into the ground. From a bird's eye view, one could see a terrifying giant hand seal appear in a radius of more than a dozen kilometers. As if some kind of natural disaster had occurred, a strong wind swept out, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Several unlucky masters from Barbarian City, who were unable to escape in time, were crushed into meat paste on the spot. The rest of the people who managed to barely avoid this disaster by relying on their profound cultivations. UMO and Guman gathered together, their expressions extremely ugly. Although they already knew that this person was extremely strong, it wasn't until the moment he took action that they realized they had still underestimated this person's methods. Second-order saint. At the very least, this person's cultivation was at this level. Standing mid-air, UMO and Guman didn't have any fighting intent, only wanting to get as far away from this place as possible. But they didn't dare to make the slightest move because when the giant hand seal was about to descend, a divine sense had already locked onto their bodies. Once they moved, they would be mercilessly slaughtered. Both of them took a deep breath and focused their gazes in a certain direction. In that direction, a graceful woman in a pure white dress was slowly walking over. Her appearance was delicate, her figure was slender, and her temperament was extraordinary. She was a rare beauty in this world. But at this moment her expression was dull, and a thick death chi flowed from her brow, making her complexion appear somewhat dark and gloomy. From her, UMO and Guman couldn't feel the slightest trace of vitality. As she walked, streams of refined energy shot out from her slender fingertips, transforming into sharp blades that shot towards the experts of Barbarian City. These masters below the Saint Realm were unable to resist in the face of these attacks, and in just a few breaths of time, they were all killed by her, not leaving a single one alive. Guman's eyes went bloodshot as he roared, "You smelly whore, you dare attack my Guman's people?" UMO also wore a gloomy expression as he shouted, "You slut, don't you think it's a bit too much for you to kill without even asking?" Facing the curses and questions of these two, Saintess Nan didn't respond in the slightest, her beautiful eyes not even blinking. Yang Kai was secretly gloating in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. Saintess Nan was already a dead person, so no matter what UMO and Guman said, they wouldn't get a response. Yang Kai was naturally happy to watch the show. The only problem now was how to escape from this previous generation Saintess. Even with UMO and Guman's interference, Yang Kai estimated they wouldn't be able to last long. Midair, as Saintess Nan continued to approach, UMO and Guman's hairs all stood on end. Exchanging a glance with each other, they quickly condensed their strength. They knew that today they had no choice but to fight with this woman. Even Feng Biao, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, couldn't help feeling angry. He had also been locked onto by Saintess Nan's divine sense. So if he wanted to survive, he could only temporarily join forces with UMO and Guman to resist. The 3 first-order saints immediately gathered together. Even if such a lineup couldn't win against Saintess Nan, escaping was probably not a problem. A moment later, When Saintess Nan was about 300 meters away, rolling demonic chi burst forth from the 3 Saint Realm Masters of the demon race, all of them displaying their full strength as they attacked Saintess Nan. A giant sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down towards the 3 saints, carrying with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Profound heavenly sword. This giant sword contained a thick death domain, causing UMO and the other saints to tremble in fear. Chapter 790. The 3 demon race Saint Realm Masters didn't know anything about Saintess Nan and immediately began fighting, falling into a bitter struggle. Although there were 3 of them, Saintess Nan's cultivation was a minor realm higher than any of them, so even though she was fighting 1 against 3, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he pulled Ling and fled. This little brat. Although UMO saw this scene, he couldn't free himself to stop it, so he couldn't help grinding his teeth in anger. Knowing that this mission was impossible to complete, UMO vented all of his anger on Saintess Nan, not showing any mercy as he summoned his saint-grade artifact and released a massive amount of power. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Ling had fled 100 kilometers away. Even from so far away, the shock waves from the battle between the Saint Realm Masters could still be felt, causing Yang Kai to feel some lingering fear. Yang Kai had always felt that there seemed to be a fundamental difference between the Saint Realm and the mortal realm. This wasn't a great realm gap, but rather the true chi flowing through the bodies of every Saint Realm Master he had encountered was somewhat different from that of those in the mortal realm. Without reaching this level, Yang Kai didn't know what the mysteries of the Saint Realm were, so he could only wait until later to find someone to ask. HM. And Ling suddenly let out a soft cry, her brow furrowing slightly, seemingly silently sensing something. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also sank. Under the investigation of his divine sense, he discovered that there were several tyrannical top masters in front of him, all of whom were rapidly approaching him. The auras exuding from these masters were no worse than Yumo's group, and one of them was even comparable to Saintess Nan. In this desolate wilderness, with so many Saint Realm Masters suddenly appearing, it was difficult for Yang Kai to ignore them. Just as Yang Kai was about to pull Ling away from these approaching masters, and Ling suddenly smiled. Her brow relaxing as she called out, "It's my Holy Land's people!" Yang Kai was stunned. "We're saved. Great Elder Su, we must have brought reinforcements." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he felt it was a bit of a coincidence, it wasn't impossible. If it really was a master from 9 Heaven's Holy Land, then all they needed to do was track Saintess Nan's figure, and they would be able to find Ling, provided that Ling was still alive. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to run away. Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with the people from 9 Heaven's Holy Land, but as soon as this idea appeared, he suppressed it. If he left at this time, he would have a guilty conscience and would only arouse the suspicions of those experts. On top of that, Yang Kai wasn't sure if Saintess Nan would let him off after he separated from Ling, or if she forced UMO and the others to retreat and then went after him alone, he wouldn't be able to resist. There was no doubt that it was safer to stay with the experts in front of him. And Ling, Yang Kai suddenly called out, "How have I been treating you during this time? How have I been?" And Ling was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, her cheeks blushed slightly as she whispered, "Very good," whether it was on the seabed or inside the mysterious small world. Or perhaps it was because in the demon land, Yang Kai had taken good care of her. Even when they were escaping, he would take her with him, sharing many trials and tribulations with her for nearly a year. And Ling had long regarded Yang Kai as a person she could only rely on. "Then do me a favor, when you see the people from your Holy Land, don't mention anything about the Holy Land. Don't mention anything about the Holy Master, and don't tell them that I learned 3 9 Heavens divine skills from you. You don't want to be the Holy Master." and Ling keenly understood Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I already said, even if I don't become the Holy Master, I can still reach that height. If I were to become your Holy Master, I'm afraid it wouldn't even take 300 years for me to become a skeleton. If I die, it doesn't matter, many people will be sad. Are they all women? And Ling asked softly, her tone filled with jealousy. Ahem, only 1 or 2, Yang Kai said awkwardly. Good. Since you're so against it, I won't say anything. When we reach a safe place, you can leave on your own. I'm sure Great Elder and the others won't embarrass you too much. And Ling pursed her red lips. And Yang Kai nodded lightly, not slowing down his pace as he flew forward to meet them. While the two were talking, several divine senses spread out from the other side and began probing them. After a short while, these divine senses all revealed a kind of joy and excitement, apparently having recognized in Ling Er's life aura. A moment later, several streaks of light entered Yang Kai's eyes, and from a distance, someone called out, "Is it Her Highness the Saintess?" Great Elder, and Ling responded quickly, "It really is Her Highness the Saintess." The speed of the several streaks of light increased, and in the blink of an eye, arrived in front of Yang Kai and in Ling 4 Saint Realm Masters. The one leading them should be the Great Elder Su Hui that in Ling mentioned, a second-order saint, not the slightest bit worse than Saintess Nan. Wearing a gray robe, his eyes flashed brilliantly and his expression was one of awe and dignity. Behind him were 3 other saints, all of whom should be masters from 9 Heavens' holy land. Such a tyrannical lineup showed just how strong 9 Heavens' holy land's heritage was. After all, if the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan had not died, the Holy Land would have had 2 more top masters. Soaring Heaven Sect was such a powerful force, but it only had 2 saints. One was Chu Ling Xiao, and the other was a martial uncle Yang Kai had never seen before. Compared to 9 Heavens' holy land, Soaring Heaven Sect appeared somewhat weak. With such a heritage, 9 Heavens' holy land could be considered one of the strongest forces in the entire world. But after experiencing the death of both the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan, 9 Heavens' holy land should have declined significantly. With the blessings of the old Holy Master in heaven, Her Highness the Saintess is safe and sound. Su Hui hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed, a look of relief appearing on his face. Most of the other 3 masters also wore similar expressions. It was obvious that they were all very worried about Ling Er's safety. After seeing Ling all of them hurriedly asked about her well-being, and Ling simply waved her hand, indicating that she was fine. Saying so, Great Elder Su Hui's pair of sharp eyes suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of approval flashing across his face as he nodded lightly. This should be the future Holy Master, yes? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as his brow furrowed. This old man saying such words at first sight made Yang Kai feel somewhat at a loss. And Ling was also taken aback and quickly shook her head. No, Great Elder, you've misunderstood. Haha, Your Highness Saintess doesn't need to conceal anything from me. What happened to you in the Outer Islands, I learned from Qian Ning. Su Hui nodded repeatedly, a look of appreciation and satisfaction flashing across his eyes. Young and promising, actually being able to comprehend 3 of the 9 Heavens' divine skills at once is something no previous Holy Master has ever accomplished. Yang Kai was even more surprised in his heart, but on the surface he remained indifferent, not showing any intention to speak. On the other hand, Ling gawked for a moment before asking in surprise, "Uncle Qian didn't die?" In the Outer Islands, in order to give Yang Kai and Ling time to escape, Qian Ning and the other mortal realm masters from 9 Heavens' holy land had launched a suicidal attack on Saintess Nan. Yang Kai had personally witnessed Qian Ning being beaten to a pulp by Saintess Nan, so there was no reason for him to have survived. Su Hui shook his head sadly. Dead. In your team, everyone except you died, but before Qian Ning died, he left behind a message. It was because of this that I was able to learn that you had found the future Holy Master. It was also because we followed Saintess Nan's trail that we were able to find you today. This was basically the same as Yang Kai had guessed, but thinking about Qianning, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth. That bastard had died, but before he died he had caused so much trouble for himself. His death was truly not worth regretting. And Ling quietly glanced over at Yang Kai and saw that his complexion was not very good. Her heart couldn't help trembling, not knowing what to do. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Su Hui glanced around 100 kilometers away and quickly said. Everyone nodded. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. That Saintess Nan, is she going to ignore it? Su Hui smiled awkwardly. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but I'm not the Saintess opponent, so even if I wanted to intervene, there's nothing I can do. Then won't she always chase after me, and Ling in the future? Yang Kai's expression was slightly unhappy. Once we return to the Holy Land, there won't be any problems. As long as we return to the Holy Land, the Saintess won't chase after us, another Saint Realm Master quickly replied. That's why we need to hurry back to the Holy Land. When Su Hui spoke, he looked towards Yang Kai cautiously, as if he respected him very much. The other party's attitude was quite good. So although Yang Kai was unhappy and didn't want to have anything to do with Nine Heaven's Holy Land, he had no choice but to follow them. Yang Kai decided to observe them for a while. If they showed any signs of unpleasantness on the road, he would immediately flee and never appear in front of anyone from Nine Heaven's Holy Land until he had grown up. However, now that Su Hui and the others had learned that he had studied the Nine Heaven's divine skills, they wouldn't easily let him leave, causing Yang Kai a bit of a headache. With his permission, Su Hui's expression relaxed, wrapping Yang Kai and Ling in his Yuan Qi before flying off. A short time later, the group left the Demon Land. Saintess Nan's divine sense, which had been locked onto Yang Kai and Ling, was also cut off because of the great distance between them. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Flying all the way, Su Hui seemed to be staring at them intently, but in fact he was also secretly observing them, his heart filled with amazement. He noticed that Ling seemed to care a lot about Yang Kai, not like a saintess caring about the future Holy Master, but more like a woman caring about a man. From time to time, Ling would carefully observe Yang Kai's expression, and whenever she saw him show a dignified expression, Ling's heart would beat faster. This future Holy Master is amazing. What kind of person Ling was, Su Hui knew better than anyone else. Every saintess cultivated by the Holy Land, which one of them didn't have eyes above their heads? This future Holy Master being able to make the saintess so obedient in such a short time was a testament to his charm and means. Chapter 791. If this was all there was to it, it could only be said that he had indeed obtained the approval of the saintess. What was even more commendable was that his cultivation was not low, a full second-order transcendent. When they first arrived, Su Hui had been guessing what kind of cultivation this future Holy Master would have. If he was just an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, with the Holy Land's resources and secret arts, it would only take a few dozen years for him to stand at the peak of the martial Tao, but the reality had greatly surprised him. Such a young second-order transcendent was a rare existence in the entire Tong Xian realm. Thinking about the message Qianning had left before his death, Su Hui couldn't help smiling. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the more pleasing he found him. By the way, Your Highness, how did you manage to escape from the outer islands? As far as I know, the outer islands were destroyed by Saintess Nan, and almost no one survived. Su Hui asked curiously as they flew, and Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing Yang Kai nod lightly, she told him about the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. A void corridor. Su Hui raised his brow and said happily, "The heavens have really blessed my holy land. So, after you came out of the void corridor, you arrived in the demon land, right? Yang Kai nodded quickly, fearing that in Ling, I would reveal the mysterious small world. After arriving in the demon land, we accidentally fell into Shui Li's hands and only managed to escape a few days ago. Demon General Shui Li? Su Hui paled while the other three also wore shocked looks, none of them having expected Yang Kai and Enling, or to be able to escape from such a powerful character, causing them to feel a burst of admiration. If they had fallen into Shui Li's hands, they would likely have died without a doubt. Realizing this, the Masters of Nine Heaven's Holy Land became even more respectful towards the future Holy Master, Yang Kai. Flying over various famous mountains and rivers, Su Hui and the others didn't slow down in the slightest, quickly escaping from Saintess Nan's pursuit. Along the way, Su Hui intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yang Kai's origins and was somewhat surprised to learn that he was from Soaring Heaven Sect. Soaring Heaven Sect was not a weak force. However, it was quite far from Nine Heaven's Holy Land. They didn't interact much with each other. Soaring Heaven Sect's strength has also soared recently. It seems they have suddenly gained 4 Saint Realm Masters. Speaking of Soaring Heaven Sect, an old man with a pale complexion sighed, if that's the case, their overall strength is above my Holy Lands. For extra people? Yang Kai smiled happily when he heard this, and immediately thought of Tsangyan and Feiyu. It seemed that they had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from Floating Cloud City. It was indeed of great help to them. I've also heard about this matter. It is said that 2 years ago, the 4 of them took an alchemist with them to Floating Cloud City in neutral territory to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower. If I remember correctly, that alchemist seems to be a young man, and about the same age as our future Holy Master. Saying so, Su Hui swept his eyes over Yang Kai meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pretended not to hear. At this time, no matter what he said, it would only reveal 300 taels of silver. Obviously, Su Hui had already speculated something. However, this old man didn't have any malicious intent towards him. So Yang Kai wasn't very worried. Seeing Yang Kai not say anything, Su Hui chuckled. There's no need to envy others. My Holy Land has a new Holy Master. It won't be long before he can restore his Yuan Qi and perhaps even reach a higher level. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. All of them had great expectations for Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said, Friends, I have no intention of meddling with your Holy Master's position. When we arrive at a suitable place, we'll part ways. Ah, Su Hui wore a shocked expression. You don't want to be Holy Master? Yang Kai nodded. I have discussed this matter with Enling many times. I learned your 3 Nine Heavens divine skills without fully understanding them. At most, I won't use these 3 divine skills in the future. The several saints were suddenly dumbfounded, and Ling pursed her red lips and also said, I take a lot of responsibility for this matter. He didn't learn my Holy Land's divine skills. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Su Hui frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai and Enling. Seemingly deep in thought for a moment before suddenly letting out a hearty laugh. Let's not talk about this for now. Since little brother is from Soaring Heaven Sect, we won't embarrass you. If it's convenient for you, why don't you return to the Holy Land with us as a guest and use your own eyes to see what the Holy Land is like? When the time comes, if you still insist, we won't force you. Yang Kai's expression flashed, knowing that in front of these Saint Realm Masters he couldn't refuse. Once he refused, they would likely use force. Although they wouldn't hurt him, they would definitely try to take him back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Su Hui had already made enough concessions. With his identity and strength, if he really decided to use force, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to resist. Saying so was enough to show his sincerity. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not wanting to argue with them anymore. Seeing him agree, and Ling couldn't help showing a happy expression. The group continued to move forward. Unlike the previous harmonious atmosphere, after learning that Yang Kai had no intention of becoming Holy Master, Su Hui and the other saints were constantly exchanging glances and divine sense messages, seemingly discussing something. Yang Kai noticed this, but simply pretended not to notice. A moment later, the four saints began bombarding Yang Kai with words, describing the strength and foundation of 9 heavens' holy land one by one, showing him the various benefits and wonderful prospects of becoming Holy Master in an attempt to tempt him. Yang Kai let these words flow in his ears, refusing to budge, causing Su Hui and the other saints to feel extremely helpless. However, from their descriptions, Yang Kai did see a behemoth. In 9 heavens' holy land, although the lifespan of each Holy Master was short, each Holy Master was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. Any force, as long as they had a Third Order Saint, would be considered a top force. Moreover, the way they cultivated their Holy Masters was also different. Inside the Holy Land, there were some places that only the Holy Master could enter, and if one cultivated there, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even Su Hui and the other saints weren't clear on the mysteries behind this. There were also saintesses to assist them in their cultivation, ranging from 7 or 8 saintesses to 3 or 4. It was difficult for a Holy Master's strength to not improve quickly. Each saintess was selected through a strict selection process, and whether it was in terms of aptitude or beauty, they were all top-notch. These saintesses were completely obedient to the Holy Master and would do anything he wished. It could be said that as long as one became the Holy Master of 9 heavens' holy land, not only would they be able to enjoy the blessings of many women, they would also be able to dominate the world. The only drawback was their lifespan. Not only was the lifespan of a Holy Master short, but so was the lifespan of a saintess. The previous Holy Master originally had 6 saintesses, but in the past 50 years, 5 of them had fallen one after another, leaving behind only Saintess Nan. When the previous Holy Master died, Saintess Nan also fell. The previous Holy Master and Saintess had all passed away, so now the Holy Land's hopes were pinned on Yang Kai and Enling. How could Su Hui and the other saints allow Yang Kai to leave so easily? Great Elder, where are Xiao Lian and the others? Enling caught a glimpse of something unusual from Su Hui and the other saints' words, and quickly asked in a trembling voice. Su Hui's face darkened as he hesitated for a moment before replying, "They're all dead. Of the 4 saintesses of this generation, besides you, the other 3 have all been killed by Saintess Nan." And Ling couldn't help covering her mouth as her eyes trembled. She had been hoping that the other 3 saintesses would be able to bring back a suitable candidate for the Holy Master position so that Great Elder and the others wouldn't force Yang Kai to become Holy Master. But now that she had received such bad news, she was unable to accept it. However, after thinking about it carefully, the Saintess Patrol team did not have any Saint Realm Masters guarding them. So once Saintess Nan found them, there was no way they could resist. She had been lucky enough to meet Yang Kai and learn about the existence of a void corridor in advance. Otherwise, her fate may have been the same as the other 3 saintesses. "Your Highness Saintess, please restrain your grief." Su Hui quickly comforted. "That's why the Holy Land is now counting on you too." Saying so, he stared towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Forgive this old master's rudeness, but I'll call you little brother first. If little brother doesn't agree to become Holy Master within 100 years, the Holy Land will disappear." Su Hui's expression was sincere as he spoke in a dignified tone. The other 3 also hurriedly pleaded, "Little brother, please agree to our rude request. The inheritance of the Holy Land cannot be severed in our generation." Yang Kai took a light breath and comforted them. "The tides rise and fall. Flowers bloom and wilt. No great force can survive forever. Don't think about it too deeply. Didn't the great demon god, who was as strong as he was back then, also fall? Moreover, I'm not the only one in this world who is suitable to become Holy Master. It's just that Enling hasn't found one yet. Little brother doesn't know the whole story, so it's no wonder you say such things. Every saintess of the Holy Land can only choose one Holy Master candidate in their life. Once chosen, they won't be able to sense anyone else. Now that Her Highness Saintess has chosen you, there is no reason for her to choose anyone else. So, the only one who can become Holy Master is me? Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling that the situation had become tricky. Su Hui and the others all nodded solemnly. If little brother doesn't agree, then our 9 heavens Holy Land can only wait for destruction. We implore little brother to inherit the position of Holy Master. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I'll turn against you. Yang Kai glared at him. Su Hui's face changed as he quickly said, "We wouldn't dare!" Seeing Yang Kai's impatience, and Ling quickly interjected, "Didn't we say we shouldn't talk about this now? Why are you bringing it up again?" Su Hui smiled awkwardly and self-deprecatingly said, "I'm old and confused. I hope little brother won't take offense. Let's return to the Holy Land first, so little brother can experience the glory of my Holy Land. This old master will definitely entertain you well. Soon we'll arrive in 3 or 5 days," another person quickly added. Chapter 792. In a picturesque landscape, the world energy here was extremely rich. Around these mountains, there were many exquisite and powerful barriers, isolating this territory from the outside world. 9 heavens, Holy Land, an ancient force that had existed since ancient times, passed down from generation to generation. Its strength was quite extraordinary. Even when considering the entire world, it was second to none. However, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, he felt a sad and solemn atmosphere, probably because the old Holy Master had fallen and the new Holy Master had yet to succeed him. 9 heavens Holy Land, like Soaring Heaven Sect, was also surrounded by mountains, but unlike Soaring Heaven Sect's 100-peak array, 9 heavens Holy Land only had 9 peaks. Although the number was relatively small, the arrangement of these 9 peaks was in accordance with the heavenly way. The spirit array arranged with these 9 peaks as the foundation was no worse than Soaring Heaven Sect's 100-peak array, perhaps even better. Whether it was its defensive strength or the speed at which it gathered world energy, it was not inferior to the 100-peak array. Surrounded by these 9 peaks, beautiful palaces were arranged in a picturesque, disorderly manner, where thousands of disciples lived. The entire 9 heavens Holy Land was like a paradise, but it was also bustling with life. Su Hui and the others returned to the Holy Land with Yang Kai and Enling. But for some unknown reason, they did not return quietly, instead choosing to make a grand entrance to a magnificent palace at the center of the Holy Land. Along both sides of the road, from time to time, some Holy Land disciples would gather and respectfully salute Su Hui and the others. After seeing Enling all of them called out the name of the saintess, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, their faces filled with worship and fanaticism. As the only outsider here, Yang Kai was obviously the focus of attention. At such a young age, great elder Su Hui and the others were so respectful towards him, making it easy for others to guess what was going on. Whispers constantly came from both sides as the disciples of 9 heavens Holy Land quietly pointed towards Yang Kai, speculating whether he was the next Holy Master that the saintess had found, each of their faces filled with curiosity and excitement. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai succeeded the position of Holy Master, 9 heavens Holy Land would be saved. Some of the more astute ones had already determined this matter, and all of them bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was as calm as ever, his expression unchanged. Su Hui and the others were secretly amazed, their evaluation of Yang Kai rising again. Although Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven Sect, in the end he was still quite young. Su Hui had deliberately led him down this path in order to let him experience the prosperity of the Holy Land and the strength of its disciples in advance, allowing him to gain some understanding of the Holy Land. However, even in the face of such a grand battle, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest trace of fear or panic, instead remaining calm and composed, as if he had experienced a great storm, causing Su Hui and the others to be somewhat impressed. The temperament of this future, holy lord, seemed to be extraordinary. Su Hui and the others all exchanged glances, feeling more and more that this person should succeed the position of Holy Master. Along the way it was lively. In front of a palace made of gold and stone, the ground was cut flat. The palace was majestic, and there were many stone pillars in front of it. The stone pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and all kinds of vivid and lifelike images. Arriving here, Su Hui turned around and gently waved his hand. The onlooking Holy Land disciples gradually dispersed, but everyone's hearts were filled with doubts and curiosity, wondering what Yang Kai's origins were and whether he could succeed the position of Holy Master and save the Holy Land from its current predicament. "Little brother, please." Su Hui bowed respectfully. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and frowned. "Senior, I just came to visit your Holy Land as a guest. Is there any need to be so formal?" Hearing this, Su Hui understood that Yang Kai was still rejecting the Holy Land and them, chuckling lightly and nodding. "What little brother says is right. Let's go in together." After entering the palace, under Su Hui's arrangement, everyone took a seat, and a short time later, a banquet was set up. From the looks of it, Su Hui and the others were preparing a welcoming dinner for Yang Kai. At the banquet, Yang Kai didn't show too much impatience, simply taking things as they came, exchanging toasts with Su Hui and the others. Yang Kai found that as long as this old man didn't mention anything about the Holy Land's Holy Master, he was quite easy to get along with. His strength was profound, his seniority wasn't low, but he was still approachable. However, Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with Su Hui's intentions. If it had been any other young man who came here, Su Hui wouldn't have been so patient. When the wine reached its climax, a group of young girls were called in. Music was played in unison as they sang and danced. Each of these young girls was a heavenly beauty, and although their clothes were thin, they weren't revealing at all. What's more, each of them had a graceful figure and a unique temperament, dazzling anyone who saw them. Yang Kai enjoyed this scene with great interest, his eyes clear, without the slightest trace of obscenity. And Ling who was sitting at the head of the table, saw this and smiled with satisfaction. After some excitement, the banquet ended, and Su Hui and the others also bid Yang Kai farewell. None of them mentioned anything that would displease Yang Kai, the maidservant leading the way for Yang Kai to rest. In a huge room, the curtains were hung high, and the floor was covered with a velvet carpet. The walls were decorated with strange stones used for lighting, so that the light in the room was neither dim nor bright. There was an incense burner in the middle of the room, lit with high-grade spices, making people feel relaxed and happy. "Does young lord wish to take a bath?" "There is a bath in the side room. Warm water has already been prepared," the maidservant asked softly. Yang Kai glanced over at her, slowly shook his head, and waved her away. The maidservant was also well-behaved, gracefully bowing before withdrawing. Yang Kai waited in the room for a moment before walking over to the door and opening it, turning to Enling, who was standing outside hesitantly, and asking, "Come in. What are you standing here for?" And Ling lowered her head and walked into the room. Come, let me talk to you." Yang Kai didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing hold of Enling, hand, and dragging her towards the bed. Enling, face blushed slightly, but she didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along. A moment later, she sat down on the edge of the bed, looking a little nervous. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the bed and stared at her with a wry smile. "Su Hui arranged for your Holy Land's disciples to surround me while also having those dancers seduce me. It seems he doesn't have any good intentions. He just wants you to inherit the position of Holy Master. How could he be so insidious? On top of that, they aren't just dancers, They are all outstanding disciples of my holy land who have undergone a strict selection process. Only when the most distinguished guests arrive will they appear to perform a dance. And Ling pursed her red lips and stared at him with some resentment. Do you not want to be holy master? Not at all. Yang Kai shook his head, frowning for a moment before asking, Tell me the truth. Is what Su Hui said before true? What? After you chose me, you can't choose anyone else. And Ling gently nodded. Your holy land is really strange. No matter what, I am still an outsider. Holy Master is such an important position. Why don't you choose from within? And Ling smiled lightly. This has been the rule since ancient times. Presumably you've heard that every holy master of our holy land is brought back by the saintesses. I've heard of it before. It's basically like this, but there's only one exception. I remember that it was recorded in the ancient records that about 900 years ago, the Holy Lord of that generation was originally a disciple of the Holy Land, and the holy maidens all had a reaction to him. So that disciple became the Holy Lord of that generation. But since then, such a situation has never happened again. Ha! If only the Holy Land's disciples could become Holy Master, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to find them. Xiao Yan and the others wouldn't have. Saying so, her expression became sad and her eyes became red. My condolences. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort her, and Ling wiped the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself down. After hesitating for a moment, she said, If you insist on not becoming the Holy Master, I'll help you talk to the Great Elder and see if they can make an exception. Don't say anything, it's useless. Yang Kai shook his head. Since Su Hui and the others have already decided that I am the only candidate, it doesn't matter who tries to persuade them. Then what about you? It's difficult. Yang Kai sighed. Although Su Hui and the others didn't dare to do anything to him, their resolute determination gave Yang Kai a headache. If it weren't for the short lifespan of 9 Heavens' Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai wouldn't mind becoming the next Holy Master. After becoming Holy Master, he could deal with that old dog Su Hui and vent his hatred. However, due to the drawbacks, Yang Kai had no choice but to stay away from the position of Holy Master. And Ling also looked a little embarrassed, her brow furrowing as she softly said, In any case, you should stay here for now. Saintess Nen may be outside, so it's not safe for you to go out. Wait a few days and see how things go. And that's all I can do. Yang Kai nodded. Right, I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Soaring Heaven's sect for me. Tell them I'm fine and that they don't need to worry. Rest assured, I'll deliver your message, and Ling nodded. Many thanks. No need to be so polite. And Ling smiled, her mood seemingly improving as she got up and said, Then you rest, I'll go back first. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll have Su Hui and the others arrange it for you. After Ling left, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, there were many masters arranged around the palace, all of them quietly lying in wait, likely monitoring Yang Kai's every move. Yang Kai sneered lightly but didn't care, knowing that this was all arranged by Su Hui. However, he didn't have any plans to leave 9 Heavens' Holy Land right now. As Ling said, Saintess Nen may be waiting outside. Once he left the 9 Peaks barrier, he would be walking right into a trap. Before he had a practical way to get rid of Saintess Nan, Yang Kai didn't want to act rashly. 9 Heavens' Holy Land's people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. They just wanted him to become the next Holy Master. As long as he stubbornly refused, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his recently broken through cultivation. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's mood became much better. Chapter 793. Using his divine sense to penetrate every inch of his skin, Yang Kai began examining the changes in his physique's yuan qi. After breaking through to the second order transcendent realm, Yang Kai felt that the density and purity of his yuan qi had improved significantly. Moreover, his physical body had also become much stronger in those battles of life and death. Yang Kai's spiritual energy had also improved greatly, under the constant nourishment of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus. This breakthrough had allowed Yang Kai's soul cultivation to experience a gratifying growth. Yang Kai felt that his current spiritual energy should not be inferior to a first-order saint in a head-on clash. Coupled with the tyrannical and mysterious power of his conflagrated knowledge C, if an ordinary first-order saint really chose to fight him in this manner, they would likely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai also had the Soul Battle Hall, an artifact that could forcibly drag his enemy's soul avatar into a space and engage in a divine sense battle. All of these factors had greatly increased Yang Kai's confidence. The misfortunes and setbacks he had encountered over the past year had all turned into motivation and opportunities for him to become stronger. Any expert would only be able to gain insights and experience in life and death battles that they would not normally be able to obtain. It was only when they were on the brink of death that they would be able to clearly understand some things that they would not normally be able to understand. It could be said that every successful cultivator had experienced life or death situations and possessed a spirit that did not fear death, allowing them to become stronger and stronger in the face of adversity. This kind of heaven's favored child who grew up in a greenhouse would be fine if their path to maturity was smooth sailing, but if they encountered even the slightest setback, they would be unable to recover and would eventually die young, fading out of sight. Yang Kai belonged to the former. Since he began cultivating, his path had been full of thorns and thorns. Along the way, he had cut his way through countless obstacles, wandering between life and death countless times, allowing him to possess a cultivation that far surpassed that of his peers. Everything he had now could be said to have been achieved by Yang Kai step by step. It was not luck, nor was it a coincidence. Realizing all of this, Yang Kai's state of mind gradually underwent some subtle changes, becoming more confident, feeling that as long as he was given time, he would be able to stand at the peak of the martial Tao and overlook all living beings. Restraining his excitement, Yang Kai continued to examine his body. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised. The amount of golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have increased significantly. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that once the blood flowing through one's body completely turned gold, it was equivalent to having the blood of the demon god, giving one the same level of power as the great demon god. The great demonic god was only a legend. At that time, he was recognized as the #1 expert in the world by all 3 races. During his time, no one dared to challenge his prestige. The golden demon god's blood had endless uses. Because of the demon god's blood in his body, Yang Kai's body was so strong and his recovery ability was so abnormal. It was hard for Kai Yang to imagine how strong his body would become when all the blood in his body turned golden. The ancient demon clan's physique was extremely tough. It was also because of the demon god's bloodline. Compared to them, he was undoubtedly more orthodox, pure, immersing his consciousness into the black book space and communicating with the divine tree. Yang Kai's body began circulating its own secret art and began cultivating. As Yang Kai grew, the divine tree also continued to evolve and grow. With Yang Kai's permission, the divine tree would absorb a drop of myriad drug liquid every day. With this assistance, its consciousness seemed to have become much clearer, and its IQ also increased. Now, not only could it clearly communicate with Yang Kai, it would even take the initiative to ask him some questions. Yang Kai was like a child, answering its questions wholeheartedly. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 months had passed since Yang Kai arrived at 9 Heaven's Holy Land. After such a long time, Yang Kai gradually became accustomed to 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Besides not being able to leave easily, the treatment he received here was quite good. Great Elder Su Hui and the other elders seemed to receive him with the highest standard. not only providing him with a large number of pills for cultivation, but also sending several young and beautiful maidservants to take care of him. They even gave Yang Kai many of 9 heavens, holy lands, martial skills, and secret arts for his reference. Yang Kai didn't refuse anyone, and besides the maidservants he didn't touch. Everyone else was treated well, immersing himself in cultivation all day long, rapidly consolidating his second-order, transcendent cultivation. Su Hui and the other elders also came to visit Yang Kai from time to time, chatting with him about daily life, never mentioning the matter of succeeding the position of Holy Master. Occasionally, when they had some free time, Su Hui and the other elders would take Yang Kai out to tour the Holy Land's 9 peaks, showing him the beauty and depth of the Holy Land. It was obvious that they were hoping to impress Yang Kai in this way, so he would take the initiative to accept this position. Unfortunately, after 2 months, nothing had happened, causing Su Hui and the other elders to become anxious and gradually lose their patience. At the top of one of the 9 peaks, inside a magnificent building, the Holy Land's elders and protectors had gathered, headed by Su Hui, and were discussing something. The entire 9 heavens, Holy Land, originally had a powerful lineup. The old Holy Master was a peak 3rd Order saint, while Saintess Nan and Su Hui were both 2nd Order saints. As for the remaining elders and protectors, Yu Ying, Luo Sheng, Shi Kuan, Meng Tianfei, and Cheng Yutong were all 1st Order saints, of which Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong were both women. For a great force to have so many Saint Realm Masters was extremely rare, even when considering the entire world. Great Elder, what is the attitude of the future Holy Master? Yu Ying was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She wore a bright red dress that vividly outlined her plump and mature body. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her bearing was outstanding and elegant. She had a pair of watery almond-shaped eyes that glistened as she lightly opened her red lips and asked. Hearing her question, everyone cast concerned glances towards Su Hui. Su Hui frowned and sighed. He's still the same, refusing to budge. Although I have deliberately not mentioned this matter during this time, I can feel that he has no intention of becoming the Holy Master. This little brat is quite interesting. Luo Sheng wore a look of amazement as he muttered, Who in this world doesn't want to become the sect master of our 9 heavens Holy Land, reaching the heavens in a single bound? Why is he acting so indifferent when it comes to us? It's almost as if we're forcing him to do so. Pay attention to your words. That's the future Holy Master, not some little brat. Cheng Yutong, who was wearing a white dress and giving off a cold aura, shot Luo Sheng a glare, causing the latter to smile awkwardly before glancing over at Great Elder Su Hui. Seeing that he didn't show any signs of anger, Luo Sheng felt relieved. But it really is strange. Cheng Yutong frowned slightly. Could it be that he doesn't like my Holy Land? How could that be? Shi Kuan snorted. Although my Holy Land's old Holy Master has fallen, it is still a great force second to none. Whether in terms of fame or strength, it is still superior to his soaring heaven sect. So how could he not be interested in it? That's possible. Su Hui suddenly said. During this time, I led him to tour the 9 peaks and showed him the Holy Land's heritage. Although I heard him praise me a lot, I didn't feel as shocked as I imagined. It's as if in his eyes, all of this is nothing more than a passing cloud. This little brat, is the future Holy Master really like this? Luo Sheng was extremely surprised. Great Elder, do you know what he likes? We can cater to his interests, Meng Fei suggested. Meng Tianfei suggested. The Holy Land can't be without a leader. It's been almost a year since the previous Holy Master passed away. It's fine if the future Holy Master hasn't been found, but now that he's already in the Holy Land, the disciples are also discussing all day long why the succession ceremony hasn't been held yet. If this continues, the disciples won't have the heart to cultivate, which isn't a good thing. Yu Ying also nodded. If we know what he likes, we can keep him here. At the very least, we need to make him feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land. Only then can we ensure the Holy Land's prosperity be guaranteed. He should like strength. Su Hui's eyes flashed a light. After observing him for a while, I found that his pursuit of strength is the only constant. Besides that, everything else seems to be just a distraction to him. Even the few maidservants I arrange for him to stay with him, he hasn't even glanced at them. Is there a man in this world who doesn't like beautiful women? Luo Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, a look of disbelief filling his face. Do you think everyone is like you, lustful? Yu Ying coldly snorted, showing a displeased expression. Luo Sheng suddenly felt awkward. Could it be that he likes Her Highness the Saintess? That's why he's behaving like this. Cheng Yu Tong suddenly thought of a possibility. In front of the woman they admired, no man dared to show his naughty side, often deliberately showing off his heroic side in order to attract their attention. If it was because of Saintess and Ling, Yang Kai acting like this wasn't unusual. Everyone present was experienced and had a deep understanding of this. Hearing this, they nodded their heads continuously. Su Hui smiled bitterly. That's not the case, it's the exact opposite. It's as if Her Highness the Saintess has fallen in love with him, but he only treats her as a friend. Poor Ling, Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong couldn't help feeling a little distressed. They had both watched Ling grow up, so naturally they had some feelings for her. The future Holy Master is not an ordinary person. Su Hui suddenly sighed. I've never seen such a young second-order transcendent, have any of you? Everyone shook their heads. Soaring Heaven Sect, an incredible character has appeared. But what makes me feel strange is that I've never heard anything about him before. Such a young hero should already be famous throughout the world. Yet he has remained completely unknown. It's really strange. Moreover, he was able to escape from Demon General Shui Li's clutches with the Saintess. I can't even begin to imagine how he did it. He even managed to escape from Saintess Nan's clutches. Chapter 794. As they spoke, everyone suddenly quieted down, their hearts filled with shock. Before Yang Kai spoke, no one had realized it, but now that they thought about it, everyone felt it was inconceivable. A second-order transcendent repeatedly escaping from death was either heaven-defying luck or astonishing means. Everyone was more convinced of the latter possibility, making it even harder for them to guess Yang Kai's depths. Before the Holy Master of Nine Heavens, Holy Land, inherited the position of Holy Master, there were many different kinds of people, some with high and some with low aptitude. Even if this generation's Saintess only found an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, they were confident they could cultivate him into a top master. Not to mention that Yang Kai's aptitude and strength were hundreds of times better than they had expected. No matter what, we must let him inherit the position of Holy Master. Without the Holy Master's spirit ring, there are many places in my holy land that cannot be opened. This matter cannot be delayed. Su Hui suddenly said resolutely, but isn't he unwilling? Yu Ying frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. Even if he isn't willing, he has to. We have so many Saint Realm Masters. Do you think we can't do anything to him? Shikuin said impatiently, do you want to use force? Yu Ying narrowed her eyes as she stared at Shikuin coldly. That's what I meant. Su Hui took a deep breath. His attitude is already very firm. Waiting any longer will do us no good. Instead of waiting, we might as well take a gamble and send him into the holy tomb. As soon as these words came out, everyone's brow twitched, as if the holy tomb contained unparalleled dangers, causing all the Saint Realm Masters present to feel extreme dread. What if he can't come out? Cheng Yu Tong asked faintly. Ling is the only Saintess left in this generation, and since she has already made a choice, it is impossible for her to find another candidate for us. If he can't come out, then my holy land can only seal itself, wait for the next generation of Saintesses to mature. The next generation of Saintesses had not yet been selected. so it would take at least 20 years to cultivate them. 20 years might not seem long, but if the Holy Land did not have a Holy Master and could not obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring from the old Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb, many places would be unable to function properly. In these 20 years, it was very likely that such a colossus would be dragged down. They couldn't afford to wait, so they hadn't dared to make any rash moves for the past 2 months. However, Yang Kai's attitude was so resolute. Su Hui had no choice but to carefully consider this matter. But he hasn't fully comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills. How can he enter? It is said that the Holy Tomb is the place where the 9 heavens' divine skills were born. If he wants to enter, he must be proficient in them. He has already comprehended 3 moves, which is enough. This is for the sake of our Holy Land. Even if he is the future Holy Master, when it is time to make a sacrifice, we must make a sacrifice. Su Hui shouted. If he can come out smoothly, he will surely be very grateful for our decision today. That's right. Shi Kuan and Meng Tian Fei nodded in agreement. There had never been a Holy Master who didn't feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land after coming out of the Holy Tomb. The Holy Lords who were brought back by the Saintess were able to contribute their entire lives to the Holy Land. He worked his heart out. His exhaustion was definitely related to the secrets in the Holy Mausoleum. Although no one knew what was hidden inside the Holy Tomb, all of them firmly believed in it. Yu Ying and the middle-aged woman both glanced at each other, and although they were faintly worried, they didn't say anything more. The discussion came to an end. Everyone quickly took action to prepare for Yang Kai's entry into the Holy Tomb. The next day, Kai Yang, who was meditating in the palace, suddenly opened his eyes. In his perception, there was a strange feeling. He had sensed that Su Hui and the others had come again. Moreover, this time was somewhat different from the past. The people who had come weren't just the few he was familiar with. There were also a few he had never met before. Although these people were concealing themselves well, their breathing and aura revealed a solemn atmosphere, causing Yang Kai to become somewhat vigilant, wondering what they were planning. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai responded casually, and the door was pushed open, revealing Su Hui and the other elders and protectors. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, faintly feeling that Su Hui probably had something to say to him. It was definitely related to the Holy Master, otherwise he wouldn't have summoned all of the Holy Land's masters here. After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Hui introduced Yang Kai to each of the people he had never met before. Yang Kai nodded to these people in greeting. "Great Elder, what brings you here today?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he got straight to the point. "I'd like to ask little brother to accompany us to a certain place." Su Hui smiled lightly and said, "I seem to have visited all of the 9 peaks. Is there anywhere else I can go?" "There is. The Holy Land has many secrets that little brother usually doesn't know about. The place we're going to this time is one of them." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he faintly asked, "Since it's a secret, isn't it inappropriate to open it to outsiders?" "Little brother is not an outsider, and no one can enter that place except little brother," Su Hui said seriously. "Oh." Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. "No one can enter except for me? Isn't that a place only your Holy Master is eligible to enter? Haha, I can't refuse, can I?" Su Hui's expression became slightly awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "I hope little brother can forgive us and follow us." Yang Kai sneered as he swept his eyes over the Saint Realm Masters in front of him, secretly wondering what his chances of escaping were if he were to suddenly attack them. But soon he rejected such an idea. There were too many people here, each of them a Saint Realm Master. Yang Kai felt that even if he displayed his full strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from here. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then, lead the way, I'll follow you." Hearing this, everyone's face lit up with joy, Su Hui even more so, smiling as he quickly said, "Please." He had thought that today there would be some unpleasantness between him and this future Holy Master, and had even made up his mind that if the other party really resisted, even if it meant offending him, he would bring him into the Holy Tomb. But he hadn't expected Kai Yang to be so flexible, saving him a lot of embarrassment. After all, this was the future Holy Master. If he were to make things difficult for him today, there was no guarantee he wouldn't make things difficult for him in the future. Leaving the palace, everyone gathered around Yang Kai and quickly flew towards a nearby mountain peak. These people seemed to be following him casually, but in fact, they had blocked all of Yang Kai's escape routes. Once Yang Kai showed any signs of discomfort, they could instantly take action to restrain him. "Great Elder, can you tell me where we are going this time?" Yang Kai asked on the way. Su Hui hesitated for a moment before replying, "We are going to the Holy Tomb." "Holy Tomb?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Why does it sound like a place where people are buried?" Su Hui nodded. "My Holy Land's previous Holy Masters, when they realized that they were nearing the end of their lives, would enter the Holy Tomb and wait for death to arrive. Therefore, that place is indeed a place where people are buried. It is the tomb of my Holy Land's previous Holy Masters. Isn't that place very dangerous?" Yang Kai asked with a smile, seemingly just asking casually. "For us, it is indeed very dangerous. Anyone who is not a Holy Master who enters that place will die. But for little brother, it is the final test." "What do you mean?" Su Hui hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai immediately said, "If you can't say, don't say. I have no interest in other people's secrets, especially big ones. The more I know, the more dangerous it will be." Su Hui smiled awkwardly. "It's not that I can't say, but since things have reached this point, this old master won't hide anything from you. Little brother only knows that the previous Holy Masters were all brought back by the Sanuses. But what you may not know is that each time the Sanuses brought back more than one person. Because my Holy Land has several Sanuses each generation, each of them will find a suitable candidate for the position of Holy Master according to their own vision and secret art, then bring them back to the Holy Land, and through the Saints' indoctrination, they will comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills and enter the Holy Tomb. The only one who can come out of the Holy Tomb alive is the true Holy Master candidate. Then I'm not very lucky. This time there's no one to compete with me." Yang Kai said sarcastically. Su Hui laughed dryly. "You could say that." "What's inside that place?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "This old master doesn't know. I only know that it is the burial place of all the previous Holy Masters. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Not only me, but even the protectors and elders also don't know anything about that place, because only those who have comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills are eligible to enter. So the 9 heavens' divine skills are the key to entering that place." Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Probably, but what's certain is that it is not safe inside. Little brother, when you enter, you must be careful not to encounter any accidents." Chang Yutong suddenly added, "Although there are dangers, there are also great benefits." "Benefits?" Yang Kai glanced over at her and suddenly became interested. "What kind of benefits? Tell me in detail." Cheng Yutong smiled lightly. "How would I know? It's just that the old Holy Master chose to cultivate there, and every time he came out his strength would improve. On top of that, it is said that when the old Holy Master entered the Holy Tomb, he obtained a great deal of gains. That's right, the artifacts used by the old Holy Master were all taken from the Holy Tomb. Those were saint-grade, high-rank artifacts. There aren't many of them in this world. The artifacts used by each generation's Holy Master were not bad. All of them were buried in the Holy Tomb along with them. That will depend on little brother's opportunities. Perhaps you will be able to obtain a suitable artifact from there," Su Hui said with a smile. "Saint-grade, high-rank artifacts? You should have said so earlier. If you had told me about these things earlier, I would have entered the Holy Tomb long ago. There would have been no need for you to use both hard and soft tactics." Yang Kai suddenly became excited. Everyone was stunned. I like to take risks the most. Yang Kai grinned, his face filled with an inexplicable light. The more dangerous a place is, the more I like to explore it, especially a place like the Holy Tomb where the dead are buried. Su Hui's face twitched, suddenly finding himself unable to see through Yang Kai.